Hey there, today we're going to dive deeply into the world of web applications. The web application that we're going to build is going to be a travel booking application. The technologies that we're going to use are the following: React.js, Next.js, Tailwind, and more. This project will enhance your skill set and show you a big project with tons of functionalities. We're going to use Stripe for payments, and we're going to make a refund functionality as well. We're going to use Next.js for authentication, and I'm going to show a simple yet concise architecture. We're going to create at the end an admin dashboard as well. Here I'm going to walk you through the application. Here is our home page. This section is about the popular locations. As you see here, we have in total 8 cities, but here only 4 are shown. Those are the places, the cities with the most hotels that we have created. As you see, Dubai is on the left, Berlin, Mumbai, and Saint-Tropez 25211. So we know that it's correct. Let me scroll down here to see the best hotels. The best hotels are those with the highest average review. Here you see we have 5, 5, 4.5, 4.5, and 4.1 third. Here if I click on Arabian Paradise, you see here the hotel, we have the reviews, the name of the hotel, the location, the price per night, how many beds, and free Wi-Fi. Here's the description, just written something. Okay, let me write here something for the review just to show you. Best hotel in the Arab world, 5 star. If I click here, you see here is the review with the 5 stars, when it was created, and the name of the person, and here 3 reviews. If I click on book, let me go here from Friday to Tuesday. That's how we're going to book the hotel, and after we successfully book it, those dates are going to be disabled. Right now, let me click on submit. Here we are on the Stripe page. Let me fill in the data. Here the card information, the expiry date, the CVC, and here the card holder name. Let me click on pay. Oh, okay, right now, okay. Processing, and it's going to be a success. Yes, you see, and here we are redirected to the success page. Great. I want to show you, if I click on the popular locations, what's going to happen. The data is being loaded. Here it is. You see how our hotels from Dubai and exactly this price. Let me choose another city. I'm going to choose, let's say, Berlin. Let me click on search, and here you see the minimum, the maximum price, and here is the hotel, and the background image changed. Let me click here on reservations to see what we have reserved. You see here we have reserved those 2 hotels, so if I click on cancel, the reservation is going to be deleted. Cancel, successfully deleted the reservation. Great. I want to show you the admin dashboard, how it looks like. I can click here and show the admin dashboard because we're logged in as admin. We can see that we have 2 users, 9 listings, 1 reservations, and the total revenue accumulated from the reservations. And here's the most reserved listing. Yes, we have 1 reservation, that's why it's like that. If I click on users, we're going to see all the users of our application. Here they are. We can sort them by the reservations and by the email. If I click on listings, we're going to see all the listings here. You see how many they are. If I click on delete, let's say I don't want this. Which one? This one. Okay, let me click. Successfully deleted a listing. Let me update the listing. So this one from Saint-Tropez. Data is going to be populated, and I'm going to write 1, 2, 3. And the title is going to be changed. Redirecting to listing. Yes, here it is. It has been changed. Let me go back to my admin dashboard and to the reservations. Here is the reservation. I can delete it. Successfully deleted the reservation. Great. Let's dive into the code. Let's start developing. The first part would be to open the terminal and write npx create next app at latest. Click enter, and this will initialize our Next.js application. Here we're going to get several questions. Auth proceed, yes. What's our project going to be named? Travel booking app. I'm not going to use TypeScript in this project. Yes, simply yes. Tailwind CSS yes. RSC directory yes. App router yes. No. And this will be it for the dependency for the installation. Then we're going to install our dependencies, which were going to be quite several. For the UI, there are not going to be many, but overall for the project, there are going to be quite a few. We have initialized our Next.js application successfully. Let's cd into our project directory. So cd travel booking app, and then let's install a few of our dependencies. Right now I'm going to install 2 or 3 of them. Later we're going to have a lot more when we start writing our backend logic and when we connect our frontend to our backend. So let's go. npm I swiper and React icons. Those are going to be needed only for the UI. As I said, we're going to install a lot more when we start writing the full stack logic. Okay, and let me write npm run dev just to start our web application here. So we open here on localhost 3000, and while it is loading here, let me navigate to our project. So here we have the src and app. Let me make the directories that we're going to need. We're going to have an API folder, of course. We're going to have a catalog page, a details page, a login page, a register page, and reservations. And the register is going to be called signup, not register. You can leave it register, it's not a big difference. I have just named it signup in my project. And then we're going to have components, but not here inside the app directory, but in the source. We're going to have components. We're going to have here a UI folder. Oops, but outside of the app, like that. UI. We're going to have data as well. And for now, this is going to be our folder structure. Let me start here writing the components logic, the components folder. The components are going to be those base hotels, then book model, footer, hero, layout provider, Navbar, and lastly we're going to have popular locations for our components. Here for the data, we're going to have the dummy data that we're going to need before we have the API logic written. And it's going to be quite simple. I'm just going to go to my GitHub and copy it. So here I'm going to show you the process. I'm going to go here to my GitHub, here to my travel app UI, here to the src, and here we see the data. So I'm just going to go here, copy, and paste it. What we are going to have here, we're going to have first for the popular cities, I want to display them with their name and their image. Then here this is going to be for the select element, we're going to have the text and the value that's going to be inside. And then we have the, again, for the select, when we have the options, this means that it's going to be a select. For the select element, we're going to have those values here. And I don't even need the image, but I'm going to leave it here. Okay, and of course, we need to have the images. Here, as you see in the public folder, we have the Next SVG and the Vercel SVG. So let me go here again to my GitHub, public assets, and I'm going to copy here the assets directory. And then here, there's a website, GitHub directory. I have bookmarked it here. You see the URL. I'm going to paste in the description. So here you paste your GitHub URL, click enter, and repository not found. I think it's because it is private, that's why. So I'm going to make it public. I've made my repository public, and as you see here, the images are being retrieved from GitHub. So right now we're going to get, yes, the folder. So I can go to save it, and I'm going to zip my folder, and then going to be placed inside my public folder here inside my project. As you see here, I have placed my assets directory, inside my public directory, everything is alright. Right now, as you see, the application here is the default page provided by Next.js. So let me go here to my page.js and let me remove it. Here I'm going to place just an empty fragment and we are going to start typing the code. Here I want to have a hero section. Here I have not written the component, so let me go here, hero.jsx, just to be able to import it. Come on, why it's not popping up here? Because I have not written maybe the RFC. Okay, here it is. Then we're going to have the popular locations. So let me again write the component RFCE popular locations. Then I'm going to have hero as well again, but it's going to be with a different image. That's why I place it here. And then we're going to have the best hotels. So let me again go here, best hotels.jsx RFCE. And in the next project, I'm going to use TypeScript. I'm telling you from now because I started typing with TypeScript and I really like it, but I written that project previously without TypeScript, so it was going to be quite the refactoring. Okay, and here, let me go and you see here it is looking like that because we need to remove here everything except the Tailwind things. And let me write some global CSS. Right box sizing border box, then user select none, just to not highlight. When I select something I just don't want to be highlighted, you can remove that user select, but I like to be there. And padding 0, margin 0. Let me see, right now it is looking as it should look. Of course we're going to make it very beautiful. Let me go here to the layout.js just to write our layout because it's going to be important. Let me just format it, and here I'm going to have the layout provider above. Layout provider, we need to import it. Here it is. So yes, again I'm going to need to initialize that file. Going here, importing it. Nice. Let me write here for the layout provider the logic. It is going to be a use client component because I want to get a hook, and the hook is going to be called use path name. And what we're going to do with that use path name is going to be the following. I want to not display the navbar and the footer while we are at the register or the login page. Why? Because why we should see the navbar and the footer when we are on one of those two pages. On every other page we're going to display them, but exactly on those pages I don't want them to be displayed. And the logic is going to be quite simple. Here I just need an empty fragment, no need for a div. And if path name is not equal to /login and path name is not equal to /signup, we're going to have the navbar here. Side we're going to have the children, so we need to get those props from here. And then the same logic here, I can just copy paste it, but here it applies for the footer. We can go here and again initialize those two files, footer.jsx and navbar.jsx, RFCE. Navbar and footer. Let me go here, and right now you see here the navbar and the footer, so we know that they are appearing. Great. I suggest to you that we first start with the navbar. Let me close everything else and let's start typing the logic here. First, I want to make sure that it is with the use client directive because we're going to have use state, we're going to have just a client logic that must be client. Then I'm going to write first the JSX. Or no, first we're going to write the logic here. So we're going to have two states. The first state is going to be show model, and here set show model. And here use state initially is going to be false. Then I'm going to have is scrolled set is scrolled, because when we start scrolling I want to have some shadow. And here you state again by default is going to be false. Then const toggle model is going to be just toggling the model basically. So set show model to the opposite of the previous. So if it's false, it's going to be true, and if it's true, it's going to be false. Literally toggling. And then I want to have a use effect here, just to have an event listener when we start scrolling. And the event listener is going to be a native event listener. So window.onScroll is going to be equal to an arrow function, and here set is scrolled is going to be with the window dot page y offset. So x is horizontal, it is like that, and vertical is like that. So when we are on top of the page, we are here, but when you start scrolling even a little bit, we're going to be here, and then I want to make it to true. So if it's 0, it's going to be false, otherwise it's going to be true. So when we are not on the top of the page, even if we scroll a little bit, we are going to have the styling that we want to have. And then I want to make it window on scroll no when we go on a page that does not have the navbar. So on the register and the login, I want it to be a cleanup function. Otherwise, we're going to have, theoretically, we're going to have a lot of events when we don't clean up when we go to another page, and this is a very bad practice. It's going to make our page slower. Just avoid that. It's going to have a lot of negative effects for your web application. Here for the navbar, I want to have class name, and here I can make it like that so you see better what I'm typing here. I want here to be dynamic. So first I'm going to write the normal stylings that are going to be applied whatever condition we have. So z is going to be 20, h is going to be 16, width is going to be 4, page is going to be fixed, and here fixed should be here. Width is going to be 4, top is going to be 0, left is going to be 0, and here is scrolled is going to be with the shadow empty. So as I told you, it's going to have some shadow, and backdrop blur. So it's going to have a little blur. Otherwise, we're going to have here an empty string. Then I'm going to have a div which is going to have the following style. Class name is going to be h4, which is going to be 2/3 mx auto flex item center and justify between. And here I'm going to have a link element. So link, which is from next link, not from React Router DOM as you write just React.js without Next.js, but next link. You see here. And I'm going to have an href to the home page. So when we are on details or reservations and we want to go back to the home page, we can use the link element to navigate us back to the home page. Then I'm going to have stylings here as well. So class name is going to be flex item center gap2 and transition O. And inside I'm going to have an h1 with the text of travel got. That's how I have named my application. And here class name here is going to be dynamic. So if is scrolled, here $sign and curly braces, if is scrolled is true, we're going to have text blue 600. Otherwise we're going to have text, and here we're going to have a whitish grayish color. You're going to see it. So it's a hash color CEC7C7. And then we are going to have outside of the curly braces text to Excel font both. And then we're going to have AI outline home, which is from a React icon. So let me import it. Import AI outline home from React icons AI. And here size is going to be 25 and color is going to be is scrolled RGB. A is going to be 37 without the comma, 99 and 235, just like that. And we it can be just RGB. Otherwise, it's going to be .hex cover, so I can just copy it and paste it. Let me go here to see how it's looking. Great. And right now you cannot see the effect when you scroll because our page doesn't have here the scroll. Later, when we add the image and some other UI, it's going to be more than 100 VH and we're going to scroll and see the effect. This is here for the link. Let me go outside of it and let me create a div. This div is going to have another div inside, which is going to have here class name, cursor pointer, and on click is going to be toggle model. Then we're going to have AI outline user with the size of 30, and the color here is going to be scrolled to RGB. Again, this color, so we can freely copy and paste it like this. Otherwise, it's going to be this color again. Again, we can copy paste it. We don't need to write the same thing again. This is for the AI outline user icon. And below this div here, we're going to have the model. So show model, and I'm going to set it here initially to true just to see what we are writing. So model, and here a div. Again, here with the on click of toggle model, if you want to close it, last name is going to be absolute, top 16, right is going to be 270 pixel, shadow MD, flex co, gap is going to be 7. Let me make it on a new line so you see what styling I am writing here. Gap is going to be 4, padding is going to be 4, BG white, and rounded XL. Then inside I'm going to have here the link. Oops, what's that? The link here. And inside I'm going to have an href of reservations. We can navigate to the reservations page. And here let me write reservations. And below we're going to have a button for the logout. So logout, on click is going to be here and out. And this is coming from Next.js. We can install it right now, even though we're not going to use it just to not have an error. Text slate 500 and text center. So let me install Next.js npai Next.js. Let me just see if that was exactly how the package should be written. Yes, Next.js like this. And let me import this function. Import sign out from Next.js. Yes. Let me see how my page is looking. So you see how that model is looking. And this is our navbar. And here you can toggle from the user icon so we can see it. And if I go to reservation page, you see how it is removed. Yes, of course. Oops, I have no reservations page. I have not created. Yes, let me just make the page.jsx here for all the pages so we have them. So here catalog, page.jsx, RFC details, page.jsx, RFC login, page.jsx, RFC reservations, and lastly here page.jsx, RFC sign up. Just to have it. Let me remove those pages, and here we are basically ready with the navbar, I would say. Right now let me make here the hero section. The hero section is going to be very simple. Here I have written the file so we can instantly start. Here I'm going to make another div which is going to have class name is going to be relative, age screen, and width full. Inside I'm going to have an image tag with the src. It's going to be image which is going to be passed from props. Remember, we import the hero here in the home, and we're going to pass two different images inside our hero component. So we can start from now. Let me go here to the page.js, and here image is going to be here C, main header is going to be are you ready for an adventure, and secondary header, and we can split it again on several lines so you see what I'm typing. Secondary header is going to be browse through the popular locations. I can just copy that, paste here, and of course we're going to change the image and text. Here it is going to be hotel underscore image. The main header is going to be get the best offer for your hotel, exclamation mark, and for the secondary header it is going to be pick your desired place dot. Let me import those two images that we have passed as props. Here I can remove the image tag, I'm not going to need it, and here import C from dot dot slash public slash assets slash, and it's going to be c.jpg, and then import hotel underscore image from dot dot slash public slash assets slash hr10.jpg. And right now when we see our page, image is not defined. That's correct, image is not defined. Let me get the props. Image, main header, secondary header. Right now you see we have those two images. Of course we're going to make it look much better, but right now you see here how it is changed, but I don't get why it's not going down. We're going to fix that just when we write the hero. Here for the hero.jsx, I'm going to have below here inside the div, I'm going to have another div which is going to have the following class name: absolute, bottom is going to be 0, left is going to be 0, right is going to be 0, top is going to be 0, flex.co. Of course first we need to write flex, and then flex.co, justify center, and again I'm going to split it on a new line by center, item center, and gap is going to be 8. Inside this div I'm going to have an h2 with the main header, text white, text 6XL, and font is going to be bold. And below the h2, h5 secondary header, and the class name is going to be text white, text 4XL, and font semi-bold. Let me see right now how it is looking. Yes, it's looking great. But here I want to have between those two hero sections, we have the, let me check, we have the popular locations. Let me go here to the popular locations and let me write the code. And then I'm going to check for the navbar what's the problem. For the popular locations, we're going to have inside this div, I'm going to have another div, an h5 here, and first let me of course start with the styling of the root element here inside that component. So h is going to be 4, width is going to be 4, and margin y is going to be 36. Then class name is going to be h4, which is going to be 5/6 mx auto, flex.flex-co, and justify start. Then for the h5 we are going to have a class name of text 20 pixel, bg blue 500, text white, rounded faux, p4, and w max. Inside for the text I'm going to have explore top. Then h2 is going to be popular locations. Class name is going to be text 4XL, text slate 800, font bold, margin top of 6 and margin bottom of 12. Below the h2 I'm going to have a div which we're going to have here a data array. So data, which is going to be an array of objects which we can freely go to my GitHub and copy paste, because, or actually we can write it by hand, it's not that big of an array. We're going to have 4 objects. Oops, we're going to have an image which is going to be here Delhi. Then I'm going to have a city, again with the name of the city Delhi, and num of places. This means how many hotels. Right now it's just dummy data, so we write 73. I'm going to place a comma here and paste it 3 more times. Of course, we're going to change here the city name. So Berlin, Berlin, and here 34. Then Paris, Paris, and here 52. And then we're going to have Dubai, Dubai, and 27. Right now, let me import the images. So we are going to have 4 images. Import daily from // public. What happened here? Again, public. And here I'm going to have slash assets slash daily. Going to paste it 3 more times, and here is going to be Berlin, Berlin, then Paris, Paris, and lastly we're going to have Dubai, Dubai, and here with the lowercase. Right now we see nothing because we have not mapped through the data. Let me go here. So data question mark dot map. Here we're going to write it with a place, and we're going to use the index as a key. Of course, right now it's dummy data. I know it's not a good practice to use index. Right now our array is not going to change with the elements. It's not going to have more or less elements, so it's not a problem. And later, of course, when we write our backend, it's going to be without the index. And then we're going to display, we're going to get the cart component, and we're going to pass index as a key in the place like that. Then here inside our popular locations, here as you see, I'm going to have cart.jsx, which is going to accept the place here. Here I'm going to have 2 divs, or here it's not even a div, here it's a link tag. Right now I'm going to navigate to nowhere, just to place it here, or we can just navigate to the catalog. Then the class name is going to be cursor pointer, age is going to be 500 pixel, width is going to be 350 pixel, flex wrap, rounded XL, and shadow MD. Oops. Then for the div, I'm going to have relative, age is going to be 2/3, and width is going to be 4. For the image tag here, I'm going to have the src with the place.image. Class name is going to be, height is going to be 4, width is going to be 4, over 4 is going to be hidden, rounded TL XL, so it's going to be on the top left corner. Then on the top right corner again is going to be rounded, and on the is going to have object cover. This is going to be just for the rounding. Below the image I'm going to have a div with the place.city. Class name is going to be absolute, right 0, bottom 0, p4 bg blue 700, text white, rounded top left XL, and font semi-bold. Let me see how it's looking. Cart is not defined. Yes, we need to import it. Cart is not defined. How it's not defined here, we have imported it. Okay, right now here it is. And here for the hero image we need to make it smaller. That's why it is behaving like that. It needs to be very different from this what we are seeing here. Let me go to my hero component. Maybe I have forgot to write some styling. Yes, I have forgot to write the styling here for the image tag. So go back to the hero. Class name is going to be with the brightness of 50. Height is going to be 4, width is going to be 4, and object cover. Yes, right now I want it to look like that. And right now we need to make a flex, and it's going to be placed horizontally. But what I'm wondering here, you see how the travel got here is changing, but I want it to be fixed. Let me go here to my navbar to fix that bug here. No way, again those typos here. It needs to be fixed, not fixed there. So right now, great. Okay, you see the navbar is as I wanted it to be. Great. And when I click here, when I go to my reservations, you see I click on reservations and this model disappears. And when I go back to my home page, I'm again on my home page. Okay, let me finish here the popular locations. Let me go back here to my cart. I can close the other components, and let me finish it here. Then below that I'm going to have a div which is going to have an h2 with the place num of places to stay, and below I'm going to have a paragraph here, discover the best hotel or apartment for your adventurous journey with a dot. Let me write here the class name for the div, flex call gap4 p4. Class name is going to be text center, text2, excel, text slate 800, font semibold. And for the paragraph I'm going to have again some styling, text center, margin top of 2, text LG, text slate 700. Let me go here, and I need to make it flex horizontally. So we need to go here to the parent, and here I need to write some styling. Class name is going to be flex wrap, item center, and gap of 14. You see right now it is looking great. You see how for how little time right now our page is looking great. We have here the best hotels and the footer left for our home page. So let me go here to the best hotels, and let me start typing the logic here. We're going to have here a div with an h5 of export top. Let me again write here the CSS for the topmost element, h4 width full and my of 36. Then class name is going to be h4, width is going to be 5/6, mx auto, flex call, justify start. Oops. Then for the h5 I'm going to have a text of 20 pixel, BG blue of 500, text of white, rounded is going to be full, and p4, and width is going to be max here. Below the h5 we're going to have an h2 with the best hotels. Class name is going to be text for Excel, text slate is going to be 800, font bold, m top of 6, and margin bottom of 12. Then I'm going to have here a div, the class name of flex wrap, items center, gap 14 pixel, 14 which is 56 pixel. And here again I'm going to have a data which I'm going to map through. Right now I'm just going to comment it because we need to write our data. I can place the data, I think it's more thematically correct to place it here, but I'm going to leave it here, it's not that big of a deal. Name is going to be Arabian Paradise. We're going to have an image image underscore 1. Price is going to be just some arbitrary price, 324 and half and 50 cent. Category is luxury. Come on, luxury. Reviews is going to be 4.7 and location is going to be Dubai, UAE. Okay, I'm going to go to my GitHub, just copy the data. You see how is the structure, because we're going to have several elements here. I can freely go to my GitHub repositories, go to Travel App UI, source, components, base hotels, and here I can freely copy that dummy data. You can go to my GitHub and copy it as well. I'm going to place it here, and I'm going to copy the images as well. Let me place the images, and right now we need to map through the data you see here with the name, image, price, category, reviews, and location. And place index is going to be literally the same structure as the previous component, the popular locations, and I'm going to have again a cart with the index as a key, and we pass the place as props. Here I'm going to have cart.jsx, rfc, cart, place, and let me write here the JSX for this component. This is going to be a link again on the topmost element. href is going to be for the details, so /details/1. Right now it is static. Later we're going to have the ID dynamic, of course, when we start writing the API logic and when we start creating. Then I'm going to have class name is going to be h is going to be 500 pixel, which is going to be 350 pixel, flex wrap, rounded pixel, cursor pointer, transition all, shadow empty, and hover shadow large. When you hover, I want it to be with a different shadow. Then I'm going to have a div with the class name of relative. H is going to be 2/3 and width is going to be 4. Image, and let me import the image component. Is going to have a source of place.image. Class name is going to be h4, width4, overflow of hidden, rounded again TL pixel, and rounded on the top right corner pixel object cover. It's a lot similar to our card, but it has some differences. That's why I have it on a different place. And Auth, here we can write the Auth locations image. Below that image right now, I'm going to have the div with place.location, and the class name is going to be absolute right 0 bottom 0 p4 bg blue 700 text white around it TL pixel font symbol. Below this div, below that div and this div here, I'm going to have the data. I can write a comment just for it to be easier to separate those two. And this div here is going to have a class name of widthful, flex column, gap of 4, and p of 4. Then I'm going to have here a div, a class name of margin top of 2, flex justify between, item center. H2 is going to be with the place.name. Class name is going to be text left, text 2XL, text late is going to be 800, and font semi-bold. Below the H2, I'm going to have a span, AI fill star, color is going to be white. Last name is going to be P of 2, rounded 4, beach blue of 100, text of white, flex item center, and gap is going to be 2. Below this I'm going to have the span with the place.reviews. Class name is going to be text of white. And below those two spans here and below the div here I'm going to have the price and reviews. The price and reviews are going to contain class name is going to be margin top of 6, flex justify between item center. And inside I'm going to have the span with the class name of text slate 600. Format is we're going to install that library. Format is going to be place.price, and here cow is going to be in US. I want to format the price with the dollar sign, and this library is from currency formatter, so npm I currency formatter, and we're going to import it. Import format from currency formatter. Let me refresh the page, and here you see it's almost ready. Here when I refresh the page I see my model is here. Maybe I forgot to remove the true default value for the model. Let me close here the pages because I want it to be a little bit more organized when I look at it. And here, yes, default is going to be false value. Below that span I want to have, or actually let me see, yes, inside the span I want to have another span which is going to be per night here. Class name is going to be ml of 2, and below those two spans I want to have a button with the text of book. Class name is going to be cursor pointer, and py of 2, px of 6, text white, and bg blue of 500. Let me see right now how it's looking. It is looking great. I really like the UI that they have designed. I'm not a UI developer, I'm a web developer of course, but it's still looking great. And for the home page we just need to finish with the footer, and we are ready with the UI of the home page, which I would say is the most complex of them all. Of course the admin dashboard is complex too, but we're going to write the admin dashboard on a later stage of our application. Class name is border relative h full, width full, and margin top of 32. Then inside the div I'm going to have class name is going to be py of 12, h4 width is going to be 5/6, mx auto, flex item center, justify between. Inside the div I'm going to have again another div with the h2 of about the app. Class name is going to be here flex of 1, flex, and then flex of 1, flex call, and gap is going to be 4. Below the h2 we're going to have a paragraph tag with the lorem ipsum dummy text, just like this. Let me just split it on several lines because as you see the text is huge. It's just for UI purposes. Below that div here I'm going to have another div which is going to have the class name of flex, flex of 1, flex column, and gap of 4. h2 is going to be with contacts, span is going to be with phone, and here some, but it's not even a random phone, it's 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. Span again with the YouTube of my YouTube channel, so web dev mania. Below that span I'm going to have another span with the GitHub web dev mania, my GitHub, and this is for that div. Below the div I'm going to have another div which is going to have h2 of location. Span is going to be with the continent, Europe, again the span, country Bulgaria, another span, current location Bulgaria. I live in Bulgaria and this is information that is true. Class name is going to be flex, flex of 1, flex column, and gap of 4. Let me see the footer, how it is looking. Here you see the footer, why it's like. I'm here in my GitHub. I can just copy my footer because it's only UI logic, that's why I don't copy functionality. Here, oops, the difference is here inside the H, mail this, and right now let me see how it's looking. Yes, I want it to look like that. And here you see how my home page is looking. It's looking very beautiful. It is a pleasure to my eye to see it. Okay, we're ready with the home page. The next part, the next page of our application is going to be the details page. I want when I click here to see the details page, but right now, as you see, 404, this page could not be found. Let's start developing the details page. Let me close the components, open my details page, and here I have the page.jsx, and it is going to be, oops, I need to have the Latin alphabet with the ID, and then I'm going to place the page inside the ID. That's why we could not see it. Right now, you see the details here. We're already there, so let me start writing the logic. I'm going to details. Let me remove this, add another div. And I think it would be wiser first to start typing the logic that we have. Let me make it use client, and I want to get the ctx from here, const id ctx.params.id, const selected star set selected star is going to be equal to 5 initially. Then const show model. Here we're going to have a book model. It's going to be with a very interesting functionality and libraries, set to false, and const swiper element ref is going to be with the use ref of no initially. Then const handle show model is going to be set show model to true, and then const handle hide model is going to be set show model previous to false. Then use effect, and inside the use effect I'm going to have swiper element ref dot current dot add event listener. I think I have copied that from the documentation, swiper progress, and I don't even need, wait, just delete the use effect. It's something that we don't need to write. It doesn't provide any functionality, my bad. Here inside the div, I'm going to write with the class name, is going to be dynamic, so min age screen with full margin top of 24, and here show model is going to be with the overflow of hidden. Class name here is going to be age full 3/4, and mx is going to be auto. Inside that div I'm going to have another div, you know me, and then another div which is going to have class name of, which is going to be full, height is going to be 750 pixel, overflow is going to be hidden, and mx is going to be auto. Inside the div, this is going to be for the images. If we have one image, we are not going to see the arrows that we can navigate through the different images, but we have more than one image, so 2 or more, then we're going to navigate through the different images. Class name here is going to be width of full, height of full, and then swiper container, just like that. As you see, this element is going to have inside the opening tag is going to have a swiper element ref. Swipes per view is going to be 1 and navigation equals true. Then swiper slide. Inside the swiper slide I'm going to have image with the source of hotel image 1. Class name is going to be height of 750 pixel with a full object of cover, and let me make that on several lines. And I want to copy this and have another image. This is going to be only for the UI purposes for now. When we fetch the data from the server, we're going to display it dynamically. We're going to see how we're going to do that. And right now I see that hotel image 1 is not defined. Let me import that. Here let me delete the use effect. Import hotel underscore image 1 from dot slash public, come on, dot slash public slash asset slash hr underscore 1 dot jpg hotel image 2, just like that. And you see here how the image is looking. It's looking great. Of course, right now we don't see the arrows. Why we don't see it? Let me show you. Here, inside the page.jsx, if I'm not mistaken, or actually we can write it instantly here inside the details. Here we need to import one function which is called register. Inside, like this. In this register function is coming from import register from wiper slash element slash bundle. So as you see here, we can navigate through the different images. I think this animation is super cool. I personally liked it a lot. And you see how on the left side this arrow is disabled because we have no more images going back. But here I have an image. When I click here, it's the opposite. Here it is disabled, and here on the other side it's not disabled. I personally like this animation and CSS a lot, how they have written it. Okay, let me see what else we have here. We have a few things to write, don't worry, we're going to be entertained. Let's finish the other part of the JSX. Here we're going to have a div which is going to have a class name. Just let me move my microphone. Which is going to have a class name of margin top of 12, px of 6, width of 4, flex items center, and justify between. Then we're going to have the h2, which is going to have the text inside of Arabian Paradise. This is going to be the title of our hotel. And the class name is going to be font bold and text for Excel. Below the h2, I'm going to have a div which is going to have a span first. The span is going to contain the AI view star with the color of white, and below the span of 4.7. Then the class name here is going to be text white, and the span here, the class name is going to be p of 2, px of 4, text of 22 pixel, rounded 4, bg blue of 600, text of white, flex items center, and gap of 2. And I can again move it onto the next line just for you to see more of the class name, like that. And let me see, oops, not the OBS, but how my page is looking like. Okay, you see here the 4.7. Great. Here we need to write the details. I mean, from the details, what is the price, does it have Wi-Fi, and some stuff here. And below we're going to have the review section. So let me finish here the topmost section, and then the bottom section is going to be for the reviews. Let me continue here. Below this div here, we're going to have another div with the class name of margin top of 16, px of 6, flex item center, and gap is going to be of 8. Then I'm going to have 4 spans. We can copy them like that. And in this span, I'm going to have CI location on, and then Dubai UAE. Here in that span, I'm going to have format, and we're going to format the price here. UCAO is going to be again that one from the EN US, and here slash a night. So here the price slash night. Below, I'm going to have 2 FA bet, and here I'm going to have 3 FA Wi-Fi. So we need to import those icons here. Import from React icons, React icons CI, then import the FA bet, so import FA bet from React icons FA, and then let me import the FA Wi-Fi. We can import it straight from here. FA Wi-Fi. Let me see how my page is looking. Format is not defined. Yes, we have not imported it. Let me import it from the currency formatter. And here it is. Yes, we need to apply the CSS. Let me go back here, and for this first span, I'm going to write class name is going to be flex item center, gap is going to be 2. And those styles are going to be applied for every span, so we can just copy them and paste them. And I'm going to make them on several lines just to be more readable. And this is how I want it to look like. Yes, it's looking great. Then below that div, I'm going to have the description. And the description is going to be inside a paragraph. So again, it's going to be some war and ipsum, because we have not created from the backend for it to be dynamic and some real data. It's just dummy data. And then for that div, I'm going to have class name of margin top of 16, px of 6, width of 4, flex items and justify between. Then for the paragraph, I'm going to have text Excel, max width of Excel, text slate of 700. And again, I'm going to have here a button which is going to be book, which is going to have the following class names: cursor pointer, rounded LG, UI of 6, UI of 2, PX of 6, text Excel, text white, BG blue of 500. Below, I'm going to have a div which is going to be for the review section. Here, a div which is going to have a class name of border top of 2, border white of 800, px of 6, margin top of 16, and mx of auto. Then the h1 for the reviews, and the class name here is going to be margin top of 16, text of 3XL, font bold. Below the h1, I'm going to have a div, and the div is going to have here an array from array 5 dot keys. So here with that dot keys, we're going to get the index. So the array here is going to look the following way. Like this. This is how the array is going to look like. And here I'm going to map number, and then span, not like a class name, but just the HTML element, the JSX element. And here I'm going to have on click, which is going to be just to select the star, selected star number plus 1. And here I have a class name as well, so let me move it down on several lines. Class name is going to be dynamic here, and if the selected star is equal to the number plus 1, we're going to have the scale to 125, otherwise it would be empty here. And then number plus 1. And below we're going to have AI fill star, size of 22, and color is going to be RGB 59, 130, 246. Let me see right now how it is looking. Okay, here is the button, great, here is the description, and here for the reviews we don't see that. This is because we have not imported it. We're going to see it probably if I refresh the page. Probably I have not. Okay, I'm just going to continue and then I'm going to see. It's probably something very into here I need to cause the keys like this. It's a method. So right now, yes, right now we see it. I was very confused initially why we don't see it. Okay, so margin top of 8, flex item center, and gap of 6 pixel. This is how it is looking. And then when I select, of course we need to have a transition as well. So let me write the transition, and we have some other styling. So cursor pointer, flex item center, gap of 2, and transition. Oh, let me move it down, and here we can obviously see which one of the stars is selected. This is the point of it, of the scale 125. Then let me start writing the input element, the post button, and to display for now the UI of the reviews. Let's go. Below the div here, I'm going to have another div which is going to contain an input with the type of text. Placeholder is going to be leave your opinion ... and the class name is going to be outline none. Below that I'm going to have a button, oops, with the post here, and the class name is going to be cursor pointer, rounded LG, py of 2, px of 6, text of pixel, text white, bg blue of 500. And let me apply here for the div class name, margin top of 8, flex item center, gap of 28, border rounded LG, py of 4, px of 6, and width of max. Let me see how it's looking. Yes, looking great. I like the design a lot. And we can make a hover here. Let me make a hover to bg blue 400. Yes, you see here the hover. And we can apply transition for it just to not be instantaneous. Transition, oh. Yeah, there's a slight transition. Great. And here, let me write the UI for the review section. For the review here, I'm going to have a margin div with the margin top here, a class name of margin top of 16, flex column, gap of 24, and width of 1/3. Then inside I'm going to have a div with another div with an image here, which is going to be here person underscore image. And below that div, I'm going to have another div which is going to contain the data. So the name of the user, what was the review, the star, the text, etc. So I'm going to have an h3 with the name John Doe. Below I'm going to have a span which contains 2 minutes ago. Below the span I'm going to have a div with the best hotel in Dubai, and then span with 5 here, and AI fill star. Size is going to be 22, color is going to be RGB 59, 130, 246. And let me start typing here the CSS. So for the CSS, I'm going to have in this div a class name of width of 4, flex gap of 4. Then class name is going to be 14, height of 14. Class name is going to be width of 4, age of 4, object cover, and rounded 4. Then inside I'm going to have for the h3 class name is going to be font semi-bold, and text is going to be 20 pixel. For the span I'm going to have class name of text slate 700, and class name is going to be here margin top of 4, text slate of 800. And for the span, class name ml of photo, flex item center, and gap of 2. Let me see right now how the page is looking. Person image is not defined. That's correct. We need to import it. Let me just copy the name. Import person image from dot slash public slash asset slash, and here I'm going to pick that image. And here it is. We can move this, I would say, to a different component just to make our component less cluttered. And here is going to be the review. Let me go here to the page. Let's make the review.jsx, rfc, and let me paste it here. Let me, copy this, the image, copy the AI fill star, and right now it would look the same. Of course, I need to import that. So review, come on, load faster. Failed to construct image. Yes, I have not imported the image. Right now it's imported. I don't think we have to import anything else. And here you see it. And of course our component is a little bit cleaner. Let me copy and paste it 3 more times just to see how it's looking like. Yes, it's looking great. And for the details page, this is it, but we still have one more thing which is in the details page but not directly, which is the model to book the hotel. Imagine that you want to book it right now. You see the date that I'm filming it, it's 16th of February. Imagine that you want to book it from 16 to 17 to 18, so 2 nights. You need to have here book model so you can book it. Let me go here to the components where it is, and here we have the book model. JSX RFCE, and we're going to write here the logic to be able to book it. Here I'm going to accept one prop which is handle height model, and let me close the footer in the review, and I'm going to place it here. Yes, just here. Model with the handle height model. Great. Here I'm going to have a class name of fixed z of 30, backdrop boor, top of 0, left of 0, min h4, width of 4, and shadow of LG. Div here, class name is going to be bg slate of 100, width of 1/4, rounded LG, absolute, top is going to be 50%, or we can write it to just one half. Left is going to be again 1/2, or just a half. I don't know why I say 1/2. Minus translate, and here it's again x a half, and minus translate y half, and margin padding bottom, not margin but padding bottom of 8. And I'm going to move it on a new line here just to be a little bit more readable. And inside this div here, going to have a third div. Again, some nested divs, I know. Class name is going to be padding of 4, border bottom, border slate of 500, flex items center, justify between. H3 is going to be book your hotel. Class name is going to be font semi-bold, text to Excel, and then below that I'm going to have AI outline close, size of 20 pixel 20. Then class name is going to be cursor pointer, and then on click is going to be handle height model. Below this div, I'm going to have again a div which is going to have a class name of P for flex item center, justify between. H2 is going to have the class name of font semi-bold, text of 20 pixel, Arabian Paradise. Below that I'm going to have a span with the class name of text slate 800, and then the format 325.5.50, and again locale is going to be for the US English, for the US locale I would say, with the dollar sign. Let me right now see how it's looking right now, and we're going to continue with the progress. Okay, you see how here it is blurred, and I can just go here to the book your hotel, and why it's not disappearing? I know why. Because we need to have here show model, and only when it's true it's going to be shown. Okay, and here when I click on the book button, I have not write it here, so handle show model, make it here on a new line. You see here? Yes. Okay, let me continue the development. Below that div, I'm going to have a form which is going to be for the submission, and the form is going to have a class name of P of 4 flex column, and gap of 4. Input is going to be text, class name outline none, P of 2, and rounded LG, and a placeholder would be John. We're going to have, as I see, 2 more here. Just let me move it down. Here, instead of using inputs, I'm not going to need them. And here, let me write date range picker. This is one of the libraries that we're going to use, and here you can see it inside the GitHub. Date range picker. Then I'm just going to see where is the package name. Yes, React date range. npm I React date range. I should have installed it previously, but that's not a big of a deal. I'm going to copy the name of the component, and here import date range picker from React date range. Import empty dependency. Probably when I refresh the page, yes, the error is going to be gone. Cannot read properties of undefined. The mother is I'm just going to copy it from here to avoid any errors. And here, as you saw, we have 2 CSS styles. Let me copy them. I think the error is coming because it's a use client. It must be use client because of the date picker. And here, write those CSS styles, and I'm just going to move it here up so you know how you need to write them. Right now, when I refresh the page, we have no errors. I have the feeling that the error comes because here we have not written the properties that should be there. Let me write const start date is equal to useDate new date. Const end date is going to be equal to useDate, again new date, and let me see here in the GitHub, I should be here like a date range. It should be date range set date range. Oops, and here is equal to useDate an array of new date and new date dot set date is going to be for the new date. I know it's confusing, dot get date plus 7. Here we are getting the days, and when we make plus 7 we are making the date 7 days forward, so 1 week from the current date. So we have the first element is the date right now, and the next element is 1 week after. Then I'm going to need an object which is for the date range picker. Const selection range is equal to an object which has a start date of date range, the first index, the 08 index, the first element, and the end date, which is the first index, the second element. You know, we programmers count from 0. There's a famous meme about that. And the key is selection. I want to calc the difference between the days, because it's by default from the current date to 7 days later. But what if the user wants to pick from the current date to 3 days later, or from the current date to 10 days later? It's up to the user. We just provide some default values to help him. Const calc days div arrow function, oops, curly braces of course, and here const start date is equal to date range of 0, const end date is date range of 1, and then if start date end date const result is going to be equal to math.co new date, oops, here a new date dot get time minus new date start date dot get time divided by the 1000 milliseconds multiplied by 60 multiplied by 60 multiplied by 24, so it becomes into days. This for the milliseconds, for the seconds, for the minutes, and for the hours. That's how we calculate it. It may look complex, it's not complex. And then we return the result. And then for the date range picker, we're going to provide the ranges, here an object and here an array, so the selection range. Below that we're going to have the minimum date, so the new date. This is the date that we cannot go not below but behind this date is the correct word, and disabled dates. For now we're not going to have disabled dates because we have not reserved anything. We're just writing the UI. So I'm going to comment this so I know that I need to write it when we write the server. Just going to comment it, and then on change get here the selection object, and here set date range is going to be selection dot start date selection dot end date. And when I click, do you see how beautiful does this library look like? I personally like it a lot. And here you see those dates are disabled. Here that's the minimum date. This library is incredibly beautiful, at least to me. And here we are ready with the form, but we have to write a few more things. Here inside the div, let me provide first the class name. Class name is going to be PO4, margin top of 4, border top, border slate of 500, flex item sent, justify between. I'm going to have another div with the class name is going to be text slate of 700, flex item center and gap of 2, span format, and here we're going to provide some arbitrary value just for now, so $300, and again the WCAO is going to be for the US. I want it to be displayed in dollars. Below I'm going to have another span with just the letter of X. It's for showing that it's multiplying the price per night to the nights that the user has selected. And here I'm going to provide calc days div just like this. Total price is going to be format 300 multiplied by the calc days div. Of course, is going to be dynamic later, this 300, but for now, as I said several times, we're just writing the UI initially. Class name is going to be text slate of 700 and margin top of 4. Below this div here, I'm going to have another div with the class name of width of full, flex item center, and margin top of 6. Then inside the button, I'm going to have just the submit. And class name is going to be here, width is going to be 3/4, mx of auto, cursor of pointer, rounded LG, py of 3, px of 6, text XL, text white, bg blue of 500, transition all, and hover bg blue of 600. Let me just check now. Oops, cannot read properties reading code. Here we have some problem. I think we have not provided the WCAO, that's why. WCAO and US. Right now, let me see if we have the error. No, we don't. Wow, why is the price so big? Because here is displayed in milliseconds. Let me check the function. It should be not like that. Here, new date, set date. Here, I forgot to type the end date inside the new date here. So now, as you see here, 2 nights is multiplied by 2, 600. Let me select from here to the 29th. Here is the price. You see, multiplied by 13, and here's the total price. And here the bottom. I think it looks great. Let me close this page. We are ready with the details. We are ready with the home page. The next page, I'm thinking about doing the catalog or the reservations. I think the catalog will be a better suit to write first. Let me click here, and the catalog is empty. So let's start typing it. Here, just let me check on the other monitor what we need to have. Okay, let me go here, VS Code, to the catalog. Oops, the div, and here we're going to have class name is going to be manage screen with full. Here class name is going to be relative, height is going to be 3/5, and width is going to be full. We're going to have an image component here. Source is going to be to the image. Class name is going to have brightness of 50, edge screen, width full, and object cover. Import image from // public/assets/ and here just let me check what image do we need to have. Here I need to have the hr1.jpg, and here we're going to have several images, not just that one, but for now let me have that. And yes, this is it. I want below that to write the h3, and here we're going to have the city name, but as I said, it's going to be just some dummy data for now, so I'm just going to type, let's say, Dubai. And here class name is going to be absolute, text 6XL, so it's going to be big, capitalize, font semi-bold, and let me make it this way. Flex item center, justify center, bottom 0, left 0, right 0, top 0, and text white. Here it is. Below that h3 and below that div, I'm going to have an div with the class name here with the relative z of 20 minus, this time minus margin of 12, margin top, height is going to be 4, width is going to be 4, flex call item center. Then we're going to have a form, order, width is going to be 3/3, h is going to be 28, border slate of 500 px of 4, margin padding y of 12. Then I want to have a rounded XL, bg blue of 600, text of white, flex justify between, and items center. And let me see right now, yes, it's looking just as I want it to look. And inside that form, I'm going to have a div. And this div here is going to have class name, flex of column, item center, and gap of 1. And here inside the div, the h3 is going to be for city. This here for the different inputs and different selects that we want to filter the different hotels. And here, just to say hotels and listing, those two words, I'm going to use them interchangeably. So if you get confused, just for you to know. Class name is going to be margin left of 1, text is going to be a hash color of EF, and font is going to be semi-bold. Below the h3, I'm going to have the select element. As you remember here inside the UI, oh, I have not created them. Okay, let me create select.jsx, input.jsx, and button.jsx. I should have written them earlier, but that's not that big of a deal. And here for the UI, let me write here the select. RFCE. Here I'm going to accept data, register, class name. Then const default class name. And here is the default class name, text slate of 400, rounded MD, which is going to be 3/3, outline none, and P of 2. Then I'm going to have a select element, and this select element is going to have here a condition. If we have provided a class name, we're going to use that class name. If not, we're going to use the default one. So we can customize it. If we don't provide anything, we're going to have a default styling. But we can, of course, configure it to have some different stylings that is going to suit our needs. And here register, this is from React hook form. We're going to use React hook form. Let me write ... register. And then for the data, we are going to have data (map) element, and here with a parenthesis instant return. Key is going to be element.value, and then value is going to be element.value. Element.text, and if we have the text, we're going to display the text. Oops, just let me remove that. I don't know why I'm repeating myself. Otherwise, we're going to display the city. This is because the different select data is going to be, oops, not value but city, because we're going to have several dummy data that we're going to use throughout our application. And it's wrong to say dumb data. It's just the data that is going to be for our cities and our stuff. And that's why I have written that way. If you get confused, you're going to see from the arrays that we are going to use why we have written this. Just for now, if you are confused, write like that. And the select, UI select, let me go back here to the catalog page, and then data is going to be option locations, and class name is going to be the following class name. Oops. Text blue is going to be 800, P of 2, rounded Excel, outline, none, capitalize. Just let me format it. And below that, the div is going to have here a class name of flex column, item center, and gap of 1. H3 is going to have price, class name is going to be margin L of 1, text is going to be the EF, font same bold, and below that I'm going to have a div with the class name of flex, item center, and gap of 2. Oops. And here I'm going to have several input, which is going to be, oops, I have not written here the RFC and the logic. Input, like that. Type is going to be number. Placeholder is going to be min.price. And class name is going to be text blue 800, P of 2, rounded Excel, and outline none. And for that input we are going to have similar values. Type is going to be number. Placeholder is going to be max.price, and class name is going to be text blue of 800, P of 2, rounded Excel, and outline none. Below those two divs here, I'm going to have another div, and that div is going to have here a class name of flex.co, items, start, and gap of 1. The type of hotel, class name ML of 1, text is going to be EF, and font CM bold. And let me place it again on a new line. I like to split them on several lines just to be more readable, because readable code is one of the most important things. Then below that I'm going to have a select with the data, which is going to be option types, and class name is going to be text blue of 800, P of 2, rounded Excel, and outline none. Again, my lovely tactic of splitting it on several lines. And below this div here I'm going to have a button. In this button I need to write the code here. Here have I written it for the input? Okay, let me write here for the UI logic. First I'm going to write the input. The input is going to accept a type, type, placeholder, register, class name, ID is right now undefined, and step is undefined. And let me first write the default class name, which is going to be equal to text slate of 400, rounded mg, which is going to be 2/3, outline none, and p of 2. Then the input is going to have the type that we pass through props. Oops, what happened here? Class name is going to be, if we have the class, if we pass a class name, we're going to use it. Otherwise, we're going to use the default one here. Default class name, placeholder. Placeholder is going to be placeholder. Step is going to be equal to the step. If it's a number, if we want to have some limit, ID is going to be ID, and register just for the React hook form. Right now, we just pass it like that. Later, we're going to use it. And the button, we're going to accept disabled, disabled, label, and a class name. Again, here we're going to have const default class name, which is going to be 2/3, bg blue of 500, text of white, p of px of 4, py of 2, rounded dot excel, disabled is going to be bg blue 700, and here button, the button tag is going to have disabled here that property that we pass from props, and the class name, you know, the similar thing that we have done. If we have a class name from props, we are going to use it, otherwise we use the default one. And for the text, we are going to have the label here, and not just the label actually. If it's disabled, we're going to use here a clip loader with a size of, size of 16. Otherwise, we're going to use that label. And again, let me split that so it's more readable. And that spinner, which we are going to install just now, is from the library. Just let me see for a second. It is from a React loader spinner. Okay, let me go back to VS Code, npm I React loader spinner, and let me import it while it's installing. Clip loader from React loader spinner. Let me refresh the page. What error do we have? Here probably because I have not imported it. No problems. Button. And for the button, here I'm going to pass disabled as false just for now. Of course, later is going to be all dynamic. Label is search, and class name is going to be the following: margin top of 6, px of 6, padding y of 2, text is going to be 20 pixel, bg of white, text blue of 600, rounded XL, transition O, and hover is going to be bg ef. That's it. Below the form, I'm going to have a div with the following class name. So class name is going to be width of 4, margin top of 36, flex wrap, so it doesn't go horizontally like that and overflow our page on the x-axis. Justify center, item center, and gap of 14. And here we again going to have some dummy data. So data dot map place index cart, and here I pass the index as a key and place. And this card we are going to import it from the best hotels. Let me see, yes, this card exactly. And the data, let me go here, data is an array, and here the objects name is going to be we can just copy paste it from the best hotels. Let me go here, best hotels. Here just copy paste is basically the same array. It is the same array. And here just the image is different. So let me go back to the best hotels. And let me actually move the images just here on the top. For now, create context only works in client components. Oh yes, here I need to have use client. Okay, here it is loading, and here you see how it is looking. The UI is looking great. Here we can filter through the price, here for the city, and here for the type of hotel. As I said several times, it is only for the UI. When we set up the backend and when we connect the backend to our frontend, it's going to look amazing. And you see here how our navbar is going behind those cards. I find that annoying. Let me go to the navbar and let me change the Z to 50. Yes, it should look like that. So change the navbar Z index from 20 to 50. The last page I think is going to be here the reservations. that we need to write. So the reservations is going to be, it's not going to be complex to say the least. It's going to be just a normal page. Just let me see how the code is going to look like. Let me start. If you go here to reservations, here I'm going to need another card. I'm writing it from now. And on the topmost div is going to be margin top of 24, px of 16, min age screen, and width is going to be 4. Then this div here is going to have age of full, width of full, flex column. And again, we are going to map through the data. I'm going to comment that, and below, actually only this is it. Okay, in the data right now, let me write it as a dummy data. I would say const data is equal to, it is going to be quite similar like the previous. Here, while I was not filming the video, I created that array. Just let me remove those two. Yes, and you see here, I have an ID. I've just generated it randomly. It's a dummy data, as you know. Here, the listing ID of 1, a listing image. Here, I have gotten it from the public assets, hotel room underscore 1, location Dubai, name Arabian Paradise, start date, and date. Doing that, yes, we get the day of the month plus 5. This means that we are getting the current date plus 5 days. So 5 days forward. The days difference 5, and price per night is 500. And right now, let me map through the data. Here we have the hotel cart. Let me remove this extra parentheses. Here the key would be hotel.id and hotel. And actually we should name that place, not hotel. And right now let me refresh the page. We see nothing. Okay. It's obvious why we see nothing, because we have written nothing here inside the cart. Okay. Here that div is going to receive the class name of flex column. And here, just let me remove that. We need to get the hotel here. And let me name it hotel. I got confused because I thought I was importing the card from another component, but we have here a separate card. So here you can name it hotel, and we get hotel here. Then I'm going to have a link here. And here an href of details slash, and let me place just the reservation. Or I can make it dynamic, because here we have the listing ID, hotel.listing ID. Then inside that link, I'm going to have an image. The image component is going to be hotel.image. The class name is going to be rounded XL, shadow XL, and here the height is going to be 200, width is going to be 300. Then below that link here, I'm going to have a div, and div is going to have the class name of p of 2, margin top of 2, flex column, and gap of 4. Span. Inside here we're going to have the location, so hotel.location, and the class name is going to be font symbol, as well as text watch. Let me see right now how it's looking if I refresh the page. Okay. Then below that span, I'm going to have another span, which is going to have the hotel.name. And again, we are going to have some classes here. Oh, actually, we don't have here, so we don't do anything. Below that span, I'm going to have a div, and inside that div here, I'm going to have a span, which format the price. It's going to format the date, actually, not the price. And here, it's again the format function, but not from currency formatter, but from another library. Let me install it. npi I date /fns. click enter and it's going to be installed. And while it's installing, I'm going to import it. Import format from date fns, and here we're going to have the reservation dot start date do, and here with lowercase the years. If I when the page is refreshed, I'm going to see how it's looking, and here it's not reservation but hotel. Yes, here is the date formatted. Let me apply some CSS here just to make it less prevalent, to not be like that black color. And here just a grayish color, yes, just to not make it that obvious. Let me copy that, paste it, and here for the end date. Let me see here the end date, invalid time value. Don't we have here an end date? Probably I need to make it such. So right now, are we going to have that bug when the page is refreshed? Invalid time value. Okay, I'm just going to place the same value. It's a dummy data. When it's dynamic, we're not going to have such problems. Yes. And this div here have some space. Wait, between those two spans we need to have here a dash, not 0 but a dash, with the class name of px of 2. And yes, it's looking great. Of course it's the same date, but as I told you, it's just static data. When we make API requests and stuff, it's not going to be like that, so don't have any worries. Below that span and that div here, I'm going to have the total price. So total price is going to have here the $sign and the hotel dot days difference multiplied by hotel dot price per night. Yes. And below that we're going to have a button which is going to have the cancel text, and the class name is going to be width of full, py of 2, bg rate of 500, text of white, rounded excel, transition O, and hover bg rate 400. Let me see. Ooh, that's super big. Why it's like that? Here it should be with full. Let me not make it with full, but let me make it width of, let's say, 24. Let me see how it's looking. Here, have I forgot to write something? It's with full. I'm going to make it 48. Let me see. Why it's behaving like that? Here I change the styling to width of 300 pixel and the height to mean height. And when you wonder, you can hover like that, and here it should be min height full. Yes, like that. And here we are ready with the UI. I can just copy paste this several times just to see how it's looking like. Here the div should be not column but should be flex wrap, and we need to have a gap, let's say, of 12. Yes, it's looking great. Then the next part of the UI, actually we have just to write the authentication pages, and we are ready with the UI. Let me go to sign up. Right now inside the sign up we have nothing, I think, or yes, we just have the sign up. And you see, we don't see the navbar and the footer, because let me go back to VS Code. Here, not in the layout but in the layout provider, I have written this piece of logic which removes from the sign up and the login the navbar and the footer, which is what I have intended. And the next part, of course, is to write typing the sign up. Let's go. Use client, and here we're going to have a div, another div, and let me start typing the CSS. Relative h screen width of full. Class name is going to be again relative h full, and width is going to be full. And here I'm going to have an image with the source of Dubai. Class name is going to be brightness 50, height of full, width of full, object cover. Let me make that again on several lines. And here let me remove that F, again those typos. Sometimes when you make a typo, it takes quite a lot of time to see it. Fortunately this time I saw it instantly. And let me import the image, import Dubai from public asset Dubai. Here the div, I'm going to have here a class name which is going to be height of 450 pixel, width is going to be 400, bg white, absolute, top is going to be a half, the left is going to be again half, minus translate x half, and again minus translate to be able to center it correctly, again a half, and rounded LG. Let me make that again on several lines. Here I'm going to have an H2 with the text of create an account. The H2 is going to be with the following class name, text center, PO4, font semi-bold, text slate is going to be 800, text of 2XL, border B, and here border slate of 500. Below that H2 I'm going to have a form which is going to have here the following class name: margin top of 12, flex call, width of full, and gap of 8. The input here is going to be the following, so let me import here the input component. And let's start. Here I'm going to have the class name, which is going to be width of half, mx of photo, outline is going to be none, border slate of 400, py of 1, px of 3, rounded mg, focus, border slate of 600. Below that I'm going to have a type of text, and placeholder is going to be John 123. Let me copy the input and paste it 3 more times. Here the type is going to be an email, so it's going to be johndoe@gmail.com, and here the type is going to be password with the placeholder of just the asterisk because it's a password. And lastly here we're going to have a button. Let me import again the button UI. Is going to have the class name of width is 3/4, margin top of 12, mx of photo, cursor is going to be pointer, rounded LG, py of 2, px of 6, text XL, text is going to be white, bg blue of 500, transition O, and hover is going to be bg blue of 600. I know we have a lot of class names here, that's what happens when you write CSS. And we have a label here, just let me write the label prop below, and it's going to have the text of submit. Let me check right now in the inputs here why we don't see them properly. I haven't touched anything and the inputs popped up on the screen, but there's one thing that we need to do. We need to center them. Let me go back here and let me write items center. Okay, right now they are centered, but yes, they should be full height according to me. width, and here let me select them with full. Let me see right now how they look. They look great, as I wanted them to look. Okay, we are ready with the sign up page. Let us go to the login. Here's the login page. Let me close the others and let me start. First, I'm going to make them a CRUD component. Then I'm going to have another div, and here let me first write the styling. Yes, the styling. Relative, age is going to be screen, and width is going to be full. Then class name is going to be relative, age full, and width full. Then the image is going to have here a source of parish. Class name is going to be the following. So class name, brightness 50, height full, width full, object cover, and an alt tag, logins image. Sometimes I forget to write the alt tags. It's a good practice to write them. It's a very good practice to write them for search engine optimization. And not everyone on the internet is, like, how can I say it? Not everyone has an excellent health for the eyes or the ears, and it's very good to take measures to make the internet accessible to everyone. So if you develop websites for production, make them accessible to everyone, not for the majority of the people. Then below that, I'm going to have a div, and this div is going to have a class name of height is 350 pixel, width is going to be 350 pixel, bg of white, absolute, top is again going to be a half, left is going to be again half, and you know the usual scheme that we do. Then translate x a half and translate y half and rounded lg. Just let me make it again on a new line like that. And here the h2 log into your account, and here the class name is going to be text center gap of p of 4, not gap, padding of 4 on all sides, font is going to be semi-bold, text slate of 800, text of 2XL, border b, and border slate of 500. Below that, we're going to have the form, and the form is going to receive the following styles: margin top of 8, flex of column, width of full, and gap is going to be 8. And here we're going to have the input component. Class name is going to be width of full, mx of photo, outline is going to be none, border slate of 400, py of 1, px of 3, rounded mg, focus border slate of 600. Type is going to be email, placeholder is going to be john@gmail.com. Then I'm going to copy that, paste it, the type is going to be password, and here the placeholder is just going to be asterisk. And here we're going to have a button as well. The button is going to have the label of login. Below that it's going to have the submit. It's more correct to have the submit. And here the class name is going to be width of 2/3, mx of photo, cursor of pointer, rounded lg, py of 2, px of 6, text XL, text white, bg blue of 500, transition O, cover bg blue 600. And let me see how it's looking. I think it would be more appropriate to make it a half, like that. Let me refresh the page. It's bigger. And why doesn't it? Yes, it has the cursor pointer, but I want to make the width smaller, so it's going to be 1/3, let's say. Why the button is not receiving that? Let me check here inside the sign up, and width is going to be 3/4 that way. Okay, I'm going to leave it like that, it's not that big of a deal. Let me close it, and I think we are ready with the UI. The next part is going to write our next Auth logic and to write our Prisma logic as well. Let me go back here to VS Code, here to the source, and first I suggest you that we write the Prisma models, and then we go to Next Auth to write the login and the register logic. Let's install Prisma. Prisma is going to be our object relational mapping tool, or for short ORM. Activity port clip loader, we're going to fix that when we need. We don't need that right now. Oops, I need to write npm run def. I closed my server. And while it's initializing, I'm going to type here npm I Prisma and Prisma slash client. Those two dependencies are going to be needed for Prisma. Okay, let me again open my development server because I close it. Here it is. Okay, while it's loading, here the Prisma. Okay, it's loaded, and let me go here to make a file, which is going to be folder, which is going to be Prisma, and here prisma.ts. Here, wait, here is schema.prisma, my bad, I'm looking at other thing. Here we need to write generator Prisma, generator client, and then provider is going to be equal to Prisma client.js, yes, exactly this one. Then data source db, provider, we're going to use MongoDB for our application, so MongoDB, and URL is going to be env database URL. Right now we have no environmental variables, we're just going to create them after I write my schema. Then model user is going to have here, just let me close this, an ID string, and here ID default auto map, here underscore ID, because Prisma accepts only ID just like that, but for MongoDB it need to be underscore ID. So when we retrieve something from MongoDB or Prisma, the ORM tool is going to be with just the .id, but oops, the .id, just ID, but in our database it's going to be underscore ID. This is what this map means. Let me delete that, a space here, and here we're going to have db.object, come on, object ID, then username string, and here unique, then email string, and here unique. Then again password, we're going to have just a string, we don't want unique to be applied to the password. Is admin is going to be a boolean, and by default we're going to have it false. Created at is going to be date time with the default now. This means that when we create the user, it's going to take the current date and apply it to the created at field. Updated at is going to be get date time, and the default is going to be, we're not going to have a default, but it's going to be updated at. And then we're going to have reservations, reservation, and here reviews, review. The next model is going to be the listing model, so model listing, curly braces, and let's begin typing it. It's again here ID string, ID default auto map underscore ID, and here db.object ID, then name string, then location string, type string, desk string, price per night is going to be a number, a float to be more exact, because it could be, let's say, $100.20 or 30 cents. It's not a whole number. It's here, it's going to be a whole number, so here we type int. then has free Wi-Fi, boolean, image URLs is going to be an array of strings, and here reviews, review array, and then reservations, reservation array. Then the model reservation, curly braces like that, ID, string, ID, default auto, map underscore ID, and db.object ID. Start date is going to be a date time, end date is going to be date time as well. Charge ID, which is going to be related to Stripe. Right now, don't worry about that. I'm going to, when we set up the API, we're going to set up Stripe. It's going to be quite interesting for the Stripe, trust me. We're going to have days difference, which is going to be again a whole number, so we type int, and then reserved dates, which is going to be an array of integers, and the default is going to be an empty array. Then listing ID, string, and here db.object ID, and user ID is going to be a string of db.object ID. Then dot listing, and here listing relation fields, and here listing ID, references, and here on delete cascade. Then user relation fields, user ID, references ID, on delete, in here cascade. Model review, ID string ID, map underscore ID, db.object ID, then text string stars int, and then here we have the listing ID. We need to have the review related to the listing on which it was left and on the user who made the review. Here for the listing, it's going to be string at db.object ID, and here user ID string db.object ID. Below we're going to have the created and updated at. So for the created at, date time, and here default now. Then updated at, date time, default, or not default, just updated at. And in here listing relation fields. Here is going to be listing ID, references ID, and on delete cascade. Then user relation fields, and here is going to be user ID, then references ID, on delete cascade. We are ready with our models. Here we need to have inside, just to see, to be sure 100%, here inside we're going to have several other folders here, lib and utils. Those are going to be the folders that we're going to need. And here the Prisma that I have just created. Here the lib is going to, the difference between the lib and the utils folder you have seen in the projects. Utils are more of a general functions that helps us, and lib is more specific to the project. That's the difference. For the lib you have some generic things. For the lib, as I told you, more project related functions and files. And I want to start here with the lib. db.ts. Here I'm not writing TypeScript, but just for this file. Import Prisma client from Prisma/client. Declare global is going to be var Prisma client, or undefined. It's going to be one of the two. And this file we're going to write it because, you know, when we write code in React or Next.js, there's a hot reload, and if we don't have that file, it's going to create several instances of the Prisma, and it's going to get quite messy, to be honest. It's going to be quite messy. That's why we write that file. Const db is equal to global this.prisma or new Prisma client. So this checks if we have already have the global variable Prisma, then we don't need to create it. But if it's undefined, then we're going to create new. And then if process.env.node_env is not equal to production, global this dot Prisma is equal to the db, and then export default db. Then we're going to have, okay, right now for this is okay. I think it's going to be good if we write some functions inside our utils, which is going to be for our Next.js API because we're going to use them soon. And then I want to have for the toast.js. Right now for the Axios it's going to be just a simple function. It's going to simplify our API callings from the front end. Oops. We need to install it, so npm axios const base URL is going to be http://localhost 3000/API/ and here const Axios API is equal to axios.create and here base URL. Export default Axios API. Let me close this file. For toast is going to be here use client, import toaster from react hot toast. Oops. And here const toast is equal to arrow function return toaster. npm react hot toast. It's a UI library that gives us notifications. So when we make a certain user actions, let's say we create a reservation or we leave a review or we couldn't leave review because of an error, is going to give us the proper notification, and I personally like the UI of this library a lot. Here it should be uppercase and we export default the toast. That's how I'm going to do that. And we're going to import this into the layout. Just let me go to the layout so we have it. It's going to be here on the above, here toast, like that. Let me close that. We are ready here with the DB and here with the schema. So right now, let me go to GitHub, to MongoDB, not GitHub, my bad, and let us log in into MongoDB. If you have no account in MongoDB, just register. It's very simple. Here, sign in, and here I'm going to type my credentials, and I'm going to then show you how we are going to create the database and how we can sync it with Prisma. Here we are in the MongoDB. Let me click on projects, new project, travel, booking, app, YouTube. Next. Create project. Loading project overview, create. Here, of course, we're going to choose the free version, and here I think it's recommended because I'm geographically closest to Frankfurt. Create. Here I'm just going to have username and password. For that demo project, I don't want to make a complex password. For production projects, make the most complex password and username that you could possibly imagine and remember. Here for the IP address, I'm going to write just the zeros. 3 0 or 4 zeros, yes. Finish and close, go to overview, and here I want the Auth UI. Okay, while it's doing its thing here, I'm going to create a .env file here, .env, and the URL is database URL. Let me copy it, paste it here, connect, compass, copy here the URL, paste it, and here with the paste for the from the brackets, I have made the username and the password the same. So just write your password. I don't know what password you have written. Right now I want to restart my server. I remember that I need to restart my server. I may be wrong, but I need to restart my server before pushing my Prisma modules inside MongoDB. And here, let me refresh the page. And while it's refreshing here, I have copied that piece of code. I can just not save it. And here it is npx prisma db push, and here is the location inside our file system from our current location. So it's basically /src prisma /schema.prisma. Right now click enter, and we're going to push our models from this file. Oops, here, what is the error? The provide we have not written our wait. Here into the env file, here it should be after the slash we should write test. Then after we make changes to our env, of course we need to restart our development server. While it's doing its thing here, let me again paste this command and push the changes. If we see right now, if we fix the error, yes, I will access, and it should be done. Let me go here to my database, browse collections, and here are the collections. So we know that we have pushed from our file to our MongoDB. Great. Let me make so now we need to make the register functionality. We want to make the login and the next node, but in order for the login to work, we need to have a registered user. And the register functionality, as you know, it's super simple. Let me go here, and here inside our API, I'm going to create a register folder, and here we're going to have an auth.js, and then import db from // or actually /lib/db, then import next response, and lastly import bcrypt.js from bcrypt.js, and let me install it. So npmi bcrypt.js. JS is used for hashing passwords. Export async function post request const body is equal to await request.json. It's quite different from Node.js. That's how you get the body from Next.js. Is different, as you see. And let me wrap it in a try catch block. Return next response.j.error, and here the error. Let me get the values. Email, username, password is going to be equal to body. Then cost is existing is equal to await db.user.findUnique, where email. Then if is existing return next response.error, and here message you've already registered. Oops, registered. And here status is going to be 409. After that, we're going to hash the password. So hashed password is going to be equal to await bcrypt.js.hash password 10, and then await db.user.create data, and here email, username, and then the password is going to be that hashed password. Great, so we have made the register functionality. We can even test it. Let me go here to Postman. I want Postman /register post. Make that bigger, and here username is going to be, let's say, Willy. Email is going to be willy@gmail.com, and password, let's say, password is going to be 123123. Click send. Internal error. What's the problem here? No response. Yes, that's true. We return no response. We need to return response, and here message is going to be user has registered successfully, and then status is going to be 201. Here I'm just going to make the username and the email different. Send. What's the problem right now? We have no errors. I just forgot to write .json. Everything is saved in our DB. So now when I try to save my user in Postman, you see 201 created, user has registered successfully. So we know that the register functionality works. I mean, it's quite simple. I mean, without that many security measures, it's a demo project, you know. Close it. And just to tell you, if you make a production project, it's a good practice to use someone else register functionality. Let's say a service which is related to authentication. Because if you write single-handed authentication, you could make a mistake. Trust someone that has written the code probably more time than you and someone who has more experience than you, and it's probably a couple of developers, it's not just one person. Okay, I digress. Let me make here it's API Auth, and then bracket dot next Auth, and here route.js. Here, as I told you, we're going to use Next.js, a very popular library for authentication, for login specifically. Import Prisma adapter from Next.js / Prisma adapter. Import Next.js from Next.js. Import credentials provider. Credentials provider from Next.js providers credentials. Import bcrypt.js from bcrypt.js, and then import db from libdb. We need to install this here. Let me copy it and npm I. Okay, while it's doing its thing here, export const auth options is equal to. Some people move it to another file, we can move it to another file as well, but right now we're going to type it here. Prisma adapter, and here to db, then providers, credentials provider, name is going to be credentials, and then here an object, email, label, email, and type is going to be text, password, label, password, type is going to be password, then after the credentials we're going to write the function which is called authorize. It is basically the login functionality. So async authorize, here we get the credentials, const email, password is equal to credentials, then const user is equal to await db.user.find unique, and then where email. If the user doesn't exist, throw new error, invalid input. Const is correct pass is equal to await bcrypt.js.compare password user password. Then if this password doesn't exist, this means that the password is wrong, so it's correct password. If that's wrong, throw new error, invalid input. And you see here, for the email and for the password we have the same error message, and this is a very good practice. Do that. And then else const, we take the password away from the user object, and here is the other data, so others, or we can just name it current user and user, and then we return it, return current user. Then here comma session strategy JWT. This means that we're going to use JSON Web Token for authentication and authorization. Secret, right now we have not yet written our JWT secret, we're just going to do it in a second. And then next auth, this is by documentation, it need to be next auth secret. Pages, we're going to have a custom page that we have just written, the login one. sign in, and here slash login, and then we're going to have callbacks, object here, gwt, token, user, not an arrow function, just a function like this. If user exists, token is admin is equal to user is admin, and we return the token. This is going to run when we log in. And the next, the session function is going to run when we call the use session hook. Session token, again, it's not an arrow function, it's just my habit of writing arrow functions. Session dot user dot is admin is equal to token is admin, return session. Const handler is equal to next auth options, and export handler as get, handler as post. Great. We have written our next auth logic. Then we can freely go to our login page and to our register page we're going to go as well. First, let's go to the login and let us write our logic. Here, just a second to navigate myself to that page, to the login one. Here I am. We're going to use React hook forms for handling forms. It's a very, I would say, simple library. You can learn it very easy. And I'm going to tell you just briefly what it does while I'm typing it. If you don't know it, you can just go to documentation or watch someone else's video for 15-20 minutes and you are going to know it. Const register handle submit form state, and here errors. That on several lines is going to be equal to use form resolver dot resolver schema. We're going to have a schema to validate our input fields here, and I need to install React hook form. So use form from React hook form. Let me go here, npm I React hook form, and let me install Zot and the Zot resolver. They are two separate packages. Npm I Zot, and then npm I, where is the Zot resolver? Yes, npm I add hook form slash resolvers. This is the other package that we're going to need. So there, React hook form, Zot, and this one add hook form slash resolvers. Those are going to be the packages that we have just installed. I'm going to write COS just to clean up my console, and here we have imported use form successfully. For the Zot resolver from add hook forms resolver, and here I'm going to make schema.js. For the schema.js, which is going to be pretty simple. We don't have a lot of input fields. From Zot, so we import z from Zot, and then const schema is equal to z.object. Email is going to be z.string .min 1, and here message email is required, and then .email invalid email address. Password is going to be z dot again string .min here 6, and then message password must be at least 6 characters long. Export schema. We are ready with the schema. We can import it here successfully. Yes, and I'm tapping with capital case. I don't know why. Basically, register, that function here, that method you see here, is for literally registering our input. It's adding the on change. It's adding all of these things by default, the on change and on blur. form state and the errors is going to be the errors that occur while submitting the form. While validating the form, if it's not successful, it's going to not execute the onSubmit function that we write, and it's going to populate our errors object. And the handle submit is basically a wrapper around our own logic, our own submit function. Let me go again back to the login page here on my other monitor, and here const onSubmit is equal to async data. This data is passed by default when I type the onSubmit. You're going to see handle submit, and here onSubmit. That's how it works. And let me first register those functions. I need to register them, of course. So register is going to be equal to register email, and here register password. Password. It's going to make them with the onChange function, and it's going to give them some properties, the name property, and when we submit them inside the data is going to look like that. Email something@gmail.com, the password something like that, depends of what values we write. Let me remove this and let's go. If object.keys errors.length is more than 0, toast.error enter valid data and return. Set is loading to true. We need to write here a state, so is loading, set is loading, use state is equal to false initially. Catch console log error, const response is equal to await, sign in. Come on, we need to import this function. Import sign in from next auth, and here we pass credentials, and then data and redirect to false. I want to disable the default behavior. If a response ?error is equal to no, this means that we have no error, so everything's working as intended. We use router.push to the home page, and this is a hook, so router is equal to use router, and be very careful, you need to import it from the second line here, next/navigation, otherwise it won't work. Else we're going to have toast.error, email or password is invalid, like that. And whatever happens, whatever we execute, we're going to set is loading to false back. This is how it's going to work. I think we are ready with the logic. Let me see. And we need to write disabled when it's loading. We don't want to send 10 requests to the server, right? No point of that. And let me go here to the login page. Try it. .resolver is not a function. Wait, how is not a function? Here it should be /zot. That's why we get that error. Parish not defined. You are right. We need to import it. Import parish from public/asset/parish. The login page looks like that. Wait, let me make it better looking. With half, and then enter. So it should be full width. Great. And I can push the button a little bit, so margin top of 12. Yes. Let me see what account I have registered. So vili111@gmail.com, password is 123. Let me see if we get any errors inside the console. I click submit. Sign in is not a function. Probably I have not imported from the correct path. Yes, I'm right. It should be /error. Let me try to log in once again. When I click on submit, you see what happens. Let me check. React.js type is invalid. Expect a string for a built-in component. You are likely forgot to export your component from the file is defined in when we have mixed up default exports. Let me check here. I'm going to edit the part if it's taking too long. I have imported the button, imported the input. Is it something related to not the button but to the sign-in? Let me check if I have imported correctly. Yes, I do. This error originates because we have installed the wrong package for the loader. The package is React Spinners. So let me remove the loader spinners and let me install the correct package. npm I React Spinners. It's going to be installed probably almost instantaneously. Yes, COS. And let me check again. If I go to the login page, willy111@gmail.com 123123 and let me click submit. It's working, great. Let me make the sign up functionality. Sign up. Let me go back here, sign up, schema.js, import z from zot. Oops. On schema is equal to z.object. Username is going to be z.string .min 1 and here message username is required, comma, email z.string .min and here 1 message email is required, and then password z.string min 6 and then message password must be at least 6 characters. Export schema. Great. Let me close here everything except the sign up page and let me start typing the logic for it. We're going to have again the React hook form, register, handle submit, form state, errors, choose form, then resolver, resolver, and here schema. Then I want to have router is equal to use router. Submit is async data. Let me, why it's behaving like that. Okay, and then we need to register our inputs. It's basically the same as in the login. So here register username, email, password. Then in the on submit, but before typing it I want to attach the event handler because I may forget. So here handle submit and here the submit, the code executed. Here we're going to have the following logic. So a try catch, and here inside the catch we have console log error, wait, Axios API dot post slash register data, then toast dot success is going to have the following value: success redirecting to login, and then set timeout because I don't want to be instantaneous redirect. I want it to be, let's say, with a delay of 2.5 seconds, so 2500 milliseconds. And we have the router.push login, basically for the sign up. And here we can make the same thing as we did with the login, so I can just copy paste it because it's the same logic, the object.keys. And here, have I imported the toast? Okay, I haven't imported it, so imported here toast from React Hot Toast here in the login and the sign up as well. Let me import it here. yes, and here I'm going to place the condition, and I can even move it outside the try catch because it's not an async logic. But great. Let us try the register. So sign up, username 123, copy gmail.com. Here click submit. Success, redirecting to login. Great. So we know it's working, and then username gmail.com 123 123. Yes, it's working. We can even check too. We can double check inside our MongoDB collections in the user collection. Yes, it's here. So we know it's doing its thing. The next functionality that we need to write, my friends, is going to be for creating our listing. And I want it to be in our admin dashboard, but for now we're going to place it here. Then we are going to remove it, and it's going to be very simple to replace, to move our logic from here to our admin dashboard. But for now, let me make a model here, which we're going to open through here for creating a listing. And before doing anything, I want to tell you, we're going to create an admin functionality for the listing. No user can create a listing out of the box. We're going to have a logic to check if the user is admin, and if he's not an admin, he will get an error. So only admins can create listings. Let's go. We're going to create a create page, literally /create, for making the post request for the listing. As I told you earlier, we're going to later move that logic in the admin dashboard because that is where it should be. But for now, I don't want to switch to the admin dashboard because it's going to be, let's say, at least 1 or 2 hours minimum. So right now, that's why I want to make here the create functionality inside this. It's not going to take us that much of a time. Page.jsx, rfc create, api.js, and schema.js. Here for the page.jsx, let me first start with the JSX. Class name here is going to be, class name is going to be minimum height of 900 pixel, width of full, flex, justify center, and items center. Div here, and is going to receive the class name of h is going to be 2/5, width is 1/5, rounded XL, then border slate of 500, 300. Div is going to be padding 3, width full, border B, border slate of 300. You saw another way of writing class names. It depends on what you prefer. H3 is going to have the class name here of text center, font symbol, and text to Excel. And here create a listing. Then below the div here, I'm going to have a form. And the form, right now we are not going to write any logic because I want to have first the CSS and the JSX. Class name is going to be width of full, px of 4, py of 6, flex column, item center, and gap of 8, of just of 8. This 8 is 1/4 of IRM, and 1/4 of IRM is 4 pixels. So you see, 8 multiplied by 4 is 32. And here we are going to have an input, so I can freely import it. It's going to be text. Register is going to be here, register, with the description. Let me just for now, right now, create the React hook. You can import here the use form from a React hook form, and then yes, here I register, handle submit, form state, and then the errors is equal here to use form, and the use form is going to take the resolver, resolver schema, default values, name is going to be empty string, description is going to be an empty string, just some default values. Bets is going to be 5 by default, has free Wi-Fi is going to be false by default, type is going to be luxury, location is going to be Dubai, and price per night is 123. Then I'm going to continue with the CSS. Oops, what's the error here? Here we should end our string, not there. And let me make it on several lines as I like to do. I'm going to move this curly brace here. Let's continue. Let me actually see how does that create page looking. Schema is not defined, that's correct. Schema is not defined. Let me create the schema. Import option locations, option types. Import z from zot. Const schema is equal to z.object. Name is going to be z.string. .min 1 message name is required. Description z.string. Minimum is 1 message. Description is required. Then pets z.number and here .min 1 again message. Pets are required. Again exclamation mark. It's free Wi-Fi and here z.boolean this time. Channel type is going to be z.enum and then option types dot map, and here we're going to map in to get just the value property value, just like that. Here I need to close the parentheses from this side. Location is again an enum. Option locations dot map. And here we're going to have again value, price per night, z.number dot min. Let's make it 15. Message price must be above $15. And then dot max is going to be 50,000. I don't know if there is a hotel in the world which has a price more than 50,000, even those which are crazy expensive. I don't know even if they touch 1/4 of this price. Message price cannot be above 50k, and here USD and exclamation mark. And we just exported schema. Like that. Refreshing the page and let me see what is here. Use forms of the function. Wait, I forgot to something or what? Because we need to be a use client. Of course, it's a client, it's a hook, even though it's a custom hook from the library, it's still a hook, and hooks are used only on the client side. Create listing, here it's an empty. Don't I have here a border by default? I don't understand, so let me type here the class name. Class name is going to be the following. Text slate of 400 with width is going to be 2/3, outline none, and padding of 2. I can copy paste that several times if I want to. Then here we have the description. Wait, first is the name actually, then the description. I switch them up. We have the location, which is a select. So here let me import a select, and for the select I'm going to have register is going to be register location. After that I'm going to have the data, which is going to be option locations, and what else? Yes, the class name. You can write the class name here. Is going to be text slate of 400, which is going to be 2/3. Outline is going to be none, and ML is going to be 2. Below the select I have another select which is for the types. And the same class name. Then we can go down here for the input. It's going to be price of a number. Price per night is going to be for the register function, and we're going to have a step value as well. So step is going to be 0.01, and the placeholder is going to be $249. Then I'm going to copy again the input. This time it's again number. I remove the placeholder. We don't know, we have a step, actually it must be 1. And one important thing here for both of those values, here we need to have value as number set to true, otherwise it would be a string. Even though we have specified here a type of a number, React hook form will make it a string, so you need to know that, it's important. Then we're going to have for the free Wi-Fi, I'm not going to use those. It's going to be a checkbox, or actually can we use it? We're going to see right now. I'm going to try text slate of 400 ML of 4, which is going to be 2/3, and flex gap of 4. Then label is going to have an HTML4 of free Wi-Fi, and here an input is going to have a register of register free Wi-Fi, or actually just free Wi-Fi. Why it has free Wi-Fi here? How I have specified it? No, it's free Wi-Fi. Or actually, let me check inside the Prisma. I'm not sure how I have specified it. Has free Wi-Fi. Okay, so then we revert. Input is going to be type of a checkbox, and ID is going to be the same as here, so free Wi-Fi. We check now. So we know the checkbox working, but why it's so small? We need to make it bigger, so width is going to be 4, height of 4. That's better. And flex item center. Here I have specified actually flex, so here I can just write item center. Yes. And why I don't see anything to those input fields? Because I need to have a placeholder. Okay, placeholder is going to be Arabian Paradise. Description: this hotel is amazing, it has this view. Location. Placeholder is going to be, actually we don't need placeholder for that, select what I'm doing. Yes, so we know this is working, and I don't have default value here. No, I have default value. No luxury, and then it disappears. I need to type it uppercase. Refresh. Wait, I'm just going to see just for a second here how I have written luxury. What's the problem? Here it should be type, and I need to change it here to a lowercase l. Now if I refresh the page, yes, you see it here. We need to write the button as well. but actually before the button we have one more thing to write, which is related to the image. Here label upload images, which has a class name of text slate of 400, which is going to be 2/3 HTML4 images. Here I'm going to have type of a file. Last name is going to be text slate of 400. Style is going to be display none, because we're going to input by the label. We're going to connect the label to the input, but I don't want to display the input because it looks, let's say, ugly. I don't want it. And I'm going to have an ID of images, the same as with the label. As you see here, the same string. And we have an onChange as well, which for now is just an empty function. Let me write an empty function here, empty arrow function. And below the input, I'm going to have a button. So let me import the button component. It's going to be disabled when it's loading. Right now I'm just going to have it as a false. And class name is going to be with its 2/3, PG blue 500, text white, PX of 4, PY of 2, around XL, PG blue, and wait, disabled. When it's disabled, it's going to give the PG blue of 700. And lastly, a label of submit. Great. This for the UI. Let me start typing the logic here. Cloudinary. So let me go to Cloudinary here. I want it to be set up from now. And if you don't have Cloudinary account, it's very easy to sign up. And it's very easy to configure it to upload images. You upload image to the remote server, and in return you get the URL. That's how it works. It's similar to Firebase if you have used it. Login. Here I'm going. For uploading images in Cloudinary, we're going to need two values. One of the two values is the cloud name. This is the first value. So I can copy it and paste it here. The second value that we're going to need is the upload preset. How we're going to get it? Just let me see. Click on the settings. It's not let me see, I know how. I'm here. Then we need to go to my profile, user management, just a second to navigate. They have changed that. Upload. Here, let me add an upload preset. Here it doesn't matter the name, or I'm just going to name it travel booking app. Signing mode should be unsigned, and we click on save. And here I copy this value. Then when we go to VS Code, let me go to my environment of variables, because this should be here. We write cloud underscore name, and here the first value, and upload preset equal to the second value that we see here. Great. Just let me click on save so we know that everything is saved. And we need to write a function to upload the images. So when we submit all of the values, including the images, before making an API request to our own backend, I want to make an API request to the Cloudinary servers to send the images and then to get back the images as URLs. And we're going to save the URLs in our database. That's how it's going to work. Let me go to my create page, make how it's called so we don't see the Explorer. And let me make a function here, const upload images, or upload image, I think it would be more correct. And then it's going to be an async function, image index, and if the image doesn't exist, we just return. Then I want to display, let's say that we upload 3 images. I want to display with React Hot Toast how are there going to be uploaded. So imagine we upload 3 images, so you don't get confused. We upload the 3 images and it's a process that's going to take, let's say, 2 to 4 seconds depending on how large is the image file. When we upload it, I want first to display a toast that it is being loaded, that it is being uploaded inside the Cloud Native servers. And then when it's successfully uploaded, I want to display another toast that shows image was successfully uploaded. That's why here I place the index. It's not something random. Then const toast ID is equal to toast.loading, and here we need to import the toast, of course. Toast.loading image index plus 1 is being uploaded. Then const form data is equal to new form data. Form data dot append file image. Form data dot append, and we write with form data because that's how it should be. We cannot do whatever we want. It's in the documentation. That's how we upload the images. And then upload preset and the upload underscore preset. Let me get it. Const upload, and it will be more correct to make it all uppercase because it's a constant. It's not that big of a deal, but let me keep all the good conventions. And upload underscore preset. Let me copy it, paste it here. After that, we're going to have a try catch block because here inside the try block we're going to make the API call. And here for the console, for the catch block, we're going to write console.error error. For the try block, I'm going to write const image URL is equal to await post images cloud underscore name and the form data. And this is a function that we're going to write in our API.js. And then we have the toast.success to indicate that it was successfully uploaded image index plus 1. Toast.dismiss toast ID. So we remove the toast later. In this image URL, we are going to return it afterwards. Right now we need to make the post images. Here let me go export async function post images, and what values did we get? Cloud name and form data. Then const response is equal to await fetch. Usually I use Axios, but specifically for this I want to use the fetch API so I don't make some mistake. HTTPS not localhost but API.cloudnative. It's my habit of writing localhost as an URL, but this time it's cloudnative.com /v1 underscore 1 / again the cloud name /image /upload, and here method post body form data. Then we get the data from the JSON and we return it. This is how the function is looking like. Oh, I'm going way too fast. The image URL is saved in the data, that's right, but as a property here, as a secure URL. This is how we get access to the URL itself, and we return the image URL this way. Let me import the function here where it is, post images. So this function is ready, but we still have a lot to write here in that file. Let me close the API and let me get the cloud name because we're going to need it as well. Const cloud underscore name is equal to process.env.cloud underscore name. We're going to use Tanstack query, or as a lot of people know it, React query, for managing our API requests. It's one of my favorite libraries because it simplifies a lot of the process. You get the loading state, the error state, and the data from the server very concisely instead of writing the logic code yourself, which is going to clutter off your components, and it's a very popular library. You probably know it. I'm going to write below the upload preset the React query logic, and before I start it, I need to install it. npm I stack /react query, and the function, the piece of code that I want to write is the following: mutate async. Mutations are for everything which is not a GET request. A GET request is a query. A mutation is some modification, maybe a deletion, maybe you update something, or maybe you create a new record or document in your database. And we get the is loading as well, is equal to use mutation function. We get the data and the image URLs. If you have several images, create new listing, and then we pass those elements. Below we have mutation key listings. This is how it's going to look like. I want to have a use effect below the use form, because we may have some errors while we are writing our form, and I want to display those errors when we submit our form, And the following, we are going to do it with the following way. I'm going to place here errors, and then object.keys from the errors if the length if it's more than 0, and I want to place it here in an if block. If it's more than 0, this means that we're going to have an error, and I want to display those errors. I'm going to again copy that without the condition, and I want to map it, and without the length, so dot map here error, and then toast dot error is going to be errors key and the message dot message. This is coming from the documentation with the dot message. This is from use form. And this is how we're going to display those errors. Then the next function, the final one, is going to be the onSubmit that we write in this file. Const onSubmit is equal to async data, and if images length is a false value, this means if it's 0, we are going to have an return and an displaying with the toast an error. You must publish an image exclamation mark. Below we're going to have const image URLs are going to be equal to await promise.o images.map image index const image URL is equal to upload image index, and we return the image URL. The promise.o is a very good function if you need to upload, to send several values to your server, and if you want to keep them in an array, this is how you do it. You just need to write await here, not here, as I have done. Then afterwards I want to send the new listing. So we get the new listing, and I want to send it with the mutate async as data and image URL. And here I place it inside an object. Here it should be an object. This is if I provide more, if I don't have an object and provide those values just like that as a 2 arguments, we are going to get an error. When I developed the application, I got that error, so you know it. Here it must be an object, and here inside the create new listing, it's our own custom function, so we can write whatever we like. We have the flexibility, and it's image URLs, not image URL. And then toast success to indicate to the user that the post was successful. It's very nice when you make the user experience better. It's better for the user, and he likes and respects your website more. because he gets a feedback. Imagine you create something and you don't get any feedback. How the user would know? His 99% of the users are not developers, and even if they're developers, they still would be confused if you don't provide any feedback to the user for his actions, when he clicks a button, when he does any action at all. Toast.success redirecting to listing dot in router dot push details / new listing.id. Let me create here the router. Const router is equal to use router, and it's from Next Navigation, as I told you earlier. The function that we need to create is where it is the create new listing. So let me go again back to the API.js and let me create export async function create new listing. Here I was getting the data in the image URLs. Const data new listing is equal to await Axios API dot post / listing, and then the dot data in the image URLs. Return new listing. Oops, the new listing. Yeah, it's pretty simple. Here it is, and I don't see the on submit here is not red. You see, we need to place it here. On submit, handle submit, on submit. And while looking at it, I think this component is ready, and it's loading. I want to place it here inside the button. When it's loading, I want to disable the button. It's a very good practice because the user may click the button, let's say 3 times. He's going to create 3 records. And that's a bad practice because he wants to create one, but when he doesn't have a direct feedback, how he would know? Let me just close the API.js. Oops, not the OBS. No query client. That's a great error. I forgot. Here we need to go to our page to layout.js is going to be more correct. And we need to provide the provider, which is for our React query. Import query client. I think it was query client. Yes, query client. Const new const query client is equal to new query client, and we need to import one other thing, query client provider. Then we wrap our application with it, query client provider, and we pass it here as a client, the query client variable that we have just instantiated. I'm Bulgarian and I have some trouble pronouncing some English words. Okay, let me test the application. Only plain objects, a few. Here it should be a client. Wait, let me go to the layout. Yes, it should be a client because it's use query. Let me write it here as a use client. Yes, this metadata is only for server components, and the thing that we want to do is something related to a client. Let me remove it. It's very good that I show you the debugging process. Let me go to the components, layout provider, it's use client. I'm going to write this piece of logic here. Const query client is equal to new query client, and here query client provider client query client. This is going to fix the error. Yes. Let us create a new listing. Before creating a new listing, I want to console log it to see if we get an error or something. We go to the API and here console log new listing. Let me open the console. And here let me type Arabian Paradise, the same as the placeholder. The description doesn't matter. Let me pick Mumbai, 4 stars. just some arbitrary value. And I know even Paradise in Mumbai is an Indian city. It's not in around the Arab world, but just for demo purposes. Let me click on here estates, the estates too, and let me click on submit. You must publish an image. I think I have forgot to write the on change event for the image. Let me go back here. Yes, I have an empty function here. I need to write the handle image. Have I written the handle image? No, this function I need to write it. Right now it's very simple. Let me write it above the upload. Handle image is going to get the event. Set images. I need to declare that state. Const images, set images is equal to use state on an empty array, and then previous return dot 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 previous, and then e.target.files, the first in the 08 index, the first element. This is how we get access to the image. Right now, let me try. Just going to spam some arbitrary values. And right now, let me see if we have an error. You see, image 1 is being uploaded, image 2 is being uploaded. Even though here we get an error, I know what is the error. We have not restarted our server after we have written the environmental variables. That's why. Just let me start the server. Let me restart the server. Let me test again. And when you write a demo project, you're going to have a lot of mistakes. Right now, I'm looking from my other monitor. I have written the project. It's finished. But if you write a project yourself and you are like, why I'm spending half of my time debugging, it's normal. The best developers have this experience. Let me upload another image as well. Click on submit. Which one is being uploaded? Still we get here 401 authorized. Oops, let me go to VS Code. We go to post images. Here the cloud name, it's undefined. Here I get the cloud name from the environmental variables, cloud name, and the upload preset. Let me console here the cloud name to see, cloud underscore name. Wrote those variables with the prefix next public. I forgot to write earlier. And I have restarted my server as well, but we have one problem. We need to write the API logic to save the listing. And the API logic specifically for saving the listing is very simple. Let me go here to the API, and it's a great reason to start writing our backend. I want to write my backend entirely, and then we're going to navigate to the front end. The only thing that right now I'm going to sync is this piece of logic about creating it. Then we're going to write entirely backend, and then we're going to connect the backend with the front end. Let me go to the API listing. Oops. When I type too fast, I make typos. Listing, reservation, and review. Those are going to be our endpoints for now. For the listing, I want to have several folders: best hotels, details, IG. This is how you write multiple folders, as you saw this trick. I want to have filter, popular locations, and route.js. Let me first start with the route.js. I want to have the post function, export async post. We get the request and then a try catch. For the catch block, I am going to return next response.error, error. And for the try block, I'm going to get the const current user is equal to await get current user. This is a function that we have not yet created. I'm going to create it inside the lib. Current user, export async function, get current user. Just let me see it from my other monitor. Current user, and it's going to be quite simple. I need to import several things above. Import db, then import response, import get server session, import out options. Those are going to be our imports. And for getting the current user, I want to have just a small function here that we're going to need as a helper. Get session, return await get server session auth options. This is a way of getting our user data on the backend. Then for the get current user, I want to have a try catch, console log the error if we have an error, and for the try block, I want to get the session from the await get session function that we have created. Then I want to make an API query, or before that we need to make a check if we have a user, because if we don't have a user, there's no point of making the API call. Return no. Const user is equal to await db.user.find unique, and then where email is session user.email. And if the user doesn't exist, we return no. Otherwise, we return the user without his password. I'm typing way too fast. Password current user, and we return the current user. This is basically, it's the user but without the password. This is what we need to write. And next response, let me write it with the next response.json, just like this. Let me close that file and let me import it from here. Let me go back to the route.js. I'm actually here. And then I want to check if the current user is not an admin, then I want to return next response.error message user must be an admin, because only admins can create listings. Then const body is equal to await request.json, and I want to check if we send any empty values on the backend, because on the front end protections and validations can be bypassed very easily, but on the backend, no. Object.values, body.forEach, value, and here we check. If value is equal to an empty string, we return next response.error message fill all fields. Then I want to extract the values from the body, which are going to be the name, location, description, type, price per night, beds, has free Wi-Fi, image URLs, and that's it. It's equal body. Just let me remove the comma. I want it to be syntactically, visually beautiful. And then const listing or new listing, I think would be more appropriate. Await db.listing.create data, and here we can copy those values freely and paste them here, and then return next response.json new listing. This is it. Right now, let me try to create it. When I click on submit, let me see what's going to happen. Successfully uploaded image 1. We got an error. The error was related because we have not written next auth secret for the GWT. I thought to myself earlier that I'm going to forget this value, and I forgot it, but that's not that big of a deal. Next auth underscore secret, and I'm going to write a simple secret. Of course, in a production application, you write a very complex secret which is comprised of lowercase and uppercase letters, of symbols and of numbers, and make it at least 20 to 25 characters, if not more. Make it unhackable, unguessable. Let me again restart the server. After we have written the next auth secret, after we have written our next auth secret, we need to go to the utils and create a session provider. We need to wrap our application with a provider which is related to Next.js in order for it to work. Let me create here the provider.js, or let me go with session provider, it would be more correct. .js, and let me use here the use client and then import session provider from next.js/react, and here const provider is equal to children session, and then let me return the session provider children, and then session, and then we export it. Provider. Let me go back to my layout and wrap my application with it. Provider. Close it. And right now I bet it would work. Do I get an error or something? No. It's restarting the page. Here let me write again some arbitrary values. Upload image 1, second image, click submit, and let me see. Can we get an error? What the error is now? Maybe we need to restart the server again. One of the reasons the error came was that we didn't have the isadmin set to true. Here inside the MongoDB I have set this account to true, the isadmin key value pair. Right now let me log in. Right now click submit. Okay, we are successfully logged in. Let me go to create. Let me write some arbitrary values here. Upload images, and right now let me click on submit to see if we are going to get any errors. Which one is being uploaded? Again, we get some errors. Okay, here I have console logged something. The error was the following. It was because I wrapped the current user inside next response.json. That was the cause of the error. And here I have made a comment. Let me delete the comment and return the current user just like that. Plain current user. Let me remove that, and I'm going to show that it works. Here I'm going to write some data. Free Wi-Fi, yes. 2 images. Submit. They're being uploaded, and you see here we get the listing. Here we get the ID of the listing, and we can even check inside MongoDB that it is really created. You see, it is being created successfully. Great. So now it would be nice if we finish the backend. So let me start typing the logic of the backend and some util functions as well. We're going to use quite a few times this functionality, which is for the admin, that one you see here. I'm going to get it away inside a helper function. So here I think it would be more appropriate to make inside the lib. Let me go here, and is admin user. The function is super simple. Import get current user, import next response, and then const is admin user is equal to async try catch. Here just console log the error, and inside the try block const current user is equal to await get current user. Current user is admin, return next response dot error message you are not an admin, and I want to have a status code of 403. This is just, I thought I'm going to return something, but I look at my owner monitor and it's just that, and we default export it. Default is admin user, and it's great when you write proper status codes. I'm going to even Google it. 403 status code. Access to the requested resources forbidden. This means that you don't have the permissions. And 401, because they're confused very often, unauthorized. The request has not been applied because it lacks valid authentication credentials. It means that you are not logged in. Okay, and let me go here, remove this piece of code, and then await is admin user. This is going to do the same thing, but as you see, it's much cleaner. And using the code, using the try principle, don't repeat yourself. It's very important, especially when you work with a team. Imagine if everyone doesn't do the try principle. The code is going to get huge. It's going to be very hard to refactor, to do maintenance, and all of the other stuff. That's why you need to have to be able to write the least amount of code for the most functionality. This is the art of software development. Let me continue. Here I'm going to make route.js. Here inside the details, again, route.js, filter, route.js, and here, as you see, I write everywhere route.js. It's a convention from the Next.js documentation. It's not something that I have come up with. Before continuing here with those routes, I want to finish this route because I have a get request. The get request is for getting the listings. It's nothing complex. Export async function get, we have the request as a parameter, again a try catch, and then I'm going to copy this next response error. Let me close all the other files because it's getting cluttered, and then const listings is equal to await db.listings.find many, and then take 10. This means that I want to get just 10 listings, and then return next response.json listings. Great. Then we're going to go to the best hotels. Here it is. Just let me close my workspace here because I have opened a lot of files. Let me go to the listing, best hotels. Here I am. Import db from libdb, import calc and sort listings from at lib/sort listings, and then import next response, the second one. Export async function get request try catch block. This is for the best hotels are those that have the highest average review, and this calc and sort listings is going to be the function that calculates the top hotels. This is one of the functionalities that I want to have. Just let me go back to my homepage. Here are going to be displayed the best hotels. As you see right now that the data is static. As I told you, when we finish the API, it is going to be dynamic. Then just let me write the return. Return next response.error, error, and then const listings is equal to await db.listing.find many, include reviews to true. Then const sorted listings is equal to calc and sort listings dot slice. I want to get only the top 4. I don't want to get more. You can make it, let's say 6 or 7, it's up to you, but I've made it to get the top 4 best hotels. That is finished. Then let me go to the details. The details is going to contain again only one function. Import db, import db from libdb, import next response, and then export async function get request try catch return next response dot error, and I want to get access to the context because there would be the id. Const id is equal to ctx.params. This code is structuring. This is the same as writing id and then .id, but as you see, the first way of writing it, it's cleaner in my eyes and more pleasure to the eye to say. Then const listing is equal to await db.listing.find unique, and then where id include reviews set to true and reservations set to true. Then const average rating, or wait, before continuing with that function, I forgot to write the calc and sort listing. This is inside the lib folder. Just let me copy the name of the file, sort listings.js, and let me start typing that. Sort listing. We need to export the function, and it's called, calc and sort listing. We get the listings as a parameter. Const sorted listings is equal to listings.map listing, and then if listing.reviews.length is equal to 0, we return the listing.listing with the average rating of 0 because it has no rating, so the average rating will be 0. Then const average rating is equal to listing.reviews.reduce. We get A and B. As you know, reduce is quite complex if you don't know it. It is basically, if I'm going to provide here a value, this 0, this is going to be the 0, this is going to be the first listing, and then the second and the third listing, and so on and so on and so on. Return A plus B dot stars. This is the accumulator, my bad. This is the accumulator, this is what we return, what we return as a result, and this is the next listing. And then return dot listing average rating. And I want to wrap that number, I want it to be a number, to fixed, so it doesn't go, it doesn't have more than 2 characters after the dot, and it should be inside my path, like that, to fixed. Why do I get an error again? Because I forgot to write here the key, my bad, and then dot sort A and B. I want to sort them. B dot average rating minus A dot average rating, and then we return the sorted listings. That's how we do it. Let me go to the base hotels and import this function. I mean, I have already imported it. Then here, let me go to, again, we are on the details, and here const sorted listing, not sorted but listing with rating. Naming is one of the hardest things to do in programming. When I first heard that, when I was beginning, I was like laughing, because how naming variables is something hard, but with time you see that it's not something easy. And let me import that calc and sort listings, even though right now it's one listing, it still would work. Return next response.json listing with rating. This is for the details. We are ready with the base hotels. Then let me go to the filter. We're going to need all of this when we start connecting the front end with the backend. Import db from db, then import calc and sort listings, import next response, and then export async function get request. And this, the filter one, I want to show you where we're going to call that. It is inside the catalog, and here when we send those values, this will be for the filter. That's why we're going to write this piece of code. We're going to get the city, the type of the hotel, the minimum and the maximum price, and that's how we're going to filter and get the properties that we want to get. So a try catch block, again, return next response.error, and we're going to send those values not inside the body but inside the query parameter, so with the question mark. So it's going to be query param, something like that. And that's how we're going to do it. So search params, we're going to structure it from the new URL, request.url, from the URL that we're getting from the request. and then const location is equal to search params.get location. Then I'm going to copy that several times. Here that is for the minimum price, for the maximum price, and then for the type. Const listings is equal to await db.listing.find many, and then where price per night is greater than or equal to the minimum price, so it is equal or more than the minimum price, but it should be less or equal to the maximum price. Here it is less than or equal to the maximum price, and then the location and the type. This is how we're going to filter them. And then const sorted listings is equal to calc and sort listings, and then we return them. Next response.json sorted listings. Great, we are ready with the filter. Then the next one is the popular locations. The popular locations is going to be the following. Here you see those 4 cities that were going to be displayed. In our application, we're going to have in total 8 cities. And I want to display the top 4 which have the most listings. So the popular locations is literally spelled here. And I cannot select it because I have user select set to none in the global CSS. That's why when I click on it, I cannot select it. You see here. Okay, I digress. It's going to be quite long to write that, but it's not going to be complex. It's long but not complex. I want to import the images for every single property, for every single city. Let me start. Import abu underscore dabi from public/asset/Abu Dhabi, and then I'm just going to copy paste several times. Here I'm going to have it for Dubai, and here Abu Dhabi. How exactly I have named it? Yes, Abu Dhabi. The next one is Berlin. The next one is Hamburg. I have chosen 4 countries and each country has 2 cities. Hamburg. The next after Hamburg is Paris. And Hamburg here I have named it with an uppercase. I'm not sure why I have messed the uppercase and the lowercase. That's a bad practice. Saint-Tropez. It's inside France. And here Saint-Tropez. The next one is Mumbai. The next one is Delhi, and then Delhi. Let me remove this import. Those are the images, and I want to import my database and import next response. Here it is. Export async function get request try catch return next response dot error. And here inside the try block we're going to write the following piece of code. Const Abu Dhabi underscore listings is going to be quite long, I tell you. It's going to be very simple to understand but long to write. Abu Dhabi listing is await db.listings.count with the location, with the where, and the location is going to be set to Abu Dhabi, like that. Then I'm going to have const Dubai listings equal to await db.listings.count. You get the point. You can go to my GitHub and copy this piece of code if you feel like not writing it because it's very simple but long. Const location Dubai. I'm going to just copy paste it several times to simplify our writing. After Dubai, I'm going to have Mumbai, location Mumbai. After Mumbai, I'm going to have Delhi. After Delhi, I'm going to have Berlin, then Hamburg, and here Hamburg. After Hamburg, I'm going to have Saint-Tropez. So let me copy that. Saint-Tropez, then I'm going to have parish, and this is it. The final part of this route.js is making the results array, which is going to be an array of objects, and each object is going to be the following: num of places, and here Abu Dhabi listings. Then image is going to be the Abu Dhabi, and then value is going to be Abu Dhabi. As I told you, if you don't feel like writing all of this, you can just go to my GitHub and copy it. It's not a complex logic. It's far from complex logic. I'm just going to copy paste that several times and change here the values. This one is going to be to buy listings, not to buy listings. Image is going to be just Dubai, and value is going to be Dubai. The next one is Mumbai. Here Mumbai listings, Mumbai, and then Mumbai. Then Delhi listings, Delhi, and then Delhi. After that, we're going to have Berlin, Berlin listings, Berlin, Berlin. The next is Hamburg, Hamburg listings, Hamburg, and here Hamburg. We're going to have two more, so I'm going to copy that and paste it. The next one is Saint-Tropez, Saint-Tropez, and Saint-Tropez, like that. The last one is Paris, Paris or Parish, I'm not sure how exactly it's pronounced. It's one of the two. Oops, come on. Parish listings, Parish, and here Parish. And then return next response.json results. Actually, before returning it, I was going to make a mistake. Const sorted results, we need to sort them. It's going to be result.sort a and b, and then b.num of places minus a num of places, and then slice, we're going to get the top 4, and then here is results, and we return the sorted results. We are ready here with the listings API. Let me close it. We are ready with the register with just one function. Let me go here to reservation. With the reservation, we're going to have route.js inside the index of it, and then ID, and again route.js inside it. First, we're going to go to the reservation, just like that, and here we're going to import the typical DB. We're going to import the get current user, and we're going to import next response. Then export async function post request try catch, return next response.error error, and here const id ctx.params, then const current user is equal to await get current user, const reservation is equal to await db.reservation dot find unique, and then we're going to get to place here the ID, and we're going to include the user to true. If a reservation, here it's delete, my bad, here is for deletion, here is deletion. Wait, I'm looking at my other file. Let me delete that. It's going to be a get. Sorry guys, my bad. And here I want to check if the user is admin. Await is user admin. We are going to delete that get current user. And then const all reservations is going to be equal to await reservation dot find many. Include listing to true. Then we're going to return next response.json. with the all reservations. Let me make the folders and files for the reservation. Route.js and then id route.js. Let me first start here with the index. Here I'm going to get import db from db, then import get current user, import next response, and then import get dates in range from @lib/date to milliseconds. Export async function get request try catch. Here the typical return next response.json error, and here for the try block const current user is equal to await get current user, and if current user is admin. I know that we have created the is-admin user, but here is a little bit different, the logic. Const all reservations is going to be equal to await db.reservations.find many, and here I'm going to include the listing set to true, and then I'm going to return them. Return next, not here, but here, return next response.json all reservations. Else, this means that it is related to the user reservations, not all reservations, but the user reservation. Const user reservations are going to be equal to await db.reservation.find many, and then where user id is current user.id, and then include listing to true. Return next response.json user reservations, and here it should be inside the closure. This was for the get. Then for the post, export async function post. We get again the request. Just let me close here the sidebar. Try catch block as usual. I'm going to copy the catch code, the code inside the catch block, and then const current user is equal to await get current user. Const body is equal to await request.json. Const start date, start date, end date, listing id, days difference, is going to be, just let me remove that comma, is going to be equal to the body. I like to restructure the values. Const listing is equal to await db.listing.find unique, and then we're going to find it by the listing id. First I want to find the listing and then check if it's reserved. Listing id, and then include reservation set to true. We're going to make that check and disable the date range picker on the front end, but I like to make validations on the back end as well. It's a good practice. After this, const o booked dates is going to be equal to listing.reservations.floatmap reservation. Const reserved dates is going to be equal to reservation.reserved dates, and then we return them, reserved dates. Now to just return them like that. Then const get dates is going to be equal to get dates in range, and then start date, end date. This is the days that we want to book, and those are the reserved that some people previously have reserved. And then we're going to check const is unavailable is equal to all booked dates dot sum date, and then get dates dot includes the date. This is how we're going to make the check, and if is unavailable is true, we're going to return an error. Next response is going to have the message with the text of you are trying to reserve a booked date, and then below const new reservation is equal to await db.reservation.create data, start date, end date, listing ID, days difference, reserved dates, get dates, and below user ID is going to be to the current user.id, and then we just return it. Return next response.json new reservations. And right now I want to make those functions that I have written, the get dates in range. The get dates in range is going to be here inside the lib dates to milliseconds.js, because we have just plain dates and I convert those dates into milliseconds, and that's how I save them in our database and then make some checks and stuff. It's much easier that way. Export const get dates in range is going to be equal to start date, end date. Then const start is equal to new date, start date. Const end is equal to new date, end date. Const date in milliseconds is going to be equal to new date, start get time. Const dates is going to be an empty array, while dates in milliseconds is smaller or equal to the end date. Dates.push, new date is going to be, this logic is going to be quite tricky. Just let me write it and I'm going to explain to you. Date in milliseconds dot get time, oops, and then date in milliseconds dot set date in milliseconds get date plus 1. So while we're looping through this while loop, we're going to set this value plus 1 day above, 1 day more, I mean. And it's going to map, not map, but it's going to do that when it comes to the end date, to the day that we want our user to leave. It sounded quite, we want our user to leave, but that's how it works. It's from a start date to end date. On an end date, the user is going to leave, and this get date is going to get the day of the month. So if we are on the 5th of February, let's say, plus 1 is going to be 6th of February. This is what this does. And if that end is 10th of February, then it's going to be like that. 6th of February, 7th of February, and it's going to iterate like that. You can console log to see what exactly is happening. And with this get time, we are pushing inside this array the milliseconds of the day. So if it's 5th of February, the milliseconds, I don't know what is the millisecond of 5th of February, but it's going to look something like this, like a lot of numbers. It's going to be quite huge. Like not that, but something like this that you see here. That's what it is doing. And here it is, I have already written the import, so I don't need to do anything. Let me see here if I have used some other functions that I have not written. I don't see any. Yes, I don't see any. Get dates unavailable. Okay, we're done with that. Let me go here to the ID and let me write here the other route. So it's inside reservation ID. Let me close this here and then import db. From db, import get current user and then import next response. Export async function delete. Context, try catch, return next response. This is when you want to cancel your reservations. You have made a reservations, but something happens, life is life, and you want to delete your reservations. You are free to do it. Const id is equal to ctx.params.id. Const current user is equal to await get current user. Const reservation is going to be equal to await db.reservation.find unique where id, then include user is true. If you have wondered what this include means, if you cannot use Prisma, I'm going to explain to you. I should have explained that earlier. Okay. When you have relations, you save the ID. You don't save the entire entity, because it's going to be more data inside your database. But when you want to fetch it and you include here inside the include object, you set the document to true, it is telling Prisma that it should populate your entity. Instead of being just an ID, it's the ID with the rest of the data of the user, like username, email, admin, those stuff. And then we check if reservation.user.id is not the current user.id. So if person A wants to delete the person's B reservations, he cannot do that. And the current user is not admin because admin can do whatever he wants in the application. Return next response. Just let me close the sidebar. .error and then message user has no permissions to cancel the reservation. And then await reservation db.reservation.delete and then where id. And then we return a response, return next response.json message success fully deleted reservation with id of plus id here, and then we have the status of 200. Here, why do we have the error? What is the problem? Here it should be the curly brace. Yes, my bad. Yes, that was the problem. And here, do I need to add another curly brace? Yes, that was just some syntactic errors. Okay, we're ready with the reservations. The last one here that I see is related to the listings. Let me go. Not to the listing, but to the review. My bad. We are done with the listing. Let me go to the review. Again, here we have ID with the square brackets. And if you have some suggestion or some feedback related to my videos, I don't do something well, I don't explain well, I want you to critique me the most you can. I want you to tell me, web dev mania, you don't do XYZ. I was starting to speak in my native language. Okay, I accept any feedback, and I prefer negative over positive feedback because the negative feedback is going to make me a better developer and a better YouTuber. The positive feedback is good as well, leave it. Let me continue. Import db from db. Let me close the sidebar. Import get current user and then import next response. Export async function post request and then try catch return next response.json.error error. Here inside the try block we get the text and the stars from the request.body, request.await, request.json. I'm not writing Node.js. And then const id is going to be the user id from await get current users. Const search params is going to be equal to new URL request.url. Const listing id is going to be equal to search params.get id. And then const created review is equal to await db.review.create. Data is going to have text, starts, and the listing id as well as the user id, both of those values. And is going to include the user to true when we create it, and then we return it. Return next response.json created review with the status of 2 or 1. This means successfully created. Let me go here to the review and the id. So inside the dynamic route, and here it should be listing id to be more correct even. Listing id. Inside again I'm going to import the db and the next response. Again I'm going to close the sidebar. Export async function get request.ctx. A try catch block. Return next response.error error. And here const id is equal to ctx.params dot, here it should be listing id, const listing is equal to await db.listing.find unique, where listing, where id is equal to the listing id, and include reviews to true. Then I'm going to have reviews id is equal to listing.reviews.map id is going to return the id. I want to get the IDs of the reviews, and then const reviews is equal to await Prisma, await db, not Prisma, await db dot review dot find many, where id includes the reviews id. Then here I want to include the users. This means that I want to get all of the reviews for a particular listing. That's what this do. User to true, and I want to sort them from the newest to the oldest. I want to display the newest reviews. Order by, and then created at descending. Return next response.json reviews status 200. We get the listings, we get the IDs of the listings, and then we map through them. This is how I want to do it, and I want to sort them. That's why I do this logic here. We are ready with this part. Great. I'm thinking what we should do right now. We are going to connect our backend with our frontend. That's for sure. And I think it would be good to implement from now the Stripe functionality. We're going to use Stripe, and not just plain Stripe, we're going to use Stripe webhooks as well. What this do? When we make the reservation, we want to save the reservation, to make the payment, and after the payment is successful, we want to save the reservation as a document inside our database. And we're going to make the functionality when we cancel the reservation to make the refund to the user. And the webhook is kind of tricky. I spent quite of time reading the documentation and understanding it, but once I understood how it works, it's pretty intuitive. I'm not going to explain it right now. When I type the code, I'm going to explain it. But before going into this Stripe, I think it would be good to write just one simple API out here, which is going to be related to images. Images are the biggest, how I can put it, the most data that comes up from a website is related to images. Images are very heavy in terms of data, and I want, instead of having some blank space, to have a placeholder while the image is loading, because you know images are very data intensive to say. And I'm going to have here a route called base64 with a route.js here, and the function is very simple. Import next response, and then we're going to continue with Stripe and this stuff. Then import get placeholder, which is a package that we're going to install right now. Placeholder, it's not a typo. This time it's not a typo. This is how the package is exactly called. It's okay, it's a typo. It's called placeholder. It's kind of weird name, but it's a very popular package. So let me start with npm I placeholder. I'm not sure how it's pronounced. Correct me if I'm wrong, and I'm probably wrong with the pronunciation of this word. While it's doing its thing, while it's installing, I'm going to write the function. It's a get request. I'm just getting the request as a parameter. A try catch here, return next response.error. I'm getting the error here. And inside the try block, const search params is equal to new URL request.url. And then const URL is equal to search params.get URL. Oops. Const buffer, it's some code from the documentation. I'm not going to be sure if I can explain it the best way. Is basically going to give us an image which is blurred, basically, which is much easier to display instantly rather than waiting for the image to load inside the web pages. When you go to the page, you see some blurred image, and when the real image loads, then it's displayed. It's much better for the user experience. But the code is kind of confusing, at least to me. So here fetch URL, then async a response, return buffer from await response array buffer, and then const base64 is equal to await get placeholder, and then the buffer, and this is going to be what we return. Return next response.json base64. Like that, we're going to use it a little bit later in our application, but I just want it to be finished right now. And then we're going to go to the interesting part. I want to make the functionality to make the reservation. The reservation functionality is here in the details page, and where it is, yes, the book model. This is the thing that I want to finish. Just let me format it a little bit to make it look syntactically more beautiful. Close orders, book model, and right now let me start implementing the logic. Just let me see it from my other monitor. Great. Already we have written the date range, the selected range. The thing that we need to do is that function, which is const handle payment. It's going to be an async function, which is going to get, which first I want to make the set is loading to true, so we don't make 10 reservations. Const is loading, set is loading, is going to be use state set to false initially. Let me place this loading here in the button. Disabled is going to be this loading. I'm not sure why I've not used the button component. We can do that right now. I probably forgot because that application writing is quite huge. At least for a solo project it's big. Here set is loading, the class name, and the label is going to be equal to submit. And we can freely delete this part of code. This code is a little bit more simpler. We are setting here set is loading to true. Then const start date is equal to date range is 0. Const end date is equal to date range of 1. Const days difference is equal to calc days difference. Then await redirect to checkout is going to have the listing, the start date, the end date, the days difference, and then oops, set is loading to false. This redirect to checkout, we are going to create this function inside the API folder here. It's going to be called service. Actually, it's more correct to be called service here, not API. Import Axios API and import load stripe from @stripe/stripe.js. So we need to import this stripe.js, npm I stripe, and the import. Let me install @stripe/stripe-js and just the stripe package. Click enter. While it's doing its thing, let me start typing the function. Export async function. It's not async even. Export const redirect to checkout is equal to async. Okay, it's async function. Listing, start date, and lastly days difference. It's a typical arrow function, and then a try catch block. Console log error, and here for the try, const stripe is equal to await load stripe is going to have the process.env.next public underscore stripe publishable underscore key. When I finish writing this function, we're going to go to stripe to set up the things. If stripe is false, throw new error, stripe failed to initialize. Then const data, and then I want to get the session ID from this data. To be more specific, await Axios API.post/stripe, and here listing, just I'm not going to copy, I'm going to write it single-handedly, start date, end date, and then days difference. Const stripe error is going to be equal to await stripe.redirect to checkout with the session ID, and then below I'm going to have if stripe error is true, this means that we have an error. We're going to return the function. Otherwise, this is going to be it. This is the function. Let me import it here. And this handle payment, we need, just let me see here from my other monitor, this handle payment, we're going to attach it specifically to the button. Not here, but here. On click is going to be handle payment. And here I don't think we accept the on click prop. Yes, we don't, so we can configure it to be accepted. If it's going to be an empty function, if there is nothing, on click is going to be equal to the on click. Right now, let me go to Stripe. So you can write Stripe dev, Stripe developer tools, exactly. And you can create an account or sign in if you have already an account. I'm just going to sign. Here you see the URL. I'm going to paste it in the description. dashboard.stripe.com/test/API keys. We're going to need keys. The first one is the publishable key and the second one is the secret key. I'm going to copy my publishable key, go to my env, and here next/public/publishable key, and then paste it. And I want to move the secret to the database more closely. Going to make some space here just to be more readable, and then the next one is going to be, and here I want to name stripe.publishable key. I know it's quite long, but I want to be more correct. And below I'm going to have stripe private or secret key. I think it will be more correct because it's called like that. And then I'm going to copy it. Okay, I'm going to show it. I don't care because here it's just for test. No one can take my money. And here we have the publishable key and the secret key. Here, how did I name it? Stripe publishable key. Yes, exactly how it is. And the way Stripe works, we are going to create a session, and this session is going to redirect us to a page. We're going to enter our email, our username, and our debit card or credit card data. Then when we make a successful payment, we're going to call our webhooks. Webhooks are events that are called after a particular action. And we're going to check for particular actions, and if it's correct, we're going to make a document in our database. I was going to say records, but records are only for relational database. And here we're using NoSQL, which is MongoDB. Let me go again to my API folder, and here we're going to create for the Stripe. Just let me see where it is. Yes, Stripe. Here I'm going to create Stripe route.js, and then import get current user, import next response, and import Stripe from Stripe. Then const Stripe is equal to new Stripe process.env.stripe underscore secret underscore key, and here the API version, the version is the following. Exactly, not, yes, we're going to use exactly this one, the newest version. Then export async function post request, and below we're going to get everything we need. First, we're going to extract the things that we get from our body. Just let me write the following boilerplate code that we have written tens of times right now. Okay, let me get the data. Listing, we're going to get the name, price per night, and the ID of the listing. Then I'm going to get the start date, the end date, and the days difference. Then this is going to be equal to the body. Await request.json. you know, when you write Node.js, this is kind of confusing because it's request.body without the wait, but we are writing Next.js. Then const stripe underscore object is going to be equal to an array of objects. We're going to have here a price underscore data, currency, USD, then product data. This is from the Stripe documentation. You can read it. It's quite long. If I need to explain this in its entirety, it's going to take me a lot of time. It's just from the documentation. And here I'm just going to place the name. Then below this object, I'm going to have unit amount, which is going to be the price per night multiplied by 100. If you wonder why I multiplied by 100, it is because Stripe accepts values as cents. So the price, if it's $100, and if you place it like 100, it's going to be $1 because it interprets the price as cents. That's why you need to multiply it by 100. And then below that, I'm going to have the quantity, which is going to be to the days difference. Then below that, I'm going to get the current user. Const current user is await get current user. Then const session is equal to await stripe dot checkout dot sessions dot create. And below payment underscore method underscore types, we're going to have only card as an element in our array. Then inside the line items, we're going to place that object, stripe underscore object. Mode is going to be payment. Success underscore URL is going to be HTTP localhost 3000 success page. We're going to create this page. It's just going to be just an H2 text, nothing complex, literally 2 or 3 XML elements, JSX elements. Cancel underscore URL is going to be HTTP localhost our home page. And we're going to have a metadata. This is the data we're going to send to our webhook. Start date, end date, everything needed for creating a reservation. Listing ID, price per night, here comma, days difference, user ID, current user.id, and email is going to be current user.email. And then we return the session ID. Return next response.json session ID session.id. And we're going to create, I think, is it good? Okay, we're going to create for the delete. This is going to be used for deleting the reservation. I want to create it from now. Request. And then try catch block. We are going to copy this. Const search params is going to be equal to new URL request.url. Const charge ID is equal to search params.get, and here charge underscore ID. Then const reservation ID is equal to search params.get reservation underscore ID. Const refunded payment is equal to await stripe dot refunds dot create. This is how you do the refunds, and you need just the charge ID. This is one of the fields that we have in our reservations. You can check the Prisma file for this. If refunded payment dot status is equal to succeeded, then return next response.json. If it's not equal to succeeded, actually, error, cannot delete the reservation with the ID with an ID of, and then plus this, and here it should be next response.error. Otherwise, we return the next response.json message successfully canceled the reservation. And I think it will be more correct here to write cancel cannot cancel the reservation. Great, we are ready with this part. Let me go here. Let's say where to get this object, details slash. But as you see it here, it's not dynamic data. So we can make right now the data dynamic, and then we're going to test the functionality that we have for the details. Let me go here, oops, let me go here, details, page.jsx, and let make the data dynamic. But in order to make dynamic, of course, first we need to fetch it. Const data listing, we're going to rename it to listing, and here is pending from use query. Right now we're going to make a query. So a get request, query key is going to be here, oops, listings, and then we pass the id, and the query function is going to be get listing by id and the id. I'm going to make a service.js to write the function that is going to be for the query. So import Axios API, then export async function is going to be get listing by id with the id here. Const data is going to be equal to await Axios API dot get, and here listing details, oops, and the id here. If data exists, we're going to get, so if you make a successful query, we want to make that blurred image that we written several minutes ago. That's how we're going to do that. Base64, we're going to rename it, and here it's going to work the following way. We're going to make an API request again, get, and here slash base64 URL is going to be equal to data.image URLs. I just want it to be for the first image, even though it could be multiple images. Data.blurred image is going to be equal to base64. Then I want to return the data. And of course, let me import the image here. Going below here inside our JSX, we can freely replace the data. But you know, here we have the is pending. So if is pending, we want to display a spinner. We're going to write the stubs for the spinner and then return the spinner. Margin top is going to be 5 rm, then position is going to be absolute, top is going to be 50%, left is going to be 50%, transform, translate is going to be here. We need to write it in a string, translate minus 50% and minus 50%. This is to be literally centered. That's why we need to write this transform translate, and height is going to be 100 vh, and then we return the clip loader from React Spinners with the cover of 1 to 3 ABC, and it should be wrapped in a div, and then in there we're going to apply the stylings style. Here we get an error. Why do we get an error? It should be a string. Oops, just like that. And then we're going to replace the data here. For the book model, before replacing the data, we need to pass the listing here as listing. Then for the images, I want to map through them. So here, not in the container, but those swiper images. Listing question mark dot image URLs question mark dot map image URL, and here we return the slider slide with the key of image URL, so we know it's unique image URL. Just let me remove that. I forgot to delete it, not this but that. And inside I'm going to have an image oops, image here with a class name of height is going to be 750 pixel, width is going to be 4, object is going to be cover, and rounded edge. Just let me hide the sidebar. Height is going to be again 750 pixel. We need to write it just for it to be to not get any errors. Source is going to be image URL, blur data URL, listing dot blurred image, placeholder word. And here the page refreshing. Do I get any error? Let me just check here. I don't get any error from API listing. We have internal server error. Great. Why we have this internal server error? API listing details slash listing. Just let me see the URL. We have I understood the origin of the error. The listing is an object and we place it in a function that maps through an array of objects. Pretty simple error, right? Before fixing the error, here I forgot to write here in this function. When we get the sorted listings, I want them to be divided by the listing.reviews.length. This is going to make the function work as intended to work. It's going to divide the average rating, so we have the combined rating, but we have not divided it by the number of ratings. This is going to make it work. And here I'm going to delete this piece of code listing with the function, and we're going to write it ourselves. Const average rating is equal to listing.reviews.reduce A and B, and I'm going to do basically the same thing that we did with that function calc and sort listings. I can delete it from here. We start from 0 and we divide it by the number of listings. So we combine all of the numbers that we have from the reviews, the stars, and then we divide it. And inside the response JSON, I'm going to spread the object, and then average rating is going to be the following. If average rating exists, then I'm going to wait, I'm looking at the yes. If the average rating exists, then we're going to write it with the typical two fixed, because I want it to be only with two numbers after the dot, otherwise it would be 0. That's what I wanted to write. If we have average rating, we're going to display the average rating with the number only after the decimal, only two numbers, otherwise it would be 0. That's how I'm going to return it. Oops. So now if I refresh the page, we're going to get one other error, which is not related to the API. It's loading. Yes, this was the error, and in order to fix the error, I'm going to go to my GitHub and show you how we can fix it. The error is related that Next.js cannot by default display images from other URLs. And not here, but in my other branch. Let me go to the next.config, and I'm going to copy it. Oops. Let me go here, next config. Yes. We need the placeholder next as well. This package I forgot to install. When you have such a big project, it's typically normal to forget some things. We need to configure it that way. It's again from documentation. And here you see the host name res.cloudinary.com. This is what is going to fix our error. So now if I go to my page, I guess we are not going to have any error or I need to restart. Yes, I need to restart my server because I have changed the configuration. npm run dev. So now if I refresh the page, it would display the data. I think it would. We probably would not have any errors. It's loading the spinner. Come on. Okay, you see it was blurred initially, and then it displayed the images. That's why I wanted to show you. and then we can navigate through those images. Those images are dynamic, it's coming from the server. Those values are not dynamic, and we are going to replace them just now, but we know that it is working as I want it to work. Just let me go here to my details page. Just let me close the terminal, closing the sidebar, and here it would be listing.name, then listing.average rating, listing.location, listing.price per night. Here we get an error because here it's an object. Listing.bets, and it's going to be displayed only if we have free Wi-Fi. Listing has free Wi-Fi. Two asterisks. Why we have an error? Here it should be with the span. Listing.description. And we're going to make the review section soon. I just want to see that the dynamic data is displayed properly. I'm going to again refresh the page to see if it is populated. Yes, here it's Mumbai, the night, the beds, has free Wi-Fi, the description, and we have no reviews, that's why it's 0. And here the name of the hotel. So those values are all dynamic, as I told you. But here I want to make the reviews not static but dynamic. Let me go here and create the reviews.jsx rfce, and let me start typing the code here. Just let me inside the reviews component, we are going to get the logic to publish a review and to display the reviews. I want to make my main page, my main component here, to be less cluttered, to have less code, to make it more readable. So for this to happen, I'm going to go and copy this piece of code, remove it. Oops, I get an error. I think I copied one extra div. It happens. And right now let me remove it. Great. I'm going to paste it here. Oops, I got an error. What's the problem? Here, the bracket. Great. Okay, here it is. And I'm going to import the reviews here. Here I'm going to pass the reviews component, and we need to pass the ID of the listing. So ID just like this. Here I'm going to get it, and we are going to make this component a client component. Here use client. With this ID, first let me get the state that we had here. Let me remove those imports, we are not going to need them. Here is going to be the select star. Let me remove it. Then I want to track from the input field, I want to track the text. So here text is equal to use state, and empty value is going to be an empty string. Const query client is equal to use query client. This is coming from stack query, and the purpose of this is, imagine that we want to mutate, we want to make a new document in our database. I want to invalidate my queries, so to purge the cache. This means that it's going to be stale, the values in the cache are going to be stale, so it's going to make a new API request that's going to get the fresh data. That's what we're going to do with this query client. Then let me write here, we're going to need a query and a mutation. First I'm going to write the mutation, just let me leave a comment, query to do query. But first I need the mutation. Const mutate is equal to use mutation. Here mutation function handle submit. And then on success, we're going to invalidate here on the on success from the query client, invalidate queries. We're going to invalidate the reviews like that. And I want to have the refetch queries here as well. I had some bug, and when I wrote refetch queries, it got out. I didn't have the bug, that's why I have it here. Then I want to display several reviews per page. We're going to use pagination in order to not display. Imagine we have 50 reviews. I don't want to display those 50 reviews on one page. I want them to be, let's say, 4 or 5 reviews per page, and we can navigate through the different pages to see the different reviews. Here I'm going to choose, let's say, 4 reviews per page. So items per page is going to be 4. Then const item offset, set item offset is going to be equal to the use state of 0. Const end offset is equal to item offset, item offset plus items per page. Then I want to have the current reviews, and this is reviews question mark dot slice item offset from the end offset. This is going to get our reviews for our page. Right now we don't have this value. We need to use to write the query logic in order to have those reviews. But for now I'm going to comment it. We're going to need that, of course. Then I want to get for the mutation is pending. I want to get this value because I don't want to spam several times the same review. It's bad because the server may get extra requests that are not needed, and just it's a good practice to have this logic that I'm going to write. So if that is pending, we are going to have the same logic that I had in the previous component. So let me see, style, exactly this one here. Yes, this logic, which is in our details. I'm going to copy and paste it here. Oops, like that. And let me import the clip loader from React Spinner. Then let me write the handle submit function here. I can write it in our Search.js. I think it will be better. Yes, export async function handle submit is going to be with the event.prevent default, and then try catch, console log error, and then in a try block if text is empty. We're going to make validations that we have from our state, so it's better to move that in our component. Below the is pending, we're going to have the function. So if it's empty, return toast.error, and here review cannot be empty. Let me remove the export keyword here. Below that, const body is equal to text, and then stars selected star, and then await post review. We're going to send the ID and the body, and then set text is going to be an empty. We can use, of course, React hook form for this, but we have only one input. That's why I don't want to use React hook form for this super simple logic. For the post review, this we are going to move it inside the service.js, this function right now. Export async function post review id body, and then const data is equal to await Axios API dot post review question mark id, and then the body, return data, and let me import this function. Great, this is going to make our logic, but we need to track our state. Let me make this on several lines. On change event set text e.target.value. This is it, and for the submit, of course, on click is going to be handle submit. And actually, let me make that form. It's a bad practice to have it as a div, and let me move that to the on submit handle submit. That's better, and we are ready with it. Oops, let me go here to the page, let me refresh it, and let me make here a review. Come on, loading. AI field star is not defined. We need to import it. Here it is. Okay, it's imported. Something else I don't see. And let me write nice hotel exclamation mark. Let's say 4 stars. And when I click on post, let me see in the console, will I get any errors related to that? This is from the key. This is somewhere we don't use the key. Let me clear the console and click on post again. Review cannot be empty. I think it's a I think it's a success, but we need to write the value text in order to remove the text after we make the post of the review. Let me check inside MongoDB to see if it's really working. Yes, it is working. Right now I'm going to make another review. When I click here on post, you see it's posted, but we need to notify the user when the review is left on the listing. For this reason, I'm going to have toast.success fully posted a review, and here on the button we are ready with the functionality of posting a review to the listing. Let me make the functionality to display them and to paginate them, and then we're going to go straight into making a payment, because those things are going to be very easy. Not the payment is going to be quite tricky, but to display the reviews. Here you see the to do query. Right now we are going to make the query to the backend. Here data reviews is pending query equal to use query function get reviews by listing with the ID, and then query key reviews. I'm going to copy that, and here we're going to write the function. We're going to get the ID, and let me write the logic. Const, it's very simple, it's 2 lines of code. So const data await axios.get, and we're going to get a review, and here we place the ID and we return the data. Wow, super hard, I know. Let me import the function. Here it is imported. Let me remove this import here. Great. And here the reviews, we're going to display them. Just let me see here from our monitor. Okay, the reviews. Oops. We're going to have here a div that's going to wrap them. I'm going to move that comment up. We're going to need only one review because we're going to map through an array. And then last name is going to be margin top of 16, height is going to be 900 pixel, flex is going to be column, gap of 24, and width is going to be 1/3. Then the current reviews dot map review, and we're going to return the review, and then we're going to pass the ID from the review as a key, review.id, and then the review. Let me uncomment this, and we are going to display as well the pagination. The pagination, we need to import a library for it. The library is, we're going to make a new component which is going to contain the pagination, and then we're going to make the library and all that stuff. And the components, just let me navigate through here. We're going to make here component pagination. We're going to make first a folder pagination. Here pagination.jsx rfc is going to get set item offset, then items per page, and then reviews. Then we're going to have a function which is going to handle page click to be more correct, which is going to take an event, and then const new offset is going to be equal to event.selected multiplied by items per page, and then divided by reviews .length. And of course, then we're going to set the item offset to the new offset. That's why we wrote that piece of logic. I'm going super fast sometimes. That's a bad quality. You need to be fast but slow simultaneously. It's a hard art to master in life. npm I react paginate. This is what we're going to need, and I'm going to make a CSS file. Yes, not Tailwind, but CSS file. So pagination.css, pagination.module.css to be even more correct. in which we're going to, you can go just to the GitHub and copy paste the styles. It's not needed that you need to write them. I'm going to go to GitHub here and copy the CSS. I don't want to write .css here. So from source, components, pagination, and here we're going to copy those 40 lines of code. Just paste them. It's not some complex logic to copy CSS, that's why I do it. And then let me go back here to the component. We are on the component, and here React paginate, from React paginate, and here next class name is going to be classes.item, but we need to import it. Import classes from /pagination.module.css, and then we're going to write here the CSS. You can feel free to copy that from my GitHub. It's still not a complex logic. Previous, I'm going to even copy it because it's not complex, as I told you 10 times, and I'm going to explain it. Let me import the arrows. This is going to be for the left arrow, this is going to be for the right arrow. This is what function is going to run when we click on the React paginate component. This is how many pages are going to be, how many pages are going to be displayed. Let's say 2, 3, 4, and the other one are going to be with this break label. And then we have arrows to navigate. The page count is how many total reviews are there divided by the items per page. These are just on CSS. Render on 0 page count. No, this, I think this means that it's not going to show anything when it's no. I'm not really sure about this value, it's not that important. And we are going to import the pagination. Let me go back here to my page. Come on, load faster. Okay. Here, ooh, you see the reviews. We need to write some CSS for the reviews. But you see here how it's looking like. Let me go back here. I'm actually on the review, so we don't need to go anywhere. And we need to, do we pass the data? I don't think we pass the data, that's why it's looking this way. So items offset is going to be set item offset. Then items per page is going to be items per page, and then reviews is going to be reviews. Like this, we have one page, so we know that it's working. But this image and how this review looks, it's, you know, it's, my blood is boiling when I look at it. And for the mutate, why have placed the mutate here instead of, here it should be the mutate, not the hand of submit. That was my bad. Okay, and for the images, let me go here to the review component. We need to get the review like this, and here we're going to use the format function from datefns review.created at. Format is not defined, it is defined. Here is going to be the review.text, and here review.stars. Let me see what is undefined. Cannot read properties of undefined. What's the problem here? When we fetch them, think I have imported this, right? Let me see. Site console log reviews. I find it very satisfying to show the repairing process if it's not that big of a bug, because it's a listing. Even though I look from my other monitor, there are still bugs appearing. Yes, you see, here are they. The listing ID, the stars, the text, blah blah blah, so we get them. I think we pass them, yes, we pass them from here. So what's the problem? Cannot read properties of undefined reading match. What I have imported reading. So we can look how we did format the date from datefns, and here you see how we formatted. Let me copy it that way, so from the comma, and let me paste it here. So right now we wouldn't, I think we're not going to get the error. Yes, here it displays exactly the date, but this image here, I don't find it nice looking. Let me write here, height is going to be, so width of 14, yes, 56 pixel, and here 56 pixel. And still the image is looking kind of smashed, if you get what I mean. Let me correct here the CSS. Probably I have, yes, I have write something not as I should have. Width here is full, flex, and gap is 4. Here I need to remove this parent. You don't need to correct anything, I just remove the parent if that was the problem. And here, voila, it is displayed as I wanted it to be. Right now, when I leave a review, let me see if it's invalidated correctly. Oops, why did it go to top of my page? It's when I refresh my MongoDB, I'm sure that everything is alright. Let me see here. Yes, it is posted, but here it's not displayed. When I refresh the page, it's probably going to get displayed. Yes, it is. Let me see here inside my reviews.jsx. Here I disable the prevent default. Let me see what's the problem here. So I'm in the reviews page and the mutate. My mutate is on the handle submit. Yes, here it is handle submit. Probably I should have coded it like this. Problem is simpler than I thought. In my code that I'm looking from my other monitor, here this code is inside the page.jsx. And here I'm having an empty fragment. So here let me wrap this logic here with an empty fragment, just like that. Let me move that reviews over here, as well as this div, which I'm going to use to wrap that piece of logic. Let me remove it, and here, great. So now, if I try to make a new review, let me see how it's going to look like. I bet it's going to have no errors. No, it wasn't an error, it was just a bad UI. Here again it's some flickering, as you see. Oops. Okay, right now I'm going to leave it that, it's not that big of a deal. Let me, so we're ready with that. We're going, if we have time, I'm going to fix it, and you see here it is changing. I need to refresh the page for it to see the change. Wait. Yes, I need to refresh the page for it to be changed. When I'm here, so listings get listing by ID, and when we make a new review, want to invalidate listings as well. So listings. Is it listing or listing? Listings. With the, we're not going to use ID, just like that. The thing that I've changed, I here removed the is pending, the loader spinner. That gave the disappearance of our review section, and instead I moved the is pending to the disabled. Instead of being just a UI, I want to make it just to make it functional, not to defer, but to prevent the user from publishing several reviews that he did not intend. And the other part that we're going to write is the use client invalidate listings. So right now, refreshing the page. Let me make a new post. You see here the new post, and here you see how it changed the number of reviews and the review, the average review. That was what we intended. The next part is making our stripe functionality. The stripe functionalities, as I told you, is going to be quite interesting. Let me go to my book model, which is, we can navigate through here, the book model. We have already written that function, which is handle payment, and here we have written that logic. In our API folder, we have the logic here as well. Let me, I think we can make the payment. Let me try for 2 nights. Submit. We get an error. The error is related to what? Let me check. listing is not defined from the book model. I don't pass it. Ah, here it should be it. And let me go to my page to see if I really pass it as a property. Book model, yes, I do pass it. So right now, let me try again. Let me refresh the page. And when you develop an application yourself, you're going to have much more bugs than I have right now. Trust me. Especially if you're experimenting with new technologies, you need to be very naive developer to think that you're not going to have a lot of bugs. You are that's just out of my mind. When I try new technologies, I always get a lot of bugs, but this gives you experience. Okay, right now we know that this is going to work. Let me try. Let me enter some dummy data and click pay. Processing success, and we're going to be redirected to the success page we have not yet created. Let me create the success page. It's a super simple one. Here inside our app, success page, page.js, RFC, success page, and here H2. You've successfully reserved your hotel. Let me see right now how it's looking. Okay, we're going to make it a little bit more beautiful than that. Let me write margin 25, text center, font bold, text 3XL. Right now how it is, and let me make here class name is going to be hscreen with full. Yes, it's looking great, it's looking better. And the color I want to make it text slate of 700. Great. But we make the payment, just the payment. We don't make any post request to our database to save our reservation, which is something that we need to make. And here I have set up some links that I'm going to link in my description. This is how you are going to install the Stripe CLI and how you can learn about webhook endpoint, because that's out of the scope, totally out of the scope of this video. I suggest to you that you stop now, go read the documentation, how it works. I'm going to explain to you just briefly how it works. Imagine that when you make, like right now, we did make several minutes ago a successful Stripe payment. After this payment happens, it's going to make an API request instantly after the success to a webhook API. It is in the documentation how it needs to be. And when it makes that request, it's going to go through the function, it's going to get the metadata I'm going to show you right now, which is inside the route.js. It's going to get that metadata that we sent, and with this metadata, it's going to save it in our database. It's quite an interesting functionality. I can even go to, we need to set up the webhook, but I'm looking from my other monitor how it's going to look like. Yes, it's going to be quite interesting, and we're going to send an email after the successful save of the document. Let me go here to the webhook, and I'm going to show you how we're going to set it up. We are at that URL that you see above. I need to go to my CLI, so command prompt, and here I'm going to use Stripe login, your pairing name. So this is going to be the secret that we are going to have. This pairing code verifies. So here, enter the browser. We need to copy this link in order for it to work. Let me paste the link. Stripe CLI, something went wrong. Confirmation token could not be loaded. Okay, we are again going to debug and see what's the problem. Page, and the only thing that they did was clicking C. Literally the only thing. Just you see how I tapped the C, lowercase c. Click allow access. Access is granted, so we can right now. The next command, where it was webhook, it was try forward listen to. Let me copy that. Go to my CLI. Here I'm going to paste it, but instead of this URL, let me write mine. HTTP localhost 3000/API/webhook. A newer version. Okay, ready to go. Great. Here we have the secret. Let me copy this secret. It's quite long, as you see here. Let me go to my env, and here just let me make a comment stripe, and below that I'm going to name it stripe underscore webhook underscore secret, and then paste that long secret. We are ready with that, and we can freely go to my webhook. So let me create the API route webhook route.js, and here we are still going to need the stripe. So const stripe is equal to new stripe from process question, not question mark, process.env dot stripe underscore secret underscore key, and then the API version which you are going to see a default one. Just pick the latest, and then export async function post request, and let me get first the signature. We need to get the headers from next headers, get stripe signature. This is the signature that we're going to need, as well as the body. This, most of the things that I'm going to write are from the documentation, so that's why I told you you need to read the documentation. You can look at my code and see the individual pieces of code that you don't understand. Go to the documentation and understand them. Then event, I'm just going to create right now an empty variable. Let me use the try catch, and here return next response dot error. Here inside the try block, I'm going to get some values. So if stripe dot webhooks dot construct event body signature, and then the process dot env dot stripe underscore webhook underscore secret. This for the try catch here. Then if, oops, what I clicked, if event dot type is equal to checkout dot session dot completed, then we're going to do the functionality. Const session is equal to event dot data dot object. That's why I again repeat, read the documentations, or a lot of the things here are from there. Then const payment intent ID is going to be session dot payment intent. Const payment intent, oops, I have a typo. Intent is equal to await stripe dot payment intents dot retrieve payment ID. Const charge ID is equal to payment intent dot latest charge. And then we're going to structure from the metadata, which is here, is equal to session dot metadata. We're going to structure those values that we sent here. We can even copy them, they are going to be the same. Those values, oops, what I clicked, and the email. Here the comma, and let me continue. Const reserved dates are going to be equal to get dates in range. We write the following parameters, the start and the end date, and then const reservation data is going to be equal to user ID. Basically those, not those things exactly here. Wait, let me remove the email. We send it, but we don't need it. User ID, then listing ID, start date, end date, charge ID, reserved dates, and then days difference is going to be number days difference. And then we are going to use the Prisma ORM to save it. So new reservation is equal to await db reservation dot create data reservation data. Where is reservation data? Then I want to make the send email functionality. I'm going to make a comment just for now, and then return next response.json new reservation. Before making the email functionality, I want to see if this is working correctly. Let me go again here. I want to copy one of the listings, because we don't display them dynamically, even though we don't display them here on the catalog dynamically, which we are going to make it functional soon. Let me go to the details. Come on, populate the data faster. You see here the blurred image. Here I have nothing in the reviews. Let me make a new review here. You see how this pops up, and here it should be populated. Yes, it is. Right now I want to book 3 nights. Let me go to Stripe, and here we have nothing on the reservation as far as I'm concerned. Yes, let me write some arbitrary values. I would not be surprised if you have an error. There's a great chance that I forgot something while tapping. And click pay. Processing success. Related to the success page. I would be very satisfied if we make it from the first try. Seriously. Reservation. As I guessed, there would probably be an error. Let me check here the console to debug. Ooh, it's getting quite long here. Let me go on to the top, and here next headers is not a function. Probably I forgot to import it or what. Oh, I used the y length, it's get, and here I should call it like it's a method. It's a silly typo. Those typos, they give me sometimes sleepless nights when you cannot find a typo in something very silly. Okay, let me try again. Submit. Come on, Stripe, redirect me faster. Let me write again some dummy data. And clicking on pay. And right now we are going to see if we have an error or not. Let me again refresh. I will still not be surprised if we don't have the reservation. We don't. There's probably again an error. Probably some typo or something. Let me go to the top. Invalid status code. Okay, I'm going to debug and see what's the problem. As you see, we have made the reservation, and the error was the following. It should be not request.body, but it should be request.text. This was the cause of the error. When you fix this, it's going to work. I'm going to show you right now. Slash details. Oops, not the comment, but let me pick a random ID. This one. And after I show you, then we're going to display those best hotels and popular locations dynamically. Let me pick those dates. And I almost forgot. We need to make them disabled. Oops, changes are not going to be saved. I'm going to right now make the payment just show that it works, but those dates, some of them should be disabled and they are not. This is because I have not made the functionality. So click submit. gmail.com 424242, and let me click on pay. It's going to work right now. Here you see 200 post. Let me refresh, not the listing. Why did I refresh? I just should have navigated to the reservations collection. Reservation, and here it is. As I told you, 5 nights, days difference 5. Great, we know that it is working. One thing I wanted to do for the details, just let me go back there. I want to make them to show the disabled date. It's a very important thing. We need to go to the details here on the page. No, on the book model. My bad. Book model, and then we're going to make it just to see from my other monitor what I needed to do. Yes. Here where it is disabled dates, here it is in the date range picker, and then listing question mark dot reservations question mark dot what map, and then we destructure from the object reserved dates, and then we place the reserved dates just like that. Then when I go here, you see how they are disabled. You see, I cannot select them. I click, you hear the mouse, they are not selected. You cannot select them, which is great. We know that this is working. Super. Then I want to make those popular locations and best hotels to display them dynamically, not statically as we do it now. we need to go to the home page. With first I want to make the popular locations here dynamic, so let me go there to the component which is popular locations. Here it is. Let me close other tabs. Here I'm going to remove that data or just comment it for now, and then const data is loading, use query, and here query function get popular places, and then query key popular listings. And let me move it up here because I usually write the query key first and then the function as far as I remember. Oh no, the opposite. What I'm doing. Yes, when you code all day, you make mistakes, and here we don't need that. Great. Let me make that a use client component because we are using a hook, use query, and it's a client component, and we need to make this function get popular places. Here I'm going to make it in the service.js, export async function. Here it is. Then const data is equal to await Axios API dot get listing slash popular locations, and then return data. And let me import it. And here we get some mistakes probably related to that data. No, we map through it. What's the error here? Ah, yes, so I'm just going to delete it. Cannot resolve those assets here, no problem. If I go to the cart, place.image, API listing cannot resolve berlin.jpg. Ah, here I have made a typo, just typical. Let me go and remove this JPG. Right now when I refresh, cannot resolve mumbai.jpg. I have made the same typo. I don't see the same typo here at all right now. Let me see. Popular locations, is it loading or do I get an error? Failed to load resource the server. Popular locations, have I named it correctly? Popular locations, yes, we have an error. Let me debug and see what's the cause of the error. Where the mistake was that I have wrote listings, but it is listing here in Prisma. Average typo error, what can I say? Here they are displayed as they should. Let me go here to the cart component, and here name of places to stay, what is not appearing, the city. Let me just console log the place to see what values are we getting. Yeah, it should be not place but not city but value, and right now yes, it would pop up. And let me make that not here but here, capitalize. Right now, voila, we know it's doing its thing. And I want here to not be just catalog, but to navigate us to where we want it to be. Let me remove the console log, and here const URL, we're going to construct the URL. It's going to be /catalog $city place.value, then ampersand, minimum underscore price is going to be 50. By default I'm going to make 50, you can make it whatever you like. Then max underscore price is going to be 999, and then type is going to be luxury, just like that. And I'm going to place the URL here. Great. So when I click on this, we should be navigated, yes, exactly here, but we need to make that page, the catalog, functional. Before making it functional, I think it would be better to display the hotels because that's going to be quite easy, and then we're going to make the catalog. So for the hotels, this is the best hotels component. Here it is. Again, I'm going to make it use client because we're going to use React query. I'm going to remove this array, and then const data is loading, use query, and here query key, listings, query function, get best hotels. Great. Here service.js, and then export async function, get best hotels, const data is equal to await axios. We just make the typical API request, listing slash best hotels. If data exists, we're going to give it a property which is for the blurred image, to display initially the blurred image. Const blurred images are going to be equal to await promise.to, and here data.map listing, and then axios api.get, and then base 64 is equal to URL listing.images image URLs 0. Then const best hotels is equal to blurred images dot map image index const blurred image is equal to image.data const current hotel is equal to data index, and then return current hotel blurred image, return best hotels. This is the function, super simple. Let me import it, and here we map through the data, and the loading, I'm going to leave it. No, I'm not going to leave it, I'm just going to remove it. And let me see, do we get any error? I would not be surprised if we get any error. Yes, we do. Fail to load resource. Let me see here inside our base hotels. What error do I have? Here I have imported everything. I don't return anything. Like, do you see what stupid errors do I make? When you lack sleep and when you're not concentrated, that happens, but it's typical dev life. You fix them. You don't make excuses. Oh, objects are not valid as React keys. Okay. Place syntax. What is probably the cause of the error? I'm going to use the place IT. Then I get the place here. Place.location, reviews, font object with keys. It's probably related to the review as far as I'm concerned. It's review, it's average rating here, not review. And now let me see if we get some errors. No, we don't. The location image, I need to write image URLs, and here the first index. And right now let me check. Is missing required width property. Okay, width is going to be, let's say, I don't know, 250, and height is 250. Just let me move the src down. Yes, you see it, so we know it is working. And here I want to make that dynamic, so let me make it not to the typical string. I forgot how this is called. The tick, yes, the tick. And place ID. So when I click on this, we should be navigated to the page. Yes, when I navigated to the page, but I saw that the price is 000. It is price per night. And it's doing its thing. I want to see if we miss some other values. Yes, here it's city, or let me just console log to be sure instead of losing some time. It's location. Okay, so I'm going to revert it here to location. No, I'm not missing anything, my bad. Okay, we're done with that. Then let me make the catalog page. Let me just close the inspect. Cannot read properties of undefined. Okay, so we're going to use that is loading. If is loading, return. We're going to use that style with the spinner style. Yes, this part. We just replace the is pending with is loading, and we import the clip loader, and we know it's doing its thing. So if I refresh the page, here it is on the catalog. Okay, great. Let me go to the catalog. Let me remove everything here. And what's the problem? Cannot read properties. It's on the best hotels. Image URL, but we return the is loading. So how do we get that error? Let me go back. We don't get the error. If I go here, it's probably because in the catalog. Let me go to the catalog. Where it is, catalog. Here we map through the data, and here we use the same card that we use in the best hotels. That's why we get this error. So let me fetch the data right now. We are going to remove the dummy data that we have inside our catalog, and let me write the logic. Finally, the interesting part. It's going to be interesting component. You're going to learn a lot of things. Just let me remove those images here, and let me start typing the logic. First, I want to get access to the parameters, and in the client side, we write the use search params to get access to the query parameters on the client side. Then city is equal to search params dot get in here city. You know, the typical boring part. I'm going to copy that several times. Then min underscore price, max underscore price, and type just like that. I want to have access to the use router. Here I'm going to write some default values that I want my React Whole form to be populated with. Here it's going to be city underscore name. You're going to see how I'm getting it. Value, image, and this is equal to the option locations dot find location, and here location dot value is equal to city. That's how. And here I rename it because I want to avoid conflict with the city value from the query parameters. Then I construct the default values that we're going to need. Default values is equal to location value, then min underscore price, max underscore price, and type. Then below I'm going to instantiate the React form, so register, handle submit, get values, and form state errors is equal to use form, and here default values, and the resolver is, again, we're going to make a schema.resolver from the schema. This schema, I'm going to create a schema.js file inside, and let me write the schema. Import option locations and option types from the data, and then import z from zot. Oops, getting back to my Latin alphabet. Schema. I mean, my alphabet is Bulgarian, but we write with the Latin alphabet, right? z.object location z.enum. So we again defining some enums. Enums are basically, imagine it as an array that must have those values. So the location must be one of those values. It's an array that is like you need your value to match one of the values in our array. This is what an enum means. I think I've explained it quite okay, quite good. And then we get the value, we destructure it and we get the value and we return it. This is what we're going to need. Then for the minimum price, I want to be number with a minimum price dot min of 15, and here message price cannot be less than $15. Max underscore price is going to be again z dot number dot max, and we are going to make it 50,000 because I digress. A hotel exists with more than 50,000. Correct me if I'm wrong. I want to see that hotel one day. I'm going to go to a hotel which is above $50,000. Price cannot exceed more than $50K, and then the type is going to be again an enum, so z.enum with the option types.map value, and here value. Export schema. That's how we're going to do it. So let me import that schema that we've just defined, and let me go back to the we're on the page.js. Let me start typing the logic. Const query client is equal to use query client. We're going to need it. Const data, we're going to name it listings is pending, is equal to use query, and then query function is going to be get filtered listings with the get values, and query key is going to be listings. Then use effect. Oh no, we need to write this function. I want to write this function before we continue. So let's make again service.js and then export async function get filtered values, and here we're structuring again the data, which is the response from our Axios, and here await Axios API dot get. And here it's going to be quite a long URL. So slash listing slash filter question mark location, and then values dot location. It's going to be quite long, so bear with me. Then min underscore price is going to be equal to values dot min underscore price. Max underscore price is going to be equal to values dot max price, and then the last is the type. Type is equal to values dot type, and you can move that URL because it's super long. Oops, you can move it to a variable if you like to be more readable in a ternary operator, not ternary operator but in a ticks. And here URL, I think that's more readable for this scenario. And again, I'm going to make them the images blurred. So if they exist, const blurred images, I should make that a separate function because I use it for a third time. Next time I will make it. Then data.map listing Axios API.get, and here base 64 question mark, and the URL is going to be listing.image URLs, the first URL, the first image. Const filtered hotels are equal to, why do I get this error here? Oh, it should be outside the function, right? Const filtered hotels blurred images dot map image index. Const blurred image is equal to image dot data. Const current hotel is equal to data index, and then we return the hotel, so current hotel, and then the blurred image. Let me import the function. How have called it? Get filtered values. No, get filtered listings. And here we import it. Let me continue with the function, or can we display it from now? Why not? We should be able to. Just to display them. Listing.map. And failed to construct image. What's the problem here? Have I deleted? Yes, I have deleted the import for the image. Okay. Oh, we get an error. Come on, what's the error? Failed to respond to the server. Great. Let me console log the values that we have here. So I want to see if we have errors. No, Dubai. No, here it's working as intended. The cause of error was the following. Here we need to write the include reviews set to true, wrap those two values with the number class, and here I forgot to return. You see how stupid mistakes I make sometimes. It's not some complex business logic, it's just that I forgot to write something. Even though I look at my monitor from the other side where I have written the code perfectly. Not perfectly, but to a great extent well. You see we have no errors, everything's alright, but we don't get the images displayed. Let me go here. Listings.map. Let me go to the cart, and I want to console log to see if we really get something. Probably Let me see here in the listings what values do we have by default. So price per night here, Dubai luxury, yes, exactly this. But let me go here to the service, filtered hotels. Let me see here. We're not getting anything. We get something. I said we get nothing, but we get something. And if I console log here the listings, it should be there because we return it as a value. Here it's undefined, even though we return it. Just let me remove that console log. Even though we have it here inside the service. I fixed the bug. As you see here, the card pops up, and the problem was again a typo. Let me go to VS Code. As you see, the error was that I forgot to write the parentheses and the arrow, this thing here. So write it and you are going to have no errors. Okay, right now I want to make the functionality to write here the price that I want to filter through, the type of the hotel, the city, and that stuff. So in order to do that, I need to write here const on submit is equal to async data. And what this will going to do is it's going to again filter this data. So I get filtered listing with the data. Then I'm going to invalidate the listings, query client.invalidate queries listings. Then I'm going to construct a new URL, which is going to be the following: /catalog !city data.location. Then minimum price is going to be equal to data.min price. Then max price underscore is equal to data.max price, and lastly here for the type is equal to data.type. This is the URL that we have constructed, and then we're going to push with this URL, new URL, but I don't want to go to another page, to not scroll. That's what this means. Scroll is false. And I'm going to attach the event handler here. Handle submit on submit. And this is going to make it work. So right now you see how much is the price. Right now if I type 122, do I get something? Cannot the structure property of city as is it undefined. Okay, let me see what's the problem right now. Here the city is undefined. If I go here to option locations, here we have city. The thing that we need to write, because we get an error, is this. Here we should make value as number set to true. Even though the type of the input is a number, by default it's still going to register it as a string, and I need to copy paste that as well. Minimum price, maximum price. Let me right now refresh the page, and when I click on search, you see this pops up. If I click on Abu Dhabi, you see right now it's Abu Dhabi, and here it says Dubai. Let me fix it. Here I have hard coded Dubai. Let me change here the city underscore name, and here it should display Abu Dhabi. If I decide to, let's say, Saint-Tropez, it is going to change the picture to Saint-Tropez. Great. And here I want to display something if we have no listings. So this is going to only map if we have more than one length. We can remove this question mark here. Otherwise, I will display an H2 with the following test: no listings with those filters. Let me apply some styles. Font bold, text 3XL, text slate 700. And here it's listings. Yes, no listing with those filters, and I can even make it text 4XL. Yes, so it's even more prevalent. What listings do I have here? I have only from Mumbai and Dubai. Okay, let me filter that from Mumbai. Let me type this price, Mumbai, and the type was luxury as well. So right now we should get that one from Mumbai. No listings with this filter. Have I written something not correctly? The price per night, the beds. Probably I made some stupid error again. Refresh the page, nothing there, we have no error, it is here displayed. That's weird. Okay, I want to write a use effect here to display the errors if we have some errors. Here in the dependency array, I'm going to place errors as dependency, and the piece of code I'm going to write is the following. If errors exist, then I'm going to get the keys of the error, so object.keys.map, here the key, and here toast.error, just let me import the toast.error, errors, key, question mark dot message, and that's how we're going to display those errors. If I want to use the minimum price as 5, and right now you see price cannot be less than $15. And if I write some absurd price here for the maximum price cannot exceed 50k. Great. And let me try to see if we have a listing in that price range. We would not have. Here when I click on the search, is the button outside of the form? That's why it doesn't run. Let me see here. So here is the button, and here it's inside the form. Disable is false. I'm going to disable it when it's pending. I'm just curious why when I refresh the page it runs, but otherwise it's sometimes it runs, but it's just slow. The server is not responding instantaneously. That's why, probably because of the filter is not that intensive for the computer, I think, but it runs. Okay, we know that it does the thing. And to be honest, we are actually ready with this page. Right now, the only page outside of the admin dashboard that we need to write is here the reservations. Here the reservations is going to display the page, the listings that we have reserved, the date from the start date to the end date, and the total price. And this page is nothing complex to say. Let me go here to reservation, the API, just let me close it. Reservations, and before starting the admin dashboard, I'm going to say we're going to get those pages here and place them in a route group. Route group is like a page I'm going to show you, like that, pages. It doesn't make anything on the URL, it is just for architecture purposes. Right now I'm going to delete that, but I'm going to move them after we're finished with the reservation. I'm going to make it a client, use client, and I'm going to need the query client as well. Use query client, and then I'm going to get the data is loading from the use query, and here query key reservations. I'm going to get rid of this data, and query function get user reservations. This is going to be the function that's going to run. And this function is going to be here inside our service.js. Let me copy the name of the function, export async function, the name of the function, and then const data is equal to await Axios API get, and here let me just see how exactly was the URL. It's /reservation, and then we return the data. We are going to need another function which is for the deletion. I'm going to create it from now. Export async function delete reservation, and here const data. I'm not going to need the data, so I'm going to rename it to an underscore because I'm not going to need it, and then error refund error is equal to await refund payment. This function you're going to see from where we're going to get it. Just a second. Charge ID, reservation ID. We're not going to get from anywhere, we're just going to create. I'm looking for my other monitor. So let me just declare it from now. Export, it's just async function, we don't need to export it. Async function, refund payment, and here charge ID, reservation ID. Const data error is equal to await Axios API dot delete stripe question mark charge underscore ID is equal to charge ID, then reservation underscore ID is going to be reservation ID, and then return data and the error, of course. Let me continue with this other function. We have written this function in our API. Just let me check. Stripe, and here delete. Yes, we have deleted it. And here we don't use the reservation ID, so why do I pass it? I think it's probably, yes, due to this. We are only using it for those purposes. I want to console log this refunded payment, so when we call that API route, I want to see what is the console log of this. Then let me continue. If a refund error contains something, throw new error. Couldn't refund your reservation. And then const data error is equal to await axios.api.delete reservation / reservation ID. This is how we're going to use this function. And then I return the data and the error as well. Okay, I want to import this function and let me continue. Then I have const mutate is equal to use mutation function, and then charge ID, reservation ID. Then we call that delete reservation that we have just created with exactly those values, reservation ID. And here I don't accept them. Let me put them here as parameters. And let me continue here with the, we have on success. So on success is going to be handle success. Let me create it. Handle success is an arrow function. Oops, again a typo. With the toast.success. Successfully deleted a reservation, and then we're going to invalidate the reservation key. Query client.invalidate queries, and then query key reservations. Then after that, I want to pass, I'm looking at my other monitor here, I want to pass the reservation. Here I'm going to name it reservation, it's going to be more correct. It was just for demo purposes, the hotel. Oops. Reservation, and then I'm going to pass the mutate function as well. And of course we're going to display this only if we have a length more than 0. Otherwise I'm going to display an h1 with you have no reservations dot. And then I'm going to apply the following class name, which is going to be text center, text 3XL, font bold, text slate 700. This is how I'm going to do that. And then for the cart, let me accept the reservation and the hotel. Here I want to display dynamically some values. Here it would be first for the details, it's going to be reservation listing ID, then reservation dot listing dot image URLs, the first one, then reservation dot listing dot location and the name, and here as well listing reservation dot listing, and the same here reservation dot listing. Here I think just reservation, yes, and then reservation dot listing, and here as well is just reservation. And for the mutate, let me pass it here. On click is going to be equal to a function that's going to call the mutate, and the mutate is going to receive the following values: charge ID, which is going to be reservation dot charge ID, and reservation ID is going to be reservation.id. This is how this is going to work. Let me go back here. Cannot handle because it's not a function declaration. This can be fixed super easily. Just let me remove the arrow function syntax and we are done with it. You have no reservations, and here you see right now how they pop up from the 17th to the 20th, from the 1st to the 6th. And right now when I clicked on the details, I navigated to that page. Great. If I go again to reservations, right now I want to test if we have any errors when I try to delete. And do I provide here the key? Yes, I do. Okay, let me right now click mutate is not defined. How is mutate not defined? Mutation function, I pass it here inside that card. I don't. Okay, right now let me see if I click on delete. Do we get an error or something? Successfully deleted a reservation. Great. And wow, it's invalidating because I see it's a little bit slow. I want to see here in my database if this listing is really removed. No, it's not removed, so it's not invalidated. We know that we have some error. The deletion works. I tried it, it works. There are no errors. But here, when I try to book, I don't see the reserved days because here I forgot to return. Do you see how stupid mistakes you can make when you're tired? Because I lack sleep. But yes, here inside the date milliseconds return dates, and right now I'm going to delete all of my reservations. Here it is, and I'm going to make two additional reservations just to see that it is working. And then we're going to delete and show you that the functionality works as we want it to work. Let me go here to book. Let me book from the 18th to the 21st. Loading. Okay, they are redirected. Just let me tap here the data and click on pay. Let me refresh the page right now. And the reservation will be here. There will be no errors. Oh yes, reservation. Here it is. And yes, the reserved dates are here. I want to go back here to see if they're disabled. Yes, they are disabled, so we cannot select them. That's great. Let me go here to the reservations, and here it is. Right now, when I click on cancel, successfully deleted the reservation, and it should disappear. Why is it disappearing? Literally 1 minute ago disappeared. Okay, let me try to book again and to see if it was just an UI bug or I have some another error. Let me again submit here. Type the dummy data. Click on pay. Reservation. Click on delete. Yes, successfully delete the reservation. Sometimes I have bugs like this. I'm not sure from where they are. No code changes, but different behavior. That's weird, but you see it is working. So as far as I'm concerned, we are ready here with the application as it is. The next part would be to make the admin functionality, which is going to be quite interesting. And before making the admin functionality, I want to go here to my .env, and I saw that I don't have the Next.url. Here I'm going to type Next./URL is equal to the HTTP localhost 3000. And should I provide here the admin? Okay, I'm going to write admin username. Is going to be Billy, and admin password is going to be 123. Yes, I know, very hard username and password. Okay, let's start making the admin page. Before making the admin page, I want, as I told you, to make a route group here to group my pages that are not related to the admin dashboard. And here I'm just going to move them. The URL is not going to be changed, nothing is going to be changed. It's basically for the architectural purposes. Here I'm going to move the login, sign up, success page, and here the sales page is quite slow because we have a lot of things here, but it's going to be eventually there. Here you see our route group pages, and there are all of our pages that are not related to our admin dashboard. Here I'm going to make an admin, which inside is going to have again a route group code pages, which is going to contain the pages. Then we're going to have components, not sidebar, my bad, hooks, layout, and services. First, I want to make the layout that is going to wrap our admin dashboard. And just a second to see, yes, admin layout.jsx rfce. Why it's not popping up? Come on, load. Yes, rfce. Here it's going to accept the children, so the thing that we wrap, the things that are inside it, the children properties, the children JSX elements. Here I'm going to make it H screen, then with screen, overflow of hidden, BG slate of 100. Then the div, I'm going to rename the class name to hfull, widthfull, px of 10, py of 6. Then the navbar component here, and then here the class name is going to be hfull, widthfull, margin top of 8, mx auto, grid calls is going to be 8, and gap is going to be 12. Sidebar, and then we render the children. So as you see, we need to create the navbar and the sidebar. Let me go here to make the navbar.jsx and the sidebar.jsx. First, let me start with the navbar. The navbar is going to contain the following things. First, I'm going to make it a client component. Use client. Here, the class name is going to be sticky, top 0, left is going to be 0, widthfull, flex, justify between, and item center. Inside, I'm going to have a link, which is going to navigate us back to the admin dashboard, admin/dashboard. Class name is going to be flex, item center, gap of 2, and transition is going to be all. Inside, I'm going to have an H1 with the text of travel got, and the class name is going to be text blue of 600, text of 2XL, font of both. Below that, I'm going to have the icon, so to make it even more beautiful, AI outline home with a size of 25, and the color is going to be RGB 36, 37, I mean not 36, 99 and 235. Let me make that on several lines to again make it more readable, as I like to do. Then below that link, I'm going to have a div, which is going to contain flex, as a class name, flex item center, gap of 6. And inside, I'm going to have a button, which is going to have the text, which is not going to have a text, but it's going to have an icon AO, create outline. Let me import the icon, import IO, create outline from React icons, IO, not AI, but IO. The size is going to be 20, and the color is going to be white, FFF. The button is going to have the class name of BG, and then hash 4522F4, then px of 2, py of 1, cursor pointer, around that XL, transition, and then on cover we're going to change the BG to BG and the following cover, hash 573 8F2. This cover exactly, or wait, yes, this cover, exactly, this cover. Then I'm going to have another button, which is going to have the FA user, and here the size is going to be 22, and the color is going to be RGB 3799 235. Basically the same color, and here I'm just going to have cursor of pointer. And here we need to declare a state. We're going to show a model. So show model, set show model, which is going to be with an initial value of false. Then I'm going to make two functions to hide and show it. Handle hide model is going to be set show model false, and handle show model is going to be set show model to true. I'm going to use these functions. Here I'm going to get that and apply it here. And the other function, we're going to show a model here, show model if that's true. Then we're going to show it in here, create model. This is the model that we're going to use for creating a new listing. We're going to remove that logic from the application and move it back to the admin dashboard. Handle, hide, model. Right now I'm not going to implement it instantly. I want to make the navbar and all the things here, the create model. I'm just going to create it here just to be able to import it, but I'm not going to implement the logic just now. And just to get the props, handle, hide, model. Okay. This for navbar. Let me start implementing here the sidebar. The sidebar is again going to be a client component. Use client. And here const current page is going to be use path name dot split. We're going to split it by the slash, and we're going to get, basically we're going to get, I'm going to show you. So we have a page which is slash admin slash dashboard, and by getting the second index, I'm going to get the dashboard. This is what this means. Then const sidebar data. Here I'm going to make the sidebar data, and then I'm going to loop through it and show the sidebar. It's a cleaner way in my eyes. Here I'm going to have a text of dashboard, and after that I'm going to show how it's going to look like. Text of dashboard, icon is going to be empty dashboard, then href is going to be slash admin slash dashboard. On click is going to be here an empty function. For some it will be empty function, for some it will be populated. Is current page is going to be current page is equal to the dashboard, and is new is false. Then I can copy paste that several times just to save some time. Here it would be users. Here the icon would be AI outline user. And here let me import that empty dashboard. Import empty dashboard from React icons mg. Then after the dashboard I'm going to have listings, md hotel, and here listings. And of course here I'm going to change it to users listing, and here listings. Then we have two more, yes, as I have copied them correctly. Reservations, AI outline home, AI outline home, reservations, and here reservations. Then reviews, AI full star, reviews, and here reviews. Great. And then I'm going to display them and show you how it's going to look like. Class name here is going to be width of full, flex call, justify between. Then inside I'm going to have a div with the class name of. Class name is going to be height of full, width of full, flex of column, gap of 10, and call span 1. It's going to span 1 column. And then the sidebar data dot map data and the index. Oops. And here I'm going to use as a key the index. Usually it's not a good practice, but here I know that the length of the array is not going to change, so it's not big of a deal. If I know that it's going to change, I will never ever use it. I'm going to use just a text or something. We can even use a text actually while I'm using the index. Data.text. We know that the text is unique. The href then, just let me make that on several lines. The href is going to be data.href. On click is going to be here. Why do I have it? Just delete the on click. When I developed the page, I forgot to remove it. I had a functionality from one of the elements here, but I removed it. Just remove the on click. My bad. Then the class name is going to be here dynamic. First I'm going to write the static data that's not going to change. Flex item center, gap of 2, p of 3, rounded XL, and let me remove the sidebar. Here I'm even though I'm developing the sidebar, let me remove the sidebar from VS Code. Transition is going to be O, cursor of pointer, and then data is current page, and if it's current page, the BG, the background is going to be blue, 600. And here the text is going to be a span first, here a span, which is going to display the icon, so data.icon, data.icon, and here cover, the cover is going to be data.is current page, and then if it's current page and FFF, otherwise it will be a little bit grayish white cover, so C is C, 7CC. Below that span I'm going to make another span, which is going to contain the data.text this time, and the class name is going to be again dynamic. If the data is current page, then the text is going to be white, otherwise the text is going to be dot cover again. I can copy paste it. And lastly here, if the data is new, here why I have written this data is new, I'm going to remove that. While I was developing, I'm not sure why I left those fields. I used them, but I removed some things. So this is it. When I look at it, yes, this is it. Okay, and here I want to go to my dashboard, so I'm going to create a dashboard, not as a file, but as a folder, dashboard dot dashboard.jsx rfc, and here I'm going to import those components, the sidebar, navbar, and I'm going to display them. Here it would be the admin layout, and let me see right now how it's looking. If I go to admin / dashboard, I'm going to provide a middleware logic to make the page protected. Here I don't see the page, so it is admin. How it should be page.jsx. My bad. Right now we need to see it. The navbar is not imported. Where it is? Here I forgot to import it. And right now we are going to see it unless we have some error. Element type is invalid, expected a string for built-in components. Okay, right now I'm going to see once the problem. Check the render method of navbar. The cause of the error was, it's not just React icons IO. You need to have that 5 here at the end. And right now when we go here, you see how it's looking. It's looking great. Here I can navigate. Right now I have not created those pages. Let me start by creating them, and then we're going to finish the dashboard page. Here pages, they're going to be, let me just see from the sidebar. Oops, I just closed it. Components, sidebar, and then okay, I have the dashboard. Then I'm going to have users, going to have listings, reservations, and reviews. For the all of the pages, I'm just going to create a page.jsx file for now. Listings, then reservations. Oops, not reservations, but page.jsx. Reservations, page.jsx rfc reviews, and then page.jsx rfc users. That's how we're going to do it. Okay, let me go here to the dashboard and let me start creating it. The dashboard, I'm going to make it a CRUD component, and we're going to have several queries. I'm going to show how we're going to do it. We're going to use a hook. First, I'm going to get to the structure of the hook, even though we have not created it, just for you to have a perception of what data we're going to have. Users query. Then I'm going to have listings query, reservations query, revenue query, and most reserved query is equal to use widget hook, just like that. And I'm going to have widget data. Const widget data is equal to an array of objects, which is going to have the page, users, and then the data, users query dot data, and icon is going to be AI outline user, which is going to have the color of EF. I'm going to copy and paste that several times for every single query. Here is listings, then listings query, and here the icon is going to be empty hotel, then reservations query, and reservations. The icon is going to be AI outline home, and then here we're going to have revenue, and then revenue query, and here for the icon we're going to have the AI view bank, and this is going to be it for the widget data. And it's a great, we are not going to use that for the widget data here, but it's a great reason right now to start creating the hook and then the API. The hook here, as you see, just let me close the pages. Here I have hooks, and let me open it. Here I'm going to have widget hook.js, and here we're going to create that hook. It's going to be quite long, and we're going to use not use query but use queries. We're going to see the use queries. Then I'm going to get some functions, get most reserved listings. We need to write the API. I have not made a static version of it because it would look kind of, there's no reason to do that, right? We can just instantaneously do it. We are going to get it from the pages slash dashboard slash service, and then we're going to get other functions, get all listings. Here I have divided the service in two parts that can be component specific or page specific, and those that we're going to reuse several times. So those right now that I'm going to use, that I'm importing, I'm going to use them several times. That's why they're divided here. These are both API functions. Okay, let me again code, get all reservations, then get all revenue, and get all users from dot slash services slash service, and then export const use widget hook arrow function, and here const, and again I want to restructure them. I can just copy that, it's the same thing. For this is equal to use queries, and here we're going to write the logic. We're going to have here an queries key with an array of objects, which is going to be here the query function, get all users, and I can just place it like that, get all users, and then query key is going to be admin, and then users, comma, and let me paste that several more times, get all listings, then admin listings, get all reservations, and then get all revenue, and get most reserved listing is going to be most reserved listing, and then we return them. Users query, listings query, reservation query, revenue query, and lastly most reserved query. And we have already exported it. Okay, it's a great reason right now to start implementing those functions. First, I'm going to write this get most reserved listings, which is here inside the dashboard, service.js, export async function, get most reserved listings, and then const data is equal to await axios api.get slash admin slash listing slash most reserved. And then if the data exists, I'm going to make again the same trick with the blurred image. Const data, and I'm going to name it to base64 await axios api.get base64 question mark URL is equal to data.image URLs, the first element or the 0th index, and then data.blurred image is going to be equal to base64, and then return data, just like that. Then I want to make those 4 functions, and then we're going to make the API route. Those functions not in the pages, but I'm going to make them here inside the services. And let's go. Here we are going to have only one file which is going to contain those functions. Let's go. Export async function get all listings is going to be const data is equal to await axios API dot get admin slash listing slash get all listings, and then return data. They are basically very simple functions. Export async function get all reservation const data is equal to await axios API dot get admin slash reservation slash get all reservations, and then return data. Export async function get all users const data is equal to await axios API dot get admin slash user slash get all users, and then return data. And then export async function get all revenue const data await axios API dot get admin slash reservation slash get all revenue, and then return data. And this is it. Actually, we can start making the API route, and then we can see the populated data. Here I'm going to create an API route which is going to be called an admin, and I'm going to create 4 folders. The direct descendants: listing, reservation, review, and user. Let me first start here with the listing. We're going to have here an ID which is going to be called here it's CRUD.js. We cannot call it anything else. Then I want to have get all listings, and I want to have most reserved. I'm going to create a CRUD.js for all those files. Then I want to create here for the reservation. Here, let me see, we have again the ID here. I want to create a folder, not a file. ID, route.js. I want to have 2 more folders, get all reservations, and then get all revenue. Get all revenue. Going to create a route.js file again. You can see the architecture from my GitHub if you are tired of writing it, but I want to make it right now. I want to finish my API logic. Then for the reviews, I'm going to have again an ID here, route.js, and here route.js. And for the user, I'm going to have an ID here, route.js, and then I want to have get all users, route.js. Great, let me start here with the listing. For the listings, first I want to make the get all listing and most reserved because those are going to be needed. And then later when I need the ID which is going to be for updating and deleting, then I'm going to go back. So for get all listings, it's quite simple. Export async function, get request, and then a try catch. We first check if it's an admin because here it's only accessible to the admin. Then const all listings is equal to await db dot listing dot find many, and here we are fetching everything, and return next response dot json all listings. Here I return next response dot error. This is it. We're going to write those functions very fast. Then export async function for the most reserved, get request, a try catch. Let me write here for the error just from now to not forget it, and let me go. Again, I'm going to use the await is admin user, then const all listings is equal to await db.listing.find menu, and here include reservations true. Then const most reserved listings is equal to all listings dot reduce. We get the A and B, and then return a question mark dot reservations question mark dot length. Okay, it should be most reserved listing. Just let me remove it to be correct. And if it's greater or equal than b question mark dot reservation question mark dot length, this is how we're going to get it. And then if it's true, we're going to return A. If it's false, we're going to return B. This is how it's going to work. And then return next response.json most reserved listings. Then we are ready with the listings. What functions we have written here? Just I want to see what else do I have here. Admin pages dashboard. We got the most reserved written. Okay. And here for the services, get all listings, we have written that. Get all reservations. Oops, here just let me close because we have so many files. Services, and here get all reservations. Okay, let me close here the admin. Let me go here to get all reservations. This is the next function that we need to write. Get all reservations. Export async function get request a try catch return next response dot error, and then await is admin user, then const all reservations is equal to await db dot reservation dot find menu, include listing and user set to true. We're going to need them. Set to true. Then afterwards, all reservations total price. We're going to calculate the total price the following way. All reservations dot map reservation, and here return dot reservation, and then total price is going to be the following: reservation dot days difference multiplied by reservation dot listing dot price per night, and then return next response dot json all reservations total price. This is it. And here we should map through this array, not through the itself. Okay, and let me go here to the get all revenue. This is the next function that we need to write. Export async function get request, again a try catch, return next response dot error, and here await is admin user, then const all reservations is equal to await db.reservation.find menu, include listing set to true. Then if all reservations.length is equal to 0, this means that we have no reservations. Return next response.json of 0. We just return 0. We don't need to calculate anything. Otherwise, const all reservation prices is equal to all reservations.map reservation, and then return reservation.days difference multiplied by reservation.listing.price per night, and then const total revenue is equal to all reservation prices dot reduce and b a plus b, and we return it. Next response dot json total revenue. Let me see if we have other functions to write. Get all users, this is the next that we need to write, and here let me move the revenue up because it's related, because I want them to be grouped. Reservation, and then the user, and then we need to get all users. No problem, we're going to do it. Let me go here to the users, admin, just let me close the listing, the reservation, and here is the user, route.js. Oops, oh, here I have written the logic for all listings, my bad, let me remove it. Get all listings, here is empty, replace it here, And then for the user, export async function, get request here, a try catch, return next response dot error, error, and then await is admin user, the typical thing, const all users is equal to await db.user.find menu, include reservation to true, reservations set to true, and then return next response dot json all users. And these reservations I don't think I need it, I'm just going to remove it. And we are ready with those API routes. Let me go here to the admin dashboard to see. We are probably gonna get error, probably I have forgot to type something. Yes, I have forgot to import it. Let me go to the pages, dashboard, and import that. Let me see right now what will be the error. Oh, we have no errors, great. And let me see if we get the results from those queries. So console log, I can just console log the widget data, console log widget data, and let me see what do we get as a response here. Okay, we get the data is undefined here. For the first, we get for the listings the listing. As you see here, yes, we get the listings. For the revenue, we get 0 because we have no reservations. Yes, our reservations are 0, but for the users, it's undefined. Let me see here what is the cause of the error for the users. So users query, get all users. Have I not imported it? Get all users slash get all users. Let me see if I have typed something wrong. Oh, I have forgot to import the DB. That was the problem here inside the get all users. So right now when I refresh the page, I'm going to get the correct data. Let me go back here and console log it. Widget data. Yes, I do, and here the users an array of 6. Great. Let me start implementing finally the admin dashboard logic. So here in admin dashboard, let me start typing div and then class name, and just let me remove that console log, I'm not going to need it. ml of 2, width full, age full, flex is column, and call span of 7. Then div is going to be class name of grid calls of 4 and gap of 8. And then I'm going to map through that widget data dot map. I'm going to structure the page, data, and icon, and then I'm going to return a widget, and I'm going to pass those data. So key is going to be the page because it's unique, page is going to be the page, data is going to be the data, and icon is going to be here the icon. Great. And then below that I'm going to show several other things, not several other things, but the big widget and the chart. Here I'm going to have the class name of margin top of 28, grid columns of 7, and gap of 16. And inside I'm going to have a big widget in which I'm going to pass the listing here as most reserved query.data and a chart. So I want to create them. Here let me go to my components and let me create the chart.jsx, RFC, and what was the other? The big widget and the widget.jsx, RFC, and then the big widget.jsx, RFCE. Let me go here to import them. And here the chart. Great. First I want to make the widget the normal widget. Let me go here. It's just a UI component, it's not a use command, so it's a server component. And here class name is going to be width of full, height of 48, PO4, transition is going to be O, shadow, MG, and let me place that on a new line, and let me continue. Hover is going to be shadow large, then rounded XL, and cursor is going to be pointer. The other div is going to be width of foo again, height of foo, flex is going to be column, and justify between. H2 is going to display the page, so we need to get those data, page, data, and icon. The class name here is going to be font bold. Text is going to be, text is going to be 16 pixel, uppercase, and text is going to be hash color of B6, B0, B0. And above the H2 I forgot to have a div which has the flex and justify between classes. Justify between, and then I'm going to wrap it here, and below the H2 I'm going to have a span which is going to show the thing, the following thing. If the page is not equal to the revenue, then I want to display the data.length, otherwise I want to display $sign, again a $sign, and the data. We're going to see how it's going to look. Right now, if I go here, do you see those widgets? Those are the widgets, and here is the data. We have no revenue because we have no reservations. We have 2 listings and 6 users. And I still have some other code to write here. So below that span, I'm going to have a div with the class name of flex, and then justify between. And inside, I want to have a link, which is going to have the class name here of border B, transition, hover is going to be border slate of 500, and an href is going to be here of admin/page. Then I want to have CO, and then below I want to have a span with an icon here, and then the class name is going to be height of 8, width of 8, flex, justify center, item center, rounded full, and bg blue of 400. This is how right now it's going to look like. You see here when I hover, great. And then I want to finish the big widget in the chart, so let me go here to the big widget. The big widget is going to get the listing as a prop, and let me start. If we don't have the listings, the listing here, I'm going to return the clip loader here, and then here inside the JSX that we need to write, I want this element to have a class name here of height is going to be 525 pixel, margin top is going to be auto, column span is going to be 2, rounded XL, transition O, shadow watch, and cover is going to be shadow XL. Then I want to have another div with the class name of flex of column, and gap of 4, and here an H3 with the P of 6, text length of 700, text center, font bold, and a text of 2XL, and here number 1 reserved listing. Then below the H3 I want to have a div which is going to have the following, which is going to have the image of the listing. So src is going to be equal to listing.image URLs, the 08 index, class name is going to be object cover, which is going to be 420, height is going to be 300, blur data URL is going to be the listing blurred image, and the placeholder is going to be blur. Then below that I want to have a div which is going to have the class name here of P of 6, flex of column, gap of 8. Then I want to have an H3 which is going to have the class name here of margin top of 4, font bold, text length of 700, and text of 2XL. And when I finish this component, I'm going to return back to our original application to make a reservation just for you to see how it's looking like, and write a simple middleware just to make the page not accessible to everyone. We have made it not accessible on the backend, but of course we need to make it not accessible on the front end. And here listing ? Name. Here I'm going to provide a question mark as well. below the h3 I want to have here an below the h3 I want to have a span with another h3 total reservations. Here let me write the class name, which is going to be flex item center, font semi-bold, and gap of 2. For the h3 I want to have text slate of 500, and below the h3 I want to have a span with the text with the following text: listing.reservations !length reservations, and then span is going to be text slate of 500. Okay, when I refresh the page, let me see what's looking. So here it's loading, and it probably would state that failed to construct image. Oh, I forgot to import it. Let me import it. I'm interested what will happen. Yes, we are going to get an error because we have no reservations. Let me go back to our original application to make a reservation. Come on, load. Okay, here Dubai cannot resolve. When I refresh the page, what's the problem? Cannot resolve review assets. Okay, let me go back to the details page. How did it work? And then when I did nothing, I know, because of these pages, that's why we have that error. So I need another dot slash. We're going to get those errors for the paths here. Okay, right now it's loading. Book, I'm going to book for the whole week. Then we're going to be redirected here. Email, then 4242111, and here card holder name, processing. Yes, and then we're redirected to the success page. Okay, before showing you how it's going to look like here in the admin dashboard, I'm just going to write a simple middleware file. This middleware file is going to be here at the src middleware.js, and it's going to be 20 lines of code. It's not something complex. I'm going to need the get token from Next.js, then import next response, and then export default async function middleware request. Const token is equal to await get token, and here I pass it as an object in the request. Then const path name is equal to request.nextURL.pathname, and then const URL origin is equal to http localhost 3000 slash. Then if pathname dot includes slash admin and token is admin is false, so here exclamation mark on the left side, then return next response dot redirect to the URL origin, so to the home page. Then I'm going to write two more if. So here the next if is going to be if it includes login, if it includes slash login, or here if it doesn't include login, or it doesn't includes slash sign up, here exclamation mark again, and there is no token, then I want to return next response dot redirect to the URL origin plus login. Then the final if is going to be an if else. Actually, we're going to have the following logic. So if path name dot includes login, this is if the user is authenticated or not authenticated. So here, if it's not authenticated and he wants to access a page that needs to be authenticated, he's going to be redirected to the login. And here, if he is going to the login, or path name dot includes slash sign up, then, and if he has a token, so if he wants to go to the login or the register page, but he is logged in, then I'm going to redirect him back to the home page. Return next response dot redirect to the URL origin, else return next response dot next. This is how we're going to do it. And then we need to notify the middleware on which pages it's going to run. Then export const config is equal to, it's an object with the matcher key, and it's going to contain the pager. So here create, then slash details slash parentheses, here question mark exclamation mark general dot asterisk. This is for whatever ID is going to be. Then I want for the reservations, here come on, reservations, then slash catalog slash just a slash for the homepage, then for the login, for the slash sign up, and for slash success page. This for which pages it's going to run, and of course it needs to run for the admin. So here slash admin the dashboard, and I'm just going to write all of them. It's quite long, I know. Users, reservations, and listings. This for all of the pages. And here this create, I'm going to remove this soon. I just need to finish my admin dashboard. So right now if I go to slash admin slash dashboard, let me see how right now is going to look. This cannot be reached. Because I have changed here the middleware. I need to restart my server. Okay, after the creation of the listing, you see right now how it's looking. Here I have some sidebars and stuff. Let me go to VS Code, to the admin dashboard page. Just let me close all those pages, admin dashboard. In here let me type overflow hidden, just to remove those scroll bars. They're still appearing. Maybe I need to place them more on top of a level. I still see them. Wait, if I make age full and width full, okay, we don't see them. And why do I see this navbar here? That's a great way right now to remove it. Just let me go back to app, layout.js, layout provider, and let me write again some logic. So if it's not sign up, or path name doesn't path name includes slash admin, if it's not, then it's going to be displayed. And I'm going to copy the same for the footer. So right now we don't see it here inside the layout provider here, which is our components. Okay, we don't see it, and I want to make this chart. Let me go here to the admin components, and here this chart. We're going to install one library for this purpose, which is called chart. We're going to install chart.js and React chart.js too. Okay, let me go here to my npm my chart.js and React chart.js/2. We're going to need those. While they are installing, I'm going to make that use client. Then I'm going to import the things that we are going to use here. Import chart as chart.js, then category, scale, bar element, title, tooltip, legend from chart.js. And I'm going to import the bar, which is from React chart, React chart.js too. It's not in this registry. What? Probably I have spelled it not right. So npm my chart, oops, not chart, but npm I chart.js. This is the first one, no problem. And then npm my react dash chart.js /2. This is the next package that I have. Okay, probably I've made some typo as usual. cannot resolve React chart. Probably right now it would be resolved. Okay, we're going to finish the component and then see what's the problem. Chart.js dot register, and here we're going to register those things that we have imported: category scale, then linear scale, bar element, title, tooltip, and then legend. Those are going to be needed. Then for the chart here, I want to have some state: chart data set chart data is equal to use state an object with a datasets key of an empty array, and then const chart options set chart options is going to be equal to use state empty object. Then for the use effect, we're going to need for the what dependencies are going to we're not going to have any dependencies, it's just an empty dependency array, and here we're going to populate the data. Set chart data is going to be quite long. You can freely copy it from GitHub, this piece of data, because it's not some complex UI logic, but I'm going to write it myself. Labels is going to be Monday, Tuesday. We're just going to write the days of the week. Then Tuesday, Wednesday, Thursday, Friday, Saturday, and Sunday. Then I want to have the data sets, and here an object with the label of sales and the $sign. Then data is going to be, I'm just writing some arbitrary values here just for UI purposes. Okay, we can't copy it from GitHub because I'm going to be tired of writing all of this UI data. We have no server logic inside this component. Let me go here to admin, components, and where it was, widgets, and it was in charts. So chart, and let me copy it. And here we're basically populating the chart data and the options. Here that's going to be for the days of the week, so Monday, Tuesday, Wednesday. Here the border color and the background color, and here it's RGBA. And here set chart options. Here I have placed some data like the text, daily revenue. We're going to see right now how it's looking. You see here the daily revenue, and here you can see how beautiful it's looking. This is for the dashboard page. This was the easy part. I wouldn't say the easy, it's big part of our admin functionality. Then when I go to the pages, let me see what happens. We see nothing. Okay, let me go here to my, just let me close it. Or actually no, before we go and make the users listings and the reviews pages, I want to make the functionality to create a listing from the admin dashboard, because that it's much more correct to list something, to create something when only the admin can do it in the admin dashboard. So here inside the create model, we're going to make this possible. And a big part of this we can freely copy paste actually, as right now I'm looking from my other monitor. Let me go here to the create page. Create page, this what we have here. I can freely copy that, paste it here, as well as go here to how can I do it, or yes, to the dashboard, because it's inside the dashboard. And here from the create, I'm going to copy this function, place it here. Just let me remove the import Axios API, and here I'm going to define a schema, so schema.js, and I'm going to copy that schema, paste it, and I can delete the create page. And we're going to modify just a few things here inside the create model. Here, instead of it being here, instead of this piece of code existing, let me remove it. I'm going to remove that wrapper div as well, this part as well, and here I'm going to wrap it inside the model layout, which we're going to create just now. Model layout, here it's model layout as well. We're not going to need any CSS, just directly here. And inside I'm going to have the is creating. then document is going to be equal to listing, and the final prop is handle height model, which is going to contain this function handle height model. And let me create this layout. Let me go here, model layout.jsx rfc, and it's going to be, I wouldn't say, it's going to be just a typical layout, nothing complex. We're going to get the prop, so it's creating, is going to be false by default. Then document handle height model and the children. For that div here, I'm going to have the following class names: z9999, I want to be above everything, fixed, backdrop blur, top 0, left 0, min height of full, width of full, and shadow of 2xl. Then on the next div, I'm going to have again some class names. So here class name is going to be bg slate of 100, width is going to be 1/4, around the TLG, absolute, top is going to be half, come on, left is going to be half, again minus translate just to center it correctly, and then on the y-axis again, and pb of 8, padding bottom of 8, or 2 rm, you can hover and see. Then here on the next div, we're going to have padding of 4, border of b, border slate of 500, flex, item center, justify between. And here finally, let me start typing some logic set of divs. h3, if it's creating, then I'm going to display create and then update. And here for the h3, I'm going to have font semi-bold and text to Excel. And then below I'm going to display the document. Then I'm going to have an AI outline clause, which is going to have a node click of the handle height model, class name is going to be cursor pointer, and then size is going to be 20. Oops, 20. And then below that, I'm going to render the children. And here are the children. This is just for the model layout. So let me import it. And right now, cannot resolve /schema. What's the problem here? Yes, here the schema, import schema from the dashboard schema. Components, create model.js cannot resolve API. Here for which function exactly? They are not exactly here, they are inside this service. So /pages/dashboard/service. From there we're going to get them. They want to go to the dashboard. And when I click here, do I get it? Handle height model is not defined. How it's not defined? Here I have not defined it. Okay, here the create model. Let me just rename it. Create model. And we need to get the handle height model. I think I pass it as a prop here from the page. Where it was exactly the admin layout. I think it was in the navbar. Yes, it was inside the navbar. Yes, and here inside the navbar I pass it as a prop. So right now when I click, do you see? Okay, the CSS is kind of messy. We're going to make it, and here the create listing. Here I am in the model layout. I've just added some space, and here to fix the inputs which are here inside the create model. Width of 2/3. Can I just make them? Let me copy them and make them width of full, just to see how they're going to look like. Okay, but why those aren't touched here? Width is going to be, okay, I'm going to make them 400 pixels. So right now, how are they going to look like? Great, they are looking great. Yes. And I'm going to add some, where are the selects? Here I'm going to add padding of 2 to the selects, not 4 but 2. Okay, so right now they're looking as they should. And right now, let me create a listing to see if it's really working. Abu Dhabi, let's say 4 stars. Here the price is going to be, let's say, $1,000. The bets are going to be 2, free Wi-Fi, upload images. Let me upload those 2 images. Click on submit, and voila, we have an error. Let me see what was the error here. Key is not defined. Let me go above. It's probably from the use effect. Here it should be key. Right now, let me again try to create a model. Some random values here just to see if it's working. I'm going to upload 2 images. Click submit. Image 1 is being uploaded. Image 2 is being uploaded. Successfully uploaded them. And if we are redirected to the listings, we know that it is a success. But as I see, okay, we're redirected, so we have no errors. Those errors, Okay, we can navigate through it. Let me leave a review here. So post, here is the review, and here will be updated soon. Yes, it is updated. Great. Let me go back here, back to the admin dashboard, and I'm going to create inside our original application a navigation link if we are an admin, so you can navigate through it instead of being in the URL. But right now, I want to make those here functional. So we have the users, listings, reservation, and reviews. For the reservations and reviews, I'm going to make only the delete functionality. There's no need to update both of them. Why would we update a review? If we think about updating someone else's review as an admin, we should delete it. And the reservations, we should delete it. Why should we mess with people dates? He has reserved a date from the 1st to the 5th. Why we should do something? We can notify him or do something, but it's most appropriate to delete it. Okay, enough talking. Let me go here. We are already at the users. And let me go. So users, we're going to wrap it with the admin layout here. Admin layout. Then I'm going to have a div, which is going to have an h2 of all users. Class name is going to be here text 3XL, text slate of 800 and font semi-bold. Div is going to be class name of ML of 12, age full, and width of full. And here I'm going to have a div, which is going to have a class name of margin top of 2, age is going to be 2/3, and width is going to be 50 VW. And then I'm going to have a data table. In this data table, we're just going to install right now a library for this purpose. Here I'm going to comment it for now, but the library that we're going to install for this specific thing to display the user reservations, listing, and reviews, I want to use tables, but not just plain tables. I want to use one very popular library, which is, I'm not sure how exactly it's pronounced, CRUD/UI. And here first I need to go and initialize it, so I'm going to copy this line. Oops, let me go back to VS Code, paste it, and it will be initialized. Which style do you like to use? Just the default one? Would you like to use CSS variables? No. Okay, it's being initialized. While it's initializing, I want to go to the other page, and I want to add the table. Paste this line of code. I'm going to provide links in the description about this library. And we have initialized it, and here we should have, yes, not in the UI where it is, yes/table here inside the components. This is the library here that you see. I want to install a third package, which is Stack React table. I'm going to need it if I want to sort and do some stuff that is related to functionality, so I'm going to paste it and install it. And while it's installing, here you see the different elements that we have, the table header, the table body, and all that stuff. And I'm going to open my components here and to move this UI here. I want it to be here, and let me go here. Okay, so you see how our page is looking. Why it's like that, all users? After I make the table, and if it still persists like this, I'm going to fix it. But for now, we are ready with this. And in order to create a table, I'm going to show you how. Here inside our users, this is the one that I want to create. Right now I'm going to create a folder called table, which is going to have two files: poems.js, jsx, rfce, and the next one is data slash table.jsx, rfce. Come on, data table. Just let me copy that name, paste it here and here. Okay, and here we're going to make the columns in the table. I'm going to show you how. Here for the columns is going to be interesting. I'm going to first start with the columns. Here I'm going to import several things. First I'm going to make that use command. Then I want to import the image from next image. Then I want to import some person image, just a dummy image. Dot slash. We are going to have a lot of dot slashes here. Dot slash again. Public slash asset slash. And we're going to use this image. Then I want to have the format from timeago.js. So from timeago.js, imp mi timeago.js. Then I want to import the fa pen and the fa trash from react icon slash fa. Then import use user hook, which we're going to create just now after we finish with the imports, from dot slash hook slash user hook. Import AI outline arrow down and import AI outline arrow up. After that I'm going to import the use state. I'm going to import the user model, but for now I'm going to comment it because we don't have it, and let me import the use state because we're going to need it as well. Okay, so the columns are going to look the following way. They're going to be very interesting. I'm looking from other monitor. Okay, let me remove that. Export const columns is equal to an array of objects, and we're going to have an accessor key, profile photo, header. This is how it's going to be named, profile photo, how it's going to appear, and then the cell, how it's going to look each individual cell. So here we have a row. Right now I'm not going to get any data from the row. I want to display just the image. So here image. We're going to, once we are finished with the creation of this, we're going to see how exactly it is looking. And here I want to remove that extra parentheses, and here for the image I'm going to apply src person underscore image and some styles, like class name is going to be equal to age of 10, width of 10, rounded full, object cover, height is going to be 40, and width is going to be 50, and an alt tag person's image. This is basically the structure of it, and then we can copy that accessory key and that object, and then we can replace the data for the following. Then I'm going to have username and username. It is, and I don't need the cell here. It's going to populate it from the accessory key, the property that we have username. That you can write it just like that. Then I'm going to copy that again, paste it, and here we're going to have an email. And here I'm not going to need that cell here. I'm going to remove it. Here for the header, that's how we are going to see how I'm going to display it. So here header column arrow function, and then I'm going to return a button here which is going to have the email, and then we can sort them by the email alphabetically. I'm going to have AI outline arrow up and AI outline arrow down. And with the span here, I'm going to have flex item center, and here for the button, just let's make that on several lines. First the class name, which is flex item center, and gap of 1, and then on click. That's how we're going to sort it. So column dot toggle sorting, column get is sorted is equal to ascending. Then we have several other things like reservation and create a tat. Just let me copy this again. the topmost, oops, paste it, and here it will be reservations. Again, I'm not going to need, okay, here we're going to need the cell as well, but first I'm going to start with the header. For the header, again, I'm going to get the column, and then this return a button. We are again going to use the sort functionality as I see, yes. The button is going to receive a class name here of flex item center gap of 1 and the text of reservations, then the span. And I want to really finish this fast to show you how it's looking, because it's looking great. AI outline, I'm just going to copy this, is the same, the both of the arrows, and here I want to have on the button that same function, which is for the toggle sorting. Great. And here for the cell, I'm going to get the value. So here value is going to be row.get value reservations. I want to get the length of them, the length of reservations. And here the div is going to be value reservations. Okay, and we have two more additional fields. The next one is create a tat, so I can just paste it. Oops, not that. Let me just copy again this accessory key, this object, the entire object, not just the accessory key. Here I have created at. This is how it's going to get it from the document, the property, and this is what is going to be displayed. And then again I'm going to get the value. So here const value is equal to row.get value created at, and then a div with the format of time ago. So I'm going to import it just in a second, or I think I have already imported it. Yes, time ago, the value, and this for the created at. And lastly here we have the actions, which is going to be the most interesting part. So for the actions row, and here we're going to get several things. Const id, I'm going to name it to user id, is going to be equal to row.original. So row.original. Then const show model, set show model is equal to use state to false. Then const handle height model is equal to set show model to false, and const handle show model is equal to set show model to true. And then I'm going to get from the user hook two functions. Handle delete user is pending from use user hook that we have imported, but we have not written the logic. And here I'm going to render a React fragment, which is going to have here a button with the class name of cursor pointer, disabled, bg slate of 200, px of 2, py of 1, rounded xl. Then I want to just let me make that on several lines. Right here disabled, and it's going to be disabled if it's pending, and on click I'm going to write handle delete user id. This for the deletion of the user. And inside this button I'm going to have the fa trash, which is going to have color. So oops, is pending. So if it's pending, if it's deleting, I'm going to display this color, so the user knows that his action is being processed. So B2, otherwise it will be a red color, so F00. Then the next button is going to be for the updating, and it's going to have the following class name. Cursor pointer, disabled is going to be bg slate of 100, 200 actually, not 100, px of 2, py of 1, and rounded xl. And just let me move that again on a new line. I'm going to have the on click to show the model. On click is handle show model, and inside fa pen or 31b608. This is it. And then if the show model value is true, we're going to display the user model, and we're going to pass the user ID, user ID, and the handle height model, Let me make that on several lines again, my typical stuff, and this is it. And right now we're probably not seeing anything because we have not imported it, it just stays there. So we have several tasks to create the user model and to create this use user hook. So let me go here inside the users, and I'm going to create service.js, and we're going to write this function. It's just for deleting here. Export async function delete user const data is equal to await axios api.delete admin user id and return data. But then we need to make it inside the hooks because we're going to have some functionality. Let me go here to the hooks, use user hook, or just user hook, it doesn't matter. User hook.js, and then export const use user hook is equal to an arrow function here, const query client is equal to use query client, then const mutate handle delete user is pending is equal to use mutation function, and then we pass the ID to the delete user function, and on success is going to be the handle success function, which we're going to create just now. Function handle success toast.success successfully deleted the user, and then query client.invalidate queries query key admin users. Okay, we're ready with that, and we just need to return handle delete user and is pending. This is it, and we need to create where it is the user model. Okay, we're going to create the user model, no problem. And here actually for the models, I think it will be appropriate to create a different folder. Here inside admin, I'm going to create models. In here, where was this model here? In not the dashboard, or was it here? Which was for the, come on, where it is? The most reserved listings. I think it was inside the components. Yes, create model. Here I'm going to make the create model, and I'm going to move this inside to the component, and then I'm going to have here the service.js and the schema just to be there. Let me go to the dashboard, and I can just move them. I don't need to create them newly. So schema and service, this is how we move them, no problem. Oops, we get no errors. If I go back here, would I get some error? Dashboard. If I click here, we have no error, so we know that it's successfully moved. Okay, let me go back to the users. And here is for the create model, but here we have the user model. Here I'm going to create the user model, so user model.jsx rfce. And let me start typing the logic here. I'm getting the user model, the user ID inside the user model, and the handle height model. It's a use client, so I need to write here use client. And after we are done with it, you are going to see soon how the users are going to be displayed. I want just to write this logic from now. Data user, and then is pending is equal to use query, and then query function is going to be get user by ID, user ID, query key, and then admin users, and here user ID we pass it. And on success, we're going to have a no success function as well, which is going to reset here. Reset. This is coming from this reset function is coming from use form, from React hook form to be more specific, and we're just going to get it from there when I write it. is basically for populating the form. When we click the model, I want the form to be instantaneously populated. That's why I do it. And then username is going to be user.username and email is going to be user.email. Then we're going to declare the query client, use query client, and then I'm going to write the mutate function, and then we're going to write the use to React hook form logic. There are a lot of libraries, you know, when you type React handle update user, and then is pending mutation is equal to use mutation function, and then user ID data update user, and we pass them. Oops, update user, and here the user ID and the data, and then mutation key is going to be, or actually I don't need the mutation key, that's not that big of a deal, and then on success is going to be toast.success successfully updated the user, and query client dot invalidate queries. We're going to invalidate the following queries: query key, and then admin and users. This is going to be it. And right now, finally, the React hook form. Const register handle submit reset is equal to use form, and here we're going to use the resolver and resolver schema. Here the schema would be very simple. I'm going to declare it just for the username and password. Username and email, we're not going to update the password, and is the following. So import z from zot, and then const schema is equal to z.object. Username is going to be z.string, and then .min one message. Username is required, and the email is going to be the same. So it's going to be a string, but we are going to use the email as well. So email is going to be invalid email address. This is a email validation, so if it's not in the email format, we're going to get an error. And then .min one character message email is required, and then we export it. Export schema. Let me go here. I haven't imported the zot resolver, I have just, and then the schema we have imported it as well. So we are ready with that part. Then I want to go here to the use effect. Use effect, and I want to run the use effect when one of those two values changes. Username or the email of the user object. And when one of those two values changes, I want to again use the reset function to properly update them. So username is going to be user.username, and then email is going to be user.email. After that, I'm going to declare the const onSubmit function, which is for updating our user. And here a try catch block. Actually, we don't need a try catch block. Here handle update user, and we're going to pass the user ID and the data, and below handle hide model. When we make the successful update, we don't need the model, we have updated the user. Okay, right now let me write here the model. So we use the model layout, and here I'm going to pass the props. Here is going to be document and user, and handle height model is going to be handle height model. Inside of it, we're going to have the form, which is going to have here an onSubmit of the handle submit, which we are getting here from the React hook form, and then the onSubmit function that we have just written. Then I want to split it again on several lines, and here to provide a class name. So class name is going to be width of full, px of 4, py of 6, flex of column, item center, and gap of 8. Then I want to have the input here, which is from my UI. Yes, here from my UI folder. Type is going to be text. Placeholder is going to be username ... and register is going to be with the register username lowercase. I have one more input field, actually not two more. Input is going to be again type, this time of email, not text. Placeholder is going to be, let's say, john@gmail.com, and here we can name it just John. Let me close the component again. Let me make it on several lines to make it more readable. More readable. And register email. And below I'm going to have a button again from the UI, and this button is going to have the disabled. When we make the mutation, I want it to be disabled, and label is going to be submit. Okay, we're already here with our model. Do you see how easy it is right now to write it? I want to see one thing here. Handle update user is coming from here, but the update user, have I created that function and get user by ID? Let me create here a service.js, and here let me write those two functions. Export async function get user by ID, user ID, const data is equal to await Axios API dot get /admin/user, and here the user ID, and then return data. Then export async function update user, and here user ID and data. Then const data is equal to await Axios API dot put, and here admin/user, the user ID, and then the data. Return data. We have written the functions. Let me go here to import them, and I think we have not written the API route for those two functions exactly, so right now we're going to write them. Let me go here, let me just close here those folders, and let me go to the API where it is admin, user, and here through the ID. Here we're going to write the logic. So import db, then import is admin user, and import next response. Then export async function put request, actually first is a get. So get request and ctx, and here try catch block with the return next response of error, and here the error inside, and then await is admin user, const id we're going to get it from the ctx.params, const user is equal to await db.user.find unique, and here we pass where the id. Then we just return next response.json the user. Then the next one is a put request. So for updating the user, again request and ctx, a try catch block, and here await is admin user, then const id is equal to ctx.params, then const body is equal to await request.json, yes, and here const updated user, here we're going to update it db.user.update, and here I'm going to provide the data, which is just the object body. This is the body, the object body, and where we're going to pass the id, and then return next response.json updated user, and finally the delete function, export async function delete, again request and ctx, a try catch block, let me get here the return, and again await is admin user just to validate if the user is admin or not. We're going to get the id again with the destructure syntax, then const deleted user is equal to await db.user.delete where id, and then if deleted user, this means that we have successfully deleted it, return next response.json message user has been successfully deleted. Just let me hide the sidebar, and then status of 200, else return next response.json message user doesn't exist, or actually let me name it user with the id of doesn't exist. And we are ready with those API routes. Let me close it. Here, let me close that. And here, I don't think we are actually ready. Oops. Let me go, just let me remove here the file system. Let me go here. We just need to display the users and you're going to see everything. So in order to display the users, let me go back here to pages, users, table, and we have that data table that we need to write. And this data table is going to be the table of our set of our users. In this table, I suggest you that you go to my GitHub and copy it because it's a lot of boilerplate code. So here I can go to my users, table, data table, and let me copy it. Just paste it here, data table. It gets the columns in the data, and here this is for the sorting, those things. And it's basically from the library code. So right now, if I go here, I refresh the page, we don't see nothing, but I think it's because I have commented. So right now, let me uncomment it, importing it. And what else do I need to provide? I need to provide the columns here, so columns, and then the data is all users, and these all users need to come from here. So const data all users is pending use query, and then query function get all users, query key admin users, and here if is pending return clip loader. Right now cannot resolve UI components from stack table. This is from data table.js. Because those UI here that it needs to get is inside here the components UI. So let me make the path correct. // components / UI / table. I have an error here. I forgot to make that component a CRUD component. Right now it's loading. I know the loading speeder looks kind of ugly right now. Let me see if I have any errors. No, okay, I do actually. Cannot read properties of undefined. Let me console log the users. So console log all users, and let me see what's the problem here. So they're undefined. Here those parentheses are not needed. Let me refresh the page. That's why it gave me that error. Here cannot read properties. Yes, the reservations may be 0. That's correct. So here we need to go to our columns, and where we go to our reservations here, if it's a false value, wait, it's going to be 0. Unexpected end of input. What's the problem right now? Let me see. If I refresh again the page, okay, it's here. And here we can sort through the emails alphabetically, as you see here. So the reservations here we cannot sort because they are 0, but why here is gray and here is white. Let me go and fix that because I really don't like how it's looking. Here I have made, if I made H screen and overflow of hidden, overflow Y of hidden. Okay, I'm going to leave it that. I don't care about that scroll bar that much. And here we can go through the different pages. Right now we cannot because we don't have that many users. Let me click right now and see what happens. User model is not defined. Okay, let me go and import it. Here I need to import those functions here. Handle delete user, where it was the model, user model, here it is. Oops, cannot reassign. For the update user, it's not here where it was for the user in which file, user models. So we go to our models, user model schema, and here it's not how I can rename it updated user, and then we return the updated user. It has conflict with that data that we pass as an argument. So right now when I click here, do you see, okay, I want to make it a little bit more beautiful. Let me go here to the model, here it is, and let me apply some CSS. Class name is going to be width of full, and the same will be here. Width of full, okay, let me, oops, I want to apply just a px of 2, py of 4, border or around it LG to apply some border radius. We can make that 3 just to make it a little bit smaller, and here the same. Great, and the button, I want to apply some class names as well. I'm going to go copy this from the button, go back, paste it, and I want to apply just some stylings. So class name equal, and width is going to be 4. Why is it so big? Let me make it half. Yes, great. Let me close the model. I want first to delete some user. Let me delete this one. Successfully deleted the user. But why it's not invalidated? If I refresh the page, will the user be here? No, the user is deleted. But let me go here to where it was, to the delete. Here the mutation. It's invalidated. Here I need to be even more specific. Okay, user ID. The query key. Right now, when I refresh the page, let me see if we are deleting the user instantaneously. Yes, okay, this works. Let me update some user. So I'm going to make it 222 and click on submit. Successfully updated the user. I don't see any changes right now. Let me refresh the page and see if they are persisted. Okay, they are persisted, but I want to make the updation better. Here, that was for the update, not for the delete. Yes, update user. Why the data is not instantaneously shown? If I click on submit, you don't see that the user was updated, but when I refresh the page, it is. Here, just remove the user ID object from the query key here, and when I try to update, I'm going to refresh the page to show you. 333 and right now you see it is properly being updated. I can click to delete it and it's deleted. We are ready with the users. The next one is the listings. So when I click, there is nothing. So the next part, as you see, is going to be the listing. Just let me see for a second. Okay, here I am. Listing. Here I'm again going to have that admin layout. Then I want to have inside the div with an h2 of all listings. Here that div is going to have the class name of the following. So margin left of 12, age of full, and width of full. The h2 is going to have a text of 3XL, text slate of 800, font of bold, and white space, no wrap. Then I want to have a div here, which is going to have class name of margin top of 2, height of 2/3, and width is going to be 50 VW. And then the data table, the usual data table, which is going to have columns, and then all data is going to be the all listing that we are going to just fetch. And here this data table is going to be the same in all of our pages. So I'm thinking about moving it somewhere. Here is some components. I think it would be appropriate to move it. So from where did I have it? Inside the users. I'm going to move that to the components. Here it should be. And then I'm going to import it, data table from the components. And here let me make the query in order to fetch the listings. Const data of listings is pending is equal to use query function, and here get all listings, and then query key is going to be admin listings, and then if is pending, if it's pending, we're going to return the clip loader, just like that. And here for the columns, right now I'm going to comment this data table. Let me see how the page is looking. It's not a function because I have not written the use grant directive right now. We should have no problem here on this page. Again, this background color, I'm going to make that H screen, and we would have no problems. Here it is, H screen, great. Here, let me go where I was inside the listings. Here I'm going to create a table, and here column.js.jsx, and here we're going to write the logic for our table. First I want to make it a use client, import image from next image, then import use listing hook, which we're going to create after I finish with the imports, add up admin /hook /listing hook, then import fa pen, fa trash from React icons, fa, import AI outline arrow down, AI outline arrow up, import use state from React, and then below import listing model, which we're going to create just now. I'm just going to comment it because I don't want to have that error, as well as the listing hook. I'm going to comment it from now, and then export const columns, and here we're going to write how our table is going to look like. Here accessor key is going to be image, then header is going to be image as well, but this time it's going to be capitalized, and then cell, we're going to get the row, and const image is going to be row dot original image URL, and the first image. Here I want to display the first image, and I'm going to return a div, a container div, which is going to be the container for our image. Oops. And then class name is going to be rounded full, and object cover, which is going to be 35, height is going to be 35, src is going to be the image, and auth we're going to write here listings image, and the div is going to receive a class name of, no, actually we don't have any class name as I'm looking for my other monitor, so this is it. I'm going to copy this object and paste it again. This time it's going to be for the location. Here the accessor key is going to be location, and here location, get value. This is another way of getting values. You can use those two methods. And here is a span, which is going to render the location value with the class name here of capitalize. Then I'm going to paste it again. This time it's going to be for price per night, the accessor key, and here I'm just going to name it price. Then I'm going to, actually no, the header is going to be different. We're going to get the column, and here we're going to render something, and this something is going to be a button, which is going to be for sorting. So we can sort from the most expensive to the cheapest listing. The button, we can make it on a few lines, and write class name flex item center and gap of 1, and then on click is going to be here function column dot toggle sorting column dot get is sorted, and is equal to ascending, and then price per night, and here a span with the AI outline arrow up and AI outline arrow down, and here the span is going to receive flex and items center. Then for the sale, we're going to just get the price per night from dot get value command price per night. And here I'm going to render it inside a span just with a dollar sign and then price per night. Going to again paste it, and here it would be for the bets. It's just bets. Oops, bets, nothing else. We don't need the sale. Just let me close the object, and then again pasting it. This is going to be for the actions. Here I'm going to paste it again, and this time is for the actions again, the interesting part. So here actions, and then I want to get the listing ID. Listing ID is equal to row.original.id. Then const show model, set show model is equal to use state false. Const handle delete listing is pending is equal to use listing hook. And here I have an empty React fragment, and we're again going to render those buttons here for the action. So here button is going to be, just let me make it on several lines, on click, handle delete listing with the listing ID, listing ID. Disabled is going to be is pending, and then class name is going to be cursor pointer, px of 2, py of 1, and rounded excel. Then fa trash is going to have cover is pending, and if it's pending, this means that it's in process of being deleted. So I'm going to change the cover to a grayish color, B2, otherwise it will be a red color. And then I have another button which is for showing the update model. Let me again make that on several lines, on click, and here set show model is going to be set to true. I'm not going to make those functions, or actually I would say not. Const handle height model is going to be set show model to false, and const handle show model is going to be set show model to true. Here let me copy this function, paste it here, and just let me write the class name. Class name is going to be cursor pointer, disabled bg slate 200, px of 2, py of 1, and rounded excel. And then fa pen with the color of 31b608, and then below we have the model itself. So if show model is set to true, then I'm going to show the listing model, and I'm going to pass the following properties: handle height model, handle height model, and listing ID is listing ID, just like that. Here I'm going to comment it from now because I'm going to get an error. Let me go here to all listings. We have no error. Okay. We need to create this. No, we have already created that all listings. Let me right now uncomment it. I want to see what we're going to get. Probably an error. I have probably forgot something. Columns is not defined. I have not imported them. Let me import them. And in software development, debugging is a skill that is highly sought. You need, most of the time you're going to debug, especially if you make a large project and if you are not a senior. You're going to spend a lot of your time debugging. Column use listing hook is not defined. Okay, we're going to create that hook, no problem. Just let me see where were the hooks on my other monitor. Listing hook, okay. Here not components hooks, listing hook.js, and here import use mutation, not options, use mutation, and use query client from downstack React query, then import toast from React toast, just like that. and import delete listing. We have not created this from pages slash listing slash service. We're going to create it soon. Export cons use listing hook is a narrow function here with the const query client. Use query client. We are again going to invalidate some data, mutate, handle delete listing is pending, use mutation, you know the typical stuff, mutation function, and we are going to pass the ID to the delete listing that we are going to create soon. I mean after we finish with that function. And here on success is going to run the handle success function. Then function handle success toast.success is going to be successfully deleted a listing. Then query client.invalidate queries in here query key, and we pass the admin add listings. Okay, we need to create the delete listings, which is coming from listing service. It's going to be a very simple function, service.js, and here export async function, delete listing, here the ID, const data is await axios api.delete admin slash listing, and here the ID, return data. This set I can import it just here. Okay, it's already imported. I need to write, have I written the API routes to that? Admin listing ID. Okay, I haven't, so it's a very good, it's a perfect reason to write it. Import db from db, then import is admin user, and import next response, and I'm going to write for getting, for updating, and for deleting, because we're going to need all of them. First I'm going to write the get method, export function get, export async function get request, and ctx, here a try catch block with the return next response dot error error. Here await is admin user to again validate if the user is admin or not. Const id is equal to ctx dot params, const listing is equal to await db dot listing dot find unique, and here where id, and then we return it. This is for that function, return JSON. Then the next one is for updating, export async function put request and context. Here again a try catch block, and again I'm going to copy that for the catch block, and here await is admin user, then const id is equal to ctx.params, const body is equal to await request.json, and then const updated listing is equal to await db.listing.update where id, and here data and the body. And the next part is to return it, return next response.json updated listing, and then the final is for the deletion, export async function delete request context try catch, the typical boilerplate stuff. Oops, not here, here. And for a try block await is admin user, then const id is equal to ctx.params, and again I destructure it, the typical stuff. Then const deleted listing is equal to await db.listing.update where id. If deleted listing, return next response.json message listing has been deleted successfully, and here status 200. Else return next response.error message, and here turner operator listing with the id of id doesn't exist. Okay, we're ready here with the API route. We are ready with the delete function here. We just need to return the handle delete listing and is pending. We are done with that. We are done with this use listing hook. I can import it right now. We just need to write the model. The model is going to be, again, we have a lot of the boilerplate done here. So for the model, why I'm losing myself here inside my architecture, wait, listing model, okay. Listing here models, let me create the listing model. Listing model.jsx rfc, and here we are going to write the code, which is going to be similar to the create. It's going to be a very big component as far as I see. Okay, let's go. First, let me write the JSX. Here I have a model layout. Document here would be document listing. Handle height model is going to be handle height model. We are going to get that from props. Handle height model. What else I'm getting from props? I'm getting the listing ID. Listing ID. Then I'm going to have the form. Dot form. And here I'm going to have a non-submit. Right now I'm going to write an empty function. Oops. And the class name is going to be width of full. Again, I'm going to make that on several lines to make it more readable. Why the quote went down? Okay, width full, px of 4, py of 6, flex column, item center, and gap is going to be 8. Then I'm going to have the input component here, which is UI input. Type is going to be text, placeholder is going to be Grand Hotel, and register is going to be register name. Just let me close the parentheses, the curly braces. Again, let me make that on several lines, and then I'm going to copy paste that because it's going to be quite similar for the other inputs. Again, type of text, placeholder is going to be description. So the hotel was great, and the register is going to be here description. Then let me copy it again from the input. Here is going to be text, location. Let me write here Dubai. Actually, here it's a select, my bad. Here it's a select. So it's not a type of text. We are not going to have any placeholder. We're going to have the register location, and data is going to be option locations. Again, I'm going to have another select, which is going to be the type, register type, option types. Then I'm going to have an input. Let me copy that. Input, type of a number, placeholder is going to be for $249, and type, and the register is going to be price per night. And here, don't forget value as number set to true. It's very important, otherwise it will be still a string. And step is going to be 0.01. The next is the bet, type number, bets, and placeholder. I'm not going to use any placeholder, and again I'm going to use that value as number. After that input, we're going to have the checkbox, but I need to wrap it here inside a div. Class name is going to be text length of 400, rounded, md, margin left of 4, width is going to be 2/3, and flex gap of 4. Then I'm going to have a label, which is going to have the HTML4 of free Wi-Fi, and here free Wi-Fi, and below I am going to have the input, which is going to be type of checkbox, placeholder is going to be free Wi-Fi. Actually, I don't think any placeholder is checkbox. Register, free Wi-Fi, or has free Wi-Fi to be more correct, and ID is going to be free Wi-Fi. Then I'm going to have a label and an input field. Lastly, after that div, label is going to be upload images. Here the class name, just let me hide the sidebar, text length of 400, rounded, md, width is going to be 2/3, margin left of 4, and HTML4 is going to be images. Then I'm going to have an input, and I'm going to write a normal input because it's going to be quite different. On change, I'm going to have here a function, right now an empty function. Class name is going to be text. We don't need any class name. Actually, style is going to be display of none. That's why I don't need any class name, because when I click on that label, it's like clicking on this. ID is going to be images. Type is going to be file, and let me move that up. And lastly, here I have a button for my model. The button is going to be disabled, is pending mutation, and label is going to be submit. This was the JSX, and let me write the fat logic. I say fat because it's going to be quite a lot. Okay. Const cloud name, we're going to update, is going to be process.env.next_public_auth name. Oops. And I'm going to make that a use client. Come on. Then the upload preset, const upload_preset is equal to process.env.next_public_upload_preset. Const images, set images is equal to use state and empty array. Const router is equal to use router. And then const data listing is equal to use query function, and is going to get the get listing by ID with the listing ID, and the query key is going to be admin listings, and here the listing ID as an object. Then I'm going to need the mutate function, so here mutate async, I'm going to use this time the async version, is pending, and here is pending mutation is equal to use mutation function, listing ID, body, update listing. I have not created that function, I'm going to create it just now after I finish writing that part. And then mutation key, I don't need the mutation key. Let me create that update listing, which is going to be here inside the listing service export async function update listing, and what it is accepting here, the listing ID and the body, listing ID and the body. Const data updated listing, just to be more correct, is equal to await access API.put /admin /listing listing ID, and then the body, and then we return the updated listing. And here let me import it. Const register, handle submit, reset form state, and here the errors is equal to use form resolver, and then resolver schema. Let me create that schema, which is going to be here. Wait, what I'm clicking here, it's going to be here. Schema.js, and let me create that schema. Import option locations, option types, import z from zot, and then const schema is equal to z.object, name is going to be z.string.min, and here minimum 1 character, name is required. Then description is going to be z.string, again minimum 1 character, message description is required, bets z.number is number dot minimum of 1, bets are required, and I can just copy paste that. It's going to be for has free Wi-Fi, and it's a boolean optional. I can remove that optional. The next one, the type, which is an enum, so z.enum, and here option locations dot map value, and then location z.enum option types dot map value, and then price per night is going to be z.number, minimum of 15, message price must be above 15, and then maximum 50,000, message price cannot exceed $50,000. And let me export schema. I'm going to import it here, and then let's continue. Then I want to have a use form, which is going to be for the error. So if you have any errors, here the dependency area, I'm going to place the errors, and the typical if object dot keys errors question mark dot length is more than 0, object dot keys, and here errors question mark dot map key, and then toast dot errors key question mark dot message. This is going to display the errors. And then I want to populate the listing data. Before, when I open the model, I want to populate the listing data. Use effect, and here as a dependency array, it's going to be, just let me first write this dot reset, and here dot listing, and here I'm going to have every single property. I'm going to type it property by property. That's a good practice. You don't put the entire object. Description, then listing question mark dot bets, listing question mark dot type, listing question mark dot has free Wi-Fi, listing question mark dot location, listing question mark dot price per night. Okay, we're ready with that part. If I go here, when I refresh the page, what cannot resolve pages listing service is in the listing hook. If I go here to my hooks, listing hook, what it cannot resolve page listing service. Import delete listing. Okay, right now we have no problems. When I click on this pen, nothing happens. Okay, you see here how it is displayed. Okay, we know that it's working, and here the sorting works as well, you see. But I want to be able to show the model when I click on it. Let me go here to the models, to the listing model, or actually I need to go to pages, listings, table, column, and here let me uncomment this. Let me import it and use listing hook. Do I need to uncomment something? No, here everything is here. When I click use form is not defined. Okay, I'm going to define the use form. I forgot to import it. Have I imported the resolver and the schema? Yes, I have. If I click here, okay, you see again those input fields are quite messy. Here let me go and write some class names so they look better. Class name is going to be width of full. How right now it's looking. Width is going to be 400 pixel. Okay, 350. Come on. Make 300 pixel. Okay, it's looking as I wanted it to be. So px of 2, py of 3, rounded tail. Yes, and it is looking great. Here this checkbox is super small. Let me go here and apply some class name to it. So it's going to have a height and width of 12 to make it a little bit bigger. Oh, that's too big. And yes, that's how I wanted it to look. Okay, great. And here everything is populated as we see by default. What else do I need to do? Okay, I have actually some functions left to write, which is for, I have 3 more functions as you see from other monitor. So handle image, we're going to get the event and set images previous, return dot previous e dot target dot files the 08 index. And here handle image, I'm going to place it exactly here inside this input file. Then below the handle image, I'm going to declare the const upload image. So upload image is going to be an async function with the image and the index. If the image doesn't exist, we return. And actually this image we can copy it actually from our create model. It's basically the same. So let me go here and copy it from the create model, paste it here. In this post images we can where it is the service, we can just copy paste this image. I know it's not the best practice to copy paste those functions like that, but it is going to do our job. Post images, let me import it, not from the create model but our model that we just write. Okay, let me close all the files here, let me go and let me import it. Great. Here I have imported the toast. Yes, I have. Then the next is the const on submit. Just let me close again the sidebar. Async data. And here const image URLs, we're going to upload the images. Const image URLs is equal to await promise .o images .map image index. Const image URL is going to be equal to upload image index, and then return image URL. Then const body is equal to the data. If image URLs (length) is more than 0, then the body.image URLs we're going to rewrite them. Else body.image URLs is going to be equal to listing.image URLs. Otherwise we're not going to touch anything. Const updated listing is equal to await mutate async listing ID and the body, and then toast.success is going to be redirecting to listing and router.push is going to be / details updated listing.id. Then I want to have here handle submit and on submit. Great, I think we are finished with that. I don't want to say a big word, but I don't see what else could appear specifically for this component. Okay, here it is. And why the beds are not populated here? Register beds. Okay, they're populated. Never mind. And here let me change updated listing. Here let me place the image of some burger. I know it's a hotel, but I just want to see that it is working. Invalid enum value, expected luxury budget. Here they are not by default populated. Location. Yes, I don't see that they're populated by default. The error originated that I swapped here the values. Here it should be option types, and here it is option location. So right now let me go back to my web page, refresh it, and right now let me click here. The data is going to get populated, and here 1 2 3, let me click right now on submit. And here we need to be redirected to the listing. Yes, you see here the message, and if the title is updated or the name. Okay, we know that this is working. Let me refresh the page, so we know that 100% it is working. Great, so we know it is working. Nice. Let me go back to my admin dashboard, and actually instead of going back to this URL, I can make here, if we are an admin, we can show here on the navbar that we are an admin. We can go to the dashboard. Let me go, oops, not to OBS, but let me close everything, source, components, navbar, and then const data, I'm going to name it session, is equal to use session, and then const show model, I want it to be wrapped here inside a React fragment, and then link, which is going to navigate us to the href admin dashboard, and I want this to be displayed only if the session $user?isAdmin is true, and the text is going to be admin dashboard with the class name here is going to be background is going to be red 700, text is going to be white, px of 2, and py is going to be 4. Let me go here, and right now, whoa, why is that white so big? Let me move it down here, and right now how it's looking. Okay, it's super big. I don't want it to be that big. So here 1, 2, and I want it to be here centered. So item center. Great. I'm going to make it rounded LG, rounded pixel actually, and to make here the color less prevalent, so 500. Okay, and when I go here and click, I need to, yes, I'm navigated here to a dashboard, and only if we are an admin. Let me go back here to the listings, and we know that this is working. Let me try to delete one of the listings. Here, if I try to delete this one, nothing. Let's go. Here we have again the admin layout that we usually do. Then I have a div with the class name of ML of 12, age full, and width of full. And again, I'm going to make it screen not full. Then I have an h2 with all reviews, and then a class name here of text3xl, text slate of 800, font bold, and white space no wrap. Then below I'm going to have a div with margin top of 2, age is going to be 2/3, and it is going to be 50 VW. And why I cannot do it like that? Okay, I'm just going to write it with the 2, and then age is going to be 2/3, and width is going to be 50 VW. And then I'm going to render again the data table. Right now I'm going to comment it because I don't have either the columns and the value. Right now I'm going to make the use query to get the values. Data is going to be all reviews, and here is pending is equal to use query. Then query function get all reviews, and the query key is going to be admin reviews. Let me create this get all reviews function here, service.js, and then export async function get all reviews. Const data is going to be equal to await Axos API.get admin /review, and then return data. Let me import this function. And for the admin, let me go here where it is the API admin review, and let me write the function to fetch all of the reviews. It's going to be here, the DB is going to be imported, then is admin user, and the next response. Export async function get request, a try catch block, return next response dot error, and then await is admin user, const reviews is equal to await db.reviews.find review.find many, and we're going to fetch all of the reviews and then return them. JSON the reviews. And we can make here the delete function, which is inside the ID because we're going to need it very soon. Then Again, import db, import is admin user, and import next response. Then export async function delete, request, and ctx. Again, try catch, return next response dot error, error. And for the try block, await is admin. Oops, is admin user. Then const id is equal to ctx.params. Const review is equal to await db.review.delete where id. And then return next response. Message is going to be successfully deleted the review. And actually this is going to be only if the review has been in our database previously. Otherwise I'm going to provide an else. I'm going to copy that. Here is .json. I almost forgot it. Here .error. Review with the id of id here doesn't exist. This is going to be it. We are ready with those two API routes. Let me go back to the reviews. Okay, I have imported that. Then the next part is to make our column. So here column.jsx, and let me go here and write it. Import format from datefns, then import fa trash. Come on, fa trash. Import AI outline arrow up and AI outline arrow down from React icons AI, and then import use review hook from app admin hooks review hook. Right now I'm going to comment it and we are going to soon create it. Then export const columns, again an array of objects. Accessor key is going to be here stars, and the header is going to take the column and return a button. The button is going to have the following class name. Just let me make it again on a new line. Class name is going to be flex justify center items center and gap of 1. Then on click is going to be column dot get, not get but toggle sorting. Column get is sorted is equal to ascending, and then stars span, which is going to have here class name of flex item center AI outline arrow up AI outline arrow down. And for the cell, let me make here a comma. Cell is going to take here the row and is going to get the value first. Row dot get value stars, and then is going to return a span, which is going to have here the value. Then we're going to need this. Just let me copy that, and here with a comma, and let me copy it. Come on. And here I'm going to have the accessor key for text. Header is going to be created at, and here text, and then I'm going to display the text. Then going to paste it again, and here it's header text with an uppercase, not created at. Then it is created at. Then here inside the headers is created at, and for the row created at, and here we need to use the format value, and here again do y like that. And finally we have actions, which is going to be just for the deletion. Accessor key is going to be actions, the header is going to be actions, even though we have one. I'm going to leave it like actions, and then I want to get the ID with .original.id, and then handle delete review is pending from use review hook. Again, I have an empty fragment here, and the button is going to be with an on click of handle delete review ID, and class name is going to be cursor pointer. Disabled is going to be bg slate of 200 py px of 2 py of 1 and rounded xl. And then we're going to have here the fa trash, and the color is going to change depending on if it's pending. So it's pending bg slate of, not bg slate, but a hash color of bdb2b2, and then f00. And actually this it we need to write the use review hook, which is here review hook.js. And let me start. Import use mutation, use query client from stack react query, then import toast, import delete review. Delete review. We have not created that function. Okay, we're going to create it just now. Services / service, which is here. So I can write that export async function delete review const data is equal to await axios api.delete /admin /review / the id, which we are going to get from the parameters, and then return data. Then export const use review hook is going to be equal here to use client query client, use query client, and then mutate handle delete review is pending, use mutation, and then mutation function. We get the ID and we pass it here to the delete review ID, and then on success is going to be that typical handle success function. Function handle success toast dot success successfully deleted the review, and then query client dot invalidate queries query key admin reviews, and then we return the handle delete review and that is pending. Oops. Let me go back here. I want to uncomment this part. And right now, let me see if we can delete it. Use query, yes, it don't appear because here it need to be use client. Let me uncomment this data table, and then columns is going to be here. Columns, and then data is going to be all reviews. Loading chunk, come on, loading the page. Cannot read properties of undefined. Why cannot read properties of undefined? Here I have imported that. Let me console log the all reviews to see what's the problem. Slash, we have some error here. Let me check here inside our review. So we get the reviews. Is my API route wrong? Let me check. So /admin /reviews. Here, why it's not with the /API? Wait, it's not the problem from here. Wait, that's the URL here. I forgot to write is pending and return the clip loader. Right now it works. This was the only change. Let me refresh the page so you see how it is. And right now when I click on that review to delete it, successfully deleted the review. We're done with the application and the dashboard.